Good morning. Participants, I would like to make an announcement before we start that you're supposed to keep your cameras on and audios muted during the meeting, during all the sessions of the course. Please, this is a reminder to all of you. So very good morning. On behalf of Daulat College and Guru Angad Dev MMTTC, welcome Professor Santosh, who is the University Librarian at the Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh, to this ongoing refresher course on research methodology, embarking on NEP, research methodology for scientific excellence. Professor Santosh holds Masters in Library and Information Science from Karnataka University and PhD from University of Mumbai 2017. He started his career as documentation assistant and at IGIDR Mumbai and British Council Library Mumbai. As librarian, he served NK College Mumbai for 13 years. At present, he is the University Librarian of Central University of Haryana. He has co-edited half a dozen conference proceedings, completed 2 minor research projects, and published several papers. He has delivered over 250 invited talks at various universities, UGC-MMTTCs, and colleges, etc. He's also a blogger, and his articles are published on Impact blog of London School of Economics. He is the editor of Open Interview, a crowdsourced blog for interviewing experts. His interview of Peter Suberg is widely read and also featured on Harvard University website. On an invitation, he recently visited Cambridge University for a week-long visit-cum-professional discussion with the leadership team of Cambridge University Library. He has organized several workshops and courses for researchers, research guides, educators, and librarians. He is also actively engaged in voluntary projects and open consultancy services for researchers and educators. He is passionate about teaching, training, and blogging. We are so thankful to you for sparing some time and talking to us today, and the platform is all yours.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Hope my voice is clearly audible.
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah. First of all, I deem it my privilege to thank the principal of Daulat College and also the director of Guru Angad Dev MMTTC, University of Delhi, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm very happy that I'm connected to University of Delhi. So University of Delhi, where Professor Ranganathan, he served as professor there. Dr. Ranganathan is called as father of Indian library movement. So his contribution is unique. And while he was in University of Delhi, so he contributed immensely to this profession, library profession. So we are very much thankful to that university. And I'm very happy that I'm connected to University of Delhi through these kind of programs. And I also thank Dr. Sarika Sharma madam for giving me this opportunity and organizing this particular event. And also I thank Dr. Anju madam, Anju Jain, and all the organizing team members who are organizing this particular refresher course. And also I thank all the technical team members who are directly or indirectly involved in organizing this. So the heart of this refresher course is all the participants from different organizations who have joined this refresher course. And I compliment each one of you because you have selected Guru Angad Dev MMTTC, which is jointly organized by Daulat College. So I compliment each one of you because you have selected the right MMTTC, and I'm sure you are really enjoying this refresher course. And even in the coming days also, you are going to enjoy all the sessions that are being conducted under the banner of this refresher course. So friends, with this, I'll start my presentation, then we'll start discussing on the topic that is assigned to me. So just give me 30 seconds, I'll be sharing my presentation. Madam, could you please confirm whether my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. We can see your desktop. Yeah, we can see the presentation.
Friends, once again, I thank you for joining this particular session on digital resources and their effective. And we also call it as online resources. So what kind of online resources, what kind of digital resources, and why we want to use them effectively, and why responsibility is also set, or why we should use them responsibly. So we are going to discuss on all these aspects in this presentation. So first of all, I must tell you that we all are accessing technology like anything, or technological resources like anything, whether it is teaching, research, or publication. In all these aspects, we are using technology. So digital resources are also part of technology. And in the library setup, we also access the physical resources. Now we call them as online resources because those are accessible online too. But that doesn't mean that there is no value for physical resources, or there is no use of the libraries kind of thing. But both the resources go hand in hand. In few cases, the resources may not be available in digital form, or in few cases, the resources may not be available in a hard copy or print form. So in this presentation, we are going to discuss on various aspects related to resources. So what kind of resources we need to understand or use it in our research and publication activities, and also why we should use them effectively, because somebody is working very hard on creating that, or somebody is working very hard on putting up for us. And we are also part of this the information cycle or production of information, wherein we are also producing and also storing or retrieving or consuming it, and sharing it to the world. So in all these cases, we need to effectively utilize these resources for just reference, or using it for writing or teaching activities. And we have got the responsibility that we should use them effectively. Why we should use them effectively? Because ultimately the goal of this scholarly communication is to reach out to those community who badly require the research endeavors or the results. And if we want qualitative research, you can say the findings or research based teaching. So we have that responsibility, because being in a teaching profession, we have a lot of responsibility, because we are the people who are molding the mood of the society, or we are building um, such a culture, and that really helps to make our country, our family, or our society, our community, or our state very, very prosperous. So why we need to discuss about these digital resources, and why we need to effectively utilize them, and what is the responsibility of all the faculty or the educators in utilizing them or using them for the better uh, work in the form of effective teaching, or effective research practices, or effective publication activities. So the reason is that nowadays we are getting a lot of content online and offline also. So even in the print form also, a lot of big books being sold or even being produced, and similarly ebooks are being sold and produced kind of thing. So every now and then we can see that the literature is flowing like anything. So in the 1980s, Fuller, American futurist, he said that when the right environment and platforms are available, then the information may double, or information may really take a new shape. Means the quantum or the size of information may grow like anything. So up until 1900, human knowledge doubled approximately every century, and he called it as a knowledge doubling curve. So his theory is called as knowledge doubling curve. His name is Fuller of American. He's American futurist. And by the end of World War II, knowledge was doubling every 25 years, because we could see industrial revolution. So publication industry boomed like anything, because new printing machines, new um, packaging or paper inventions in paper making or production of papers, and even inventions or innovations or innovative practices in publications that took place after the industrial revolution. Now when we got in the 80s and 90s, when we got technology, especially in the form of computers and internet, now that really changed the way we are producing information in the form of books or thesis or monographs or reports or whatever. So that really paved the way for um, information society or knowledge society, wherein we started accessing internet and we started getting information, and we also started sharing the information or creating the information. A very good example is that you all are members or you have account in LinkedIn or Facebook, and also you have a lot of um, groups in your WhatsApp application. So you are sharing something or other informally or sometimes formally. You are member of certain email groups also. So you're also writing research papers, articles, blog articles like that. And so this digital technology is saving all these things, or it is retaining all these things, or you are uploading them online, you are communicating through online resources, especially the online journals or blogs or websites. So everywhere you are writing something or other, whether formally or informally. Similarly, in the sphere of uh, scholarly communication, we all are producing a lot of research-based content in the form of research paper, working paper, case studies, preprint, postprint, or books, thesis, minor research project, major research project. So we are producing a lot of scholarly information in these formats. Now, if you see how the information is doubling now because of this computers and because of this internet technology. So most of the subjects, especially in science, technology, engineering, and medicine, most of the subjects are doubling in every 8 months, 3 months, 4 months, depending upon the subjects. So it is predicted that 2 years down the line or three years down the line, information may double within a month, because doubling of information in the sense right from the day when we started writing or we understood writing on walls, and we started writing on clay tablets, we started writing on papyrus paper, we started writing on paper that we all use now. So right from that age to till date, the information is doubling in every 1 month or 2 months kind of thing. So why it is happening? Because we have access to the right kind of environment, right kind of technology, right kind of platforms that are really encouraging us to share the information. The classic example is this particular refresher course that we are organizing online. So this is a platform which is helping both the parties, the expert or the person who is delivering the lecture, and also those who are attending, the learners. So it is bridging the gap and it is connecting both the parties, and the information is being exchanged. So this is a powerful medium because of this environment, and this is being recorded also. It will be shared also. So this is how we are generating the information. This is how we are communicating the information. Now, if you ask me the size of internet, okay, so how much of information we are generating? I'll give a simple example, although I do not have the exact figure with you as how big this internet is. I'll just give you small examples so that you can understand and you can correlate with the idea that I said. That every minute, per minute, more than 250,000 to 3 lakh photographs are being uploaded on Facebook, and within a minute more than 150 to 200 hours of videos are being uploaded on YouTube. So you just imagine what size of internet, what size of information that we are uploading online or generating online. Now if you want to watch all the videos that are uploaded in one single day, it requires at least 15 years to watch all those videos those are uploaded in a day. Now when I said on Facebook more than 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh photographs are being uploaded by us, means across the globe, right? So we are uploading a lot of our personal professional photographs. Now you just multiply it to total 24 hours, and you can also multiply it to 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. So you can see how much of information we all are generating. And that is the reason there is a knack, there is a skill to effectively utilize the right kind of information. So when it comes to research, publication, or teaching, we all require training, and we all require updating our skill to extract or retrieve or understand how to use these digital resources. So that's why digital literacy is required for that. And this refresher course is doing that. This refresher course is a literary program to enhance your skills, and wherein you can learn, unlearn, and relearn. And in this presentation, I am going to cover these many aspects. So I'll be speaking on what kind of academic and research content we need to access from online resources in the form of digital resources, and also why these catalogs and databases are important for us, and what are these research tools. So right now I'm covering selected digital resources. When we say research tools, that includes a lot many things, including um, grammar checking tools or plagiarism detection tools. So anything, any tool that is concerned with um, research, that you can simply call as research tool. That may even include your statistical data analysis tools kind of thing, or data visualizations tools, translation tools, transliteration tools, paraphrasing tools. So there are a lot of things. So I'll try my level best to focus on very few um, resources, but knowing those resources very, very important for a researcher. And I always say that we need to focus on TRP. So in media, in mass media, TRP means different thing. But in education, in the sector of education, wherein we are all serving as a teachers, as educators or trainers, so we need to focus on TRP. That means we need to upgrade our skills related to teaching. T stands for teaching, R stands for research, P stands for publication. So we need to master the skills or the art and science of teaching effectively, doing research effectively, and publishing effectively. So this TRP is very, very important for all of us. So in this presentation, I'll be focusing on those tools which are really helpful for enhancing or improving our teaching, research, and publication activities. So I'll be discussing on catalogs, databases, and some research tools, and also special search engines, which are very, very important, and some other search engines or tools that are concerning with searching mechanism. So that I'm going to cover in this presentation. So mere knowing the digital resources is not at all useful. Say, for example, on your mobile phone, you have got a lot of applications. You know that you have got that application, but if you do not know how to effectively utilize that app. So the topic of this presentation is responsible use of digital resources. So you can use responsibly only when you know the techniques. So you can effectively utilize those resources only when you know the techniques. So effective utilization is the result of using certain techniques and strategies to extract or retrieve the information from online resources. So that is the reason, friends, we need to master the art of searching effectively. And for that, we require uh, knowledge of some techniques and also strategies. So what is the difference between techniques and strategies? That we'll see later. And also, I'll be introducing PICO search strategy. So what is this PICO strategy? That also we'll understand. Friends, open access resources are very, very important for research work. So we have a misconception that open access resources are not robust or not vetted or not authentic or not relevant because no reviewers have reviewed them. So open access resources may not be that useful. But we have those misconceptions. It's not like that. Not all open access resources are like that. Most of the resources are also are the result of peer review or standard publishing standards, and they have followed, and then those are published. So I'm not saying that some open access resources are not all resources are accurate or robust or relevant or useful kind of thing. So even in print form or even some journals that are listed on Scopus may not be that accurate, may not be that relevant for your study. And that's the reason these indexing databases are also revising the list. They are adding or deleting some titles depending upon the complaint and appeal they receive. So we'll see open access resources also. And as I told you, improve our search skills and evaluation skills. Evaluation means how to evaluate the resources and how
Excuse
to
me, sir.
synthesize the, yes, yes, ma'am.
Sir, are you changing your slides? We are on the first slide only overview.
Yes, overview only. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah. So we need to improve our search skills and evaluation skills and synthesis skills also. So apart from these skills that we need to improve, there are a lot of other skills. I request all of you to please check on Google or any other dictionary, or you can refer to any sources wherein you can search for research skills. So that will show you what all skills a teacher has to uh, learn or master, or what all skills a learner has to um, master to have a very solid footprint in the domain of research. And also we need to understand the synthesis matrix. So what is the synthesis matrix? How it is effectively helping the researchers to write for publications or write for journals, and also conduct the right kind of research. And also it's a noting mechanism. It is a noting mechanism wherein you are noting down the valued points from the reading or from the books or the research journal. And ultimately, what I'm going to cover is how effectively and how responsibly we should utilize these particular resources. So this is an overview of my presentation, and I'll be discussing on all the aspects that are listed in the overview. So first of all, we need to understand that when we say digital resources, that is means digitized resources or digitally born, digitally available online. So when we access them online in the sense using internet. So when we use any search engine or when we use any database, we have different kind of results that we get. When you especially use the generic search engines or general platforms, you can see scholarly literature or popular literature as the result of that search technique. And also you will see these resources, digital resource, as open access resource or closed access resource, paid or free. When we say open, means that is free from price tag and free from many of the copyright restrictions. So that is open access resource. When I say closed access, means those are paid or subscription based resources. So whenever you check online, you will access these things, that either some links may take you to some journals wherein they ask you certain amount, that is closed access. And sometimes you may access a very good literature that is available free of cost, that is called as open access. Now if you read the content, you can understand that whether it is scholarly literature or popular literature. So what is scholarly? Any literature that is following certain research standards or applicable or as a result of research endeavors, so that we call as scholarly. Scholarly literature is nothing but research based or research oriented literature. Popular literature in the sense that is such literature which can be read or understood by any common man. That is not technical, that is not subject specific, that can be understood by anyone. The best example for popular literature is your newspaper articles, magazines like Business Today, India Today, or Week, or like that, Week or Sports Star. These are all called popular literature. Whereas scholarly literature means your research project, research papers, thesis, dissertations, all these are called as scholarly information sources. Now, what are the sources of these scholarly literature online? When we get the results, right? When we get the results on screen, whether you are using Google or any of the databases, these results are coming from academic institutes, authentic and credible publisher site, research institutes, government agencies. So that is a requirement in the sense when you search for any keyword and when we see the result page, if the results are coming from these sources, then you are searching well, means you are getting right kind of results. So this is what you need to cross verify. So how to get to know that whether the results are coming from academic institutes or authentic or credible publisher site or others that I've listed here? So that we'll discuss separately there. Means maybe after 10 minutes we'll be discussing on that. So the result should come from academic institutes websites or authentic or credible publishers website, research institutes website or government agencies, scholars sites or websites or blogs. Uh, Here blogs are very, very important. Many of the scholars or the researchers, they do have their blogs and they keep on sharing or communicating their knowledge there. And even websites are also very important. Say, for example, you have listed all your publication there, you have listed certain synopsis or certain proposals or whatever. Means these scholar sites are also very good sources of information or knowledge for those who are searching for information. So unfortunately, in India, we do not have that kind of value for blogs. We are not blogging much. But whereas if you see the other countries, especially the developed countries and very international reputed organizations or the academic institutions, they do value blogs and they do share a lot of information on blogs. And reading blog is a wonderful exercise. We all need to make it habit to read lot many blogs. And especially in your field, you need to identify what kind of blogs are very, very popular in my field and why I should read or how I should read and what is there in that. And what if you read them regularly? So what changes you can notice over a period of time if you continuously read blogs. So that is the best feature, means that best practice of a researcher or a teacher if he or she reads blogs regularly. So in this presentation or in the second presentation, I'll be speaking on the the advantages of reading blog, or I'll be sharing which blog you can tap or which blog you can read. I'll be sharing that briefly. So we also get we need to get the results from peer-reviewed journals and e-journals. And also, friends, we are not valuing these videos and presentations much because we are not considering them while citing the sources. Yes, definitely you can watch any relevant videos for your research work and publication work, and you can cite them. So there is a citation style guide for all these resources. So for example, if you refer to American Psychological Association style guide, it has given citation solution for more than 114 different kind of sources. You can cite blog article, you can cite the Supreme Court judgment, you can cite anything that is happening in this lecture, you can cite a discussion that is taking place in a seminar, you can cite proceedings, cite book, article, newspaper. So whatever, means there are a lot many solutions for citation. So you can even cite the Facebook comment or Twitter comment like that. So that is the flexibility that we all have to cite any resources that we find relevant for our research work. So far we set the background as to why these online resources or digital resources are important and what kind of literature is available, like open resource or closed resource. And also we saw the scholarly and popular literature. Now we'll
Excuse
start.
me, sir.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Sorry to intervene. So, like you said, that we can cite the blogs and everything in
Yeah.
our work. Now, supposing that thing gets removed from the internet, then
Madam, that is the possibility that these kind of resources may disappear one day. But you need to mention the date when you have accessed it. That is the only solution for that. Retrieved on or accessed on. So on the day when you access that was available. Okay. So if you send that paper to a publisher, so publisher has also vetted or he has seen or reviewers have seen that and editors have seen that. They are not seen the resource, but at least your paper is good or your blog article is good, they have published it, so that's fine. If it disappears, so we don't have control on that. So that is the reason we are talking about digital object identifier. So every resource should have digital object identifier. That means that's a permanent number, and even if the site gets closed, so still the resource is accessible.
that
So
means
such kind
every
of
blog
mechanism.
with which has DIO number
Yeah.
that should be cited
Yes,
in our
but
work.
there is no hard and fast rule that we should cite that only because, for example, you are writing a research article and you find once very interesting article in Kannada or Malayalam that you speak and that could be your mother tongue, but that doesn't have a DOI. That article that is being published in a small magazine or a very local magazine, but that fact or that interesting fact is really valid or useful for your research work. I'll give a small example, madam. When I was doing PhD from University of Mumbai, so I referred to lot many articles. I referred to tabloid paper, that is Mumbai Mirror, like Delhi Mirror. So I referred to Mumbai Mirror because there was one reporter called Rishi Majumdar. He wrote a lot of articles on those libraries which are closing down in the Mumbai city and Thane city. So he wrote series of articles on that, and I cited all those in my PhD thesis. And even I published article also. So that doesn't have DOI. So here, what happens is that the researcher who is doing responsible research, or when he is responsibly conducting the research, he thinks that, or he finds out that the resource I'm reading that is really relevant to me, irrespective of what kind of literature that is. Say, for example, you are listening to one very thought-provoking talk in a seminar hall, and you noted on all the points, and you found it relevant for your research article, wherein you can cite them. Yes, definitely you can cite. That doesn't have DOI. So, this is
Supposing, what is the authenticity of that blog? Whether it is really authentic or not, because many things are being uploaded on the net. So how do we come to know? Supposing it is suitable for my research, but then I also think that we should go to the depth of finding the authenticity of the content.
Yes, madam, that is possible because this is what I'm going to cover in this presentation also. So how to evaluate the resources? Say, for example, if it is a blog from London School of Economics, or it is a blog from Delhi University, it is a blog associated to academic institutes or reputed institutes or scholarly sites, or even scholar also, if he is associated with the right kind of organization. So there are mechanism to evaluate that, whether it is really valid or not. You can cross-verify those facts also. You can also, the third thing is that you can check with the senior researchers. You can check with the experts in your domain. If you think that this may not be that valid. And especially in social science humanities, what happens is that they share their ideas, their perspectives, their commentaries. So we need to take their opinion and we may insert in our research work. So that doesn't mean that you need to validate, or because few things are opinion based, few things may not be that factual, but you need to collect that data and you need to insert. So there are different standards for this. If you refer to the style manual, and also if you refer to a COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics, that is a non-profit organization.
Yes,
So all these are having a clear-cut guidelines as how you need to see the resources and how you need to evaluate them and utilize in your research work. I hope
okay,
it is
sir. But
clear,
this,
madam. Yeah.
sir, one more thing, that like these organizations like COPE and others who had formulated the guidelines sometimes back, but now with the plethora of information on the net, I think authenticity is a very big question, because number of videos, number of blogs are being uploaded, as you said, every day. Okay, and to know about the authenticity is really questionable. I feel so.
Uh, it is challenging and also it is an opportunity, I should say, because all the time we need not say that, yes, I should not take information from online resource. Say, for example, it is uploaded by even a scholar or
Hmm.
even a student. We also have preprint archives, madam, from last 3 decades or 4 decades, we are accessing preprint archives, wherein I'll be talking about preprint archives also in this presentation. These are not reviewed, or some preprint archives, articles of some preprint archives are not reviewed, but still they are accessible, they are citable. Even the citation style manual also talks about how to cite them. Now, coming to authenticity, yes, the researcher has to be trained as how to check or how to evaluate the sources. They need to see the source, they need to see the author when it is published. They also need to fact check, means they need to know as how to check the facts. Like checking the facts means you need not go to thesaurus or dictionary or any online source. You can check the facts with your seniors. You can check the facts with experts. So we call it as vetting, or you can get them vetted or verified by XYZ person. So that is possible. And in case if you are in doubt, you should not use that. You should refrain from using that information, although you are finding it very useful. But you can so there is no you can say that there is no force that you should use that. So if you feel that it is not authentic, if you feel that it is not relevant for my study, although it is relevant but not authentic, so you leave it. Try to search for such information which you feel that is authentic, that may be found in any books or published by authentic publishers like that. So
Okay,
these
sir.
are the ways to authenticize those resources.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So friends, we are talking about the digital resources and we set the background, and good that Madam asked these questions, and we again set the solid background for this so that I can easily move and I can talk about the resources that we are going to learn in this presentation. So friends, we should start our research journey from the catalogs. So these are also digital resources, maybe in the form of bibliography, maybe in the form of list, but these are digitized resources or digital resources, right? So we need to start our research journey or any reference or anything so that we want to do. So we should check with the you can say the catalogs first. The catalogs are very good sources in the form of bibliography. So you may say that, sir, how bibliographies are useful, how the lists of resources are useful, because we want to access them for publishing something. So these catalogs are very, very important in terms of getting to know what all you can say books are available in a particular library. So that is very, very important. How to check? First of all, you need to access the library catalog of your own organization. So your own organization means your library website or your library catalog. So say, for example, your library has hosted a library catalog. So you need to check what all resources are available in your library, physical content. So that's very, very important, because you will get to know that, yes, these resources are available in the library and these resources are missing in the library. So you can talk to the librarian, you can talk to the principal to get them procured, right? So that is one thing. Second is that you need to know at least 4 to 5 catalogs of your subject. Yes, so say, for example, you belong to management, then you need to access the catalog of Indian Institute of Management Studies, or you can say Harvard Business School. So these kind of catalogs are really helping you to know what kind of resources are added in these libraries, these prestigious or premier libraries. And also it will give an idea that what all resources I need to tap or buy or recommend for the library. So the best advantage of accessing catalogs is that you will come to know what all resources are available. I'll give a small example of utilization of catalogs, effective utilization of catalog. I'm doing a research work on building a bibliography of all Kannada theses. Okay, Kannada theses awarded by a lot of universities in Karnataka, and those theses should be in Kannada language, and it should be of any subject. So I want to get to know that what all Kannada theses have been awarded by universities. So the best source is Shodh Ganga. And apart from that, friends, I'm accessing Cambridge University website. I'm also accessing archive.org. I'm also accessing different other sites like Library of Congress. So all these catalogs I'm accessing to get to know that what all theses are listed. I'm also accessing NTLTD, OATD, so many resources. So these catalogs will give you an idea that what resources are there, what resources are published, what resources are published, and these are available for use or reference, right? So catalogs are very, very important. You can search by author, title, publisher kind of thing. And also, this is institutional catalog. And likewise, you can also access national level catalogs or national library catalog. Like this Library of Congress is a national library catalog. The biggest advantage of this national library catalog is that you can see a lot of filtering features in these catalogs. Filtering features in the sense you can select language, you can select year, you can select geographical location, you can select the type of document you are looking for. So that is the biggest advantage of National Library Catalog. By saying this, I'm not saying that even the institutional catalogs are missing these features. Yes, institutional catalogs are also having these features, but the National Libraries catalogs are having all the resources, most of the resources that are published in that country, and they save them, they archive them, they add the metadata of those books. If you take an example of India only, so we have National Library in Kolkata, and as per the Newspaper and Periodicals Act, so as per the Public Libraries Act also, the publisher, Indian publisher, has to submit 3 copies to state central libraries and 1 copy to National Library free of cost, so that these libraries can list out all those published in the all those books that are published in the country, right? So another advantage of National Library Catalog is that sometimes you may get the full text articles also. Basically, these catalogs are meant for providing you only the bibliographic sources. But nowadays, some catalogs are also adding the full text resources. So that is the reason. The advantage is that the catalogs are very, very helpful. And catalogs are also transforming now in the sense you can get um, so many full text articles also. So here I searched for artificial intelligence in Library of Congress, okay, and I got the results in PDF format, I got results in video format, I got results in audio format also. You can see here image, I think screen is not visible. I'll be sharing this PPT so you can access this PDF format or textual format. We also have a third different kind of catalog called union catalog. So union catalog, as the name suggests or indicates, that it is union of different catalogs. It is union catalog of more than 10,000 libraries across the globe. Means they have added the different catalogs, more than 10,000 libraries catalogs in this particular platform, a single platform. And I have created an account free of cost. You can create your account in this free of cost, and you can save lot many books there. In the sense bibliography, I'm not talking about the full text. Okay, even this catalog also has got a lot of open access content. So again, I'll repeat the fact that catalogs are basically meant for archiving or data entry of the metadata or bibliography. So it's a bibliographic source. But nowadays, many catalogs are also coming up with a lot many open access content. So this WorldCat is a powerful source, and I could get a lot of Kannada thesis on, on this catalog. So I'm accessing it regularly. So what happens when you search in this, you will get to know that in which library the resource is available. And also, as I told you, that open access content is also available. On the similar line, so INDICAT is also introduced by InfluNet. INDICAT is Indian catalog, and more than 400 institutes or universities bibliography or library resources are added in this bibliographic content, like what all books are available, what kind of theses are available, or other materials that are available in the Indian universities or institutes, and those are listed. When you search in this catalog in the INDICAT, then it will show you in which library that particular resource is available. Friends, if you ask me what is the size of internet, because initially we started this presentation with the size of internet, I gave you some figures of statistics of Facebook and YouTube. You understood that, so how big this internet is. But in fact, we are seeing just the tip of the iceberg of this internet. So if you compare this web domain as an iceberg, you can see only the tip of the iceberg, because we are sailing on the first layer of this ocean. That whenever you search online, you may get disorganized information that is free of cost, but that takes you to the organization website. And the information is of Wikipedia kind of thing, basic information, and it is not that sufficient. So for researchers especially, they want very, very well curated, evaluated, well organized, and very authentic information. So for that, you need to access the right kind of platforms or sources. So one of the professors was asking me how to check the authenticity. So the very simple step is that where you find the information is very, very important. In which platform you get the information, in which journal you get the information, who is the publisher. So all these matter a lot. See, these are the general ways to authenticate. But in some tricky situation, it is difficult to authenticate whether it is really authentic or not. So in that case, we need to take help of the expert. We need to refer to sources. We need to cross-verify the fact. So there are a lot of things. So in this presentation, what I'm trying to emphasize is that we need to focus on the deep net or undernet. We call it as invisible web. So in this, a lot of resources are there. So it requires, in order to access those resources, it requires authorization in the sense login credentials. You need to pay certain amount. But I am not saying that you should do all these things, because in this presentation, I'll be covering only those resources which are available in public domain. So in fact, if you belong to a very good university or any university or college where the resources may be there, means digitized resources, you can download, you can subscribe, you can download, like that. But now, thanks to InfluNet, thanks to Government of India, so they have given us access to ONOS now. So you can access more than 14,000 research journals free of cost, especially if you belong to the organizations, the government-funded organizations, right? So you can access these journals of over 30 publishers, right? All these are reputed journals, I should say. All these are reputed sources. So apart from that, these resources also you can subscribe to some sources or your organization may be subscribing to some other sources. So in all these cases, you require to access them, you require login credentials, or you require authorizations, right? So those who do not have these resources, especially the ONVs, or they have ONVs and they do not have access to other resources, then there are other ways, other resources. I'm not saying that all these other resources or open access content um, will fulfill your needs or satisfy the need. So it's not like that. Means it also depends on what kind of topic you have and what kind of resources are available in open access domain. So friends, as I told you, I hope you recall the slide wherein I showed that the results should come from authentic, credible websites of publishers or the scholars or the institutes kind of thing, or government agency. So when you check any generic sites like search engines, you need to get the results from authentic or credible publisher site or credible resources. So how to do that? How to check? As a layman, we'll see this, and then we'll make it a little bit advanced because we need to understand the techniques and strategies also. So I'm not trying my level best to just share the digital resources, what all digital resources are available. I'm also trying my level best to share how effectively we can utilize using the techniques and strategies. So first of all, we'll take an example of Google, as you all are accessing, because more than 90% of the educators, they use Google search engine. And nowadays it is being changed, because nowadays we are also using AI tools. And in this presentation, I'm not covering AI tools because I'll be focusing just on those digital resources which are directly related to research and publication activities. So friends, whenever you access any of the digital resource, three things you need to keep in your mind. One is the settings option of that application or the tool. The second option is the features, what all features that application or the platform has. And the third one is advanced search feature. So whether you take an example of Scopus, whether you take an example of Google or Google Scholar or Web of Science or Retraction Watch or any database you take. So try to locate whether there is an option called advanced search option, and also observe what all features are there. When I showed you Library of Congress, when I showed you that page, so at left hand side, you could see a lot of features were available. So features are nothing but like this, means on screen you can see Google page. So this is the search box wherein I have put the search keywords. And here you can see the features. These are all features: images, books, news, videos, more like that. So these are all features. So these are, we call them as filtering features. Setting, in the sense, setting to see how many pages you want to see on screen. Even if you go to Shodhganga, so therein you can set the search mechanism, in the sense, I want to see 100 results on page. This is the settings. I want to see the results in XYZ language. And some setting options are also available in advanced search, but you need to understand what is the difference between settings and advanced search. So advanced search has got certain provisions like language-wise search, or you can say file type-wise search, or geographical location-wise search. You go to Google Advanced Search, you will get to know that. Settings are a different mechanism, like how do you want the result should be opened, as a new window, as a fresh window, and how many results you want to say see on the page, 10, 20, 30. Whether you want to opt for safe search without any unwanted screens to be shown on the screen, unwanted images, unwanted pop-ups, like that. So that is setting. So what we understand from this, that whenever you encounter, whenever you want to use any of the digital resource, always try to see these three things: settings, options, features, and advanced search. And these are not frequently required to access. Okay, in the sense, you may not require to set every time that that features has to be set, or every time you need to go to advanced search. So it is not necessary, but you should be aware of these features or the characteristic features. So in this, you can see these are the features, and advanced search option is also there, google.com/advanced search, or you can go to settings and you can get the advanced search option. Now, we are talking about effective use and responsible use. So responsibly how we should use and how effectively we should use. First of all, you need to be aware as how to define the keyword. Okay, so when you are searching for keyword, say for example, I'm looking for certain literature in Kannada or Hindi. So if I'm looking for only one particular keyword, then I may or I may not get sufficient information. If I know 2, 3 keywords related to that, like synonyms, then chances are more that I may get more information. So that is the reason defining the keyword in the sense you have one set of a keyword or you have keyword or phrases, but that is not sufficient. If you know more number of keywords, that will help you retrieve better. Let me give an example. You are looking for some articles on human resource management. You are looking for some articles on human resource management. So the synonym terms for this are, uh, you can say, personal management, human resource development, okay, manpower, like workforce. So these are the terms that are connected with that. I can understand that there could be some difference between these terminologies, but these are all allied terms, I should say. So that is the reason, friends, whenever you search, you need to have certain set of keywords. So if you ask me why we should have these keywords, why we should define the keywords. So initially you need not define them. Say, for example, you can check for human resource management on Google or any platform, you will get the results. But there could be some literature, there could be some resources which may not use these human resource management terms. They must have used they must have used personal management, they must have used manpower, they must have used workforce. So by using different keywords and by searching multiple times on Google or other platform using different keywords, that means you are going to tap all the resources wherein different kinds of keywords are used. Hope you got to the point that we need to have multiple keywords whenever we search, and then scan the results, read the snippets, go through the results, observe them properly, and if you find them suitable to use, then you have achieved the goal of searching. If you are not, then you need to again attempt for searching well. So there are some basic techniques are required, and these techniques vary from database to database. For example, if you go to Scopus, you need to use double quote, and if you have certain set of phrases, you need to use Boolean operator also. So when you check on Google Scholar or Google, again that differ, that slightly differ, but almost all these techniques, they work in a same fashion, but there could be some differences. Okay, you can observe that, and that is the reason I request all of you, once you complete this particular course, or once you complete all these refresher course, once you attend all these sessions, when you go back, so you just have a schedule and a plan properly that what you want to learn from this particular presentation. You take this PPT and open and then start learning one by one. Start experimenting. Go to Google and go to Google Scholar. Use these techniques and then observe what kind of results it is showing. Go to Google's Scopus and check how the results are shown. Now, coming back to this presentation, we need to understand the techniques. So there is a difference between technique and strategy. Technique is a fixed formula. You need to use the formula that comes in the form of double quote or any punctuation marks that we use, uh, 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 like we also use this colon. We also use double quote, right? And we also use certain techniques wherein we use certain formulas. Technique in the sense formula, like file type PDF. So we'll be understanding this and be demonstrating that. Strategy is what? Strategy is a systematic plan. In case strategy is invisible, but you can make it visible in the sense, say for example, you are searching without using any technique, or you are using the technique double quote and you are searching, but you are missing some crucial information from educational institutes. You are missing some information from government organization. So you need to strategize your search technique by including other techniques in that. So I'll demonstrate this and you will understand where you should use the techniques and where you should use the strategies. So this is the first technique, that is locking the phrase. We call it as locking the phrase. It is double quoted search. So if you search, you are locking the phrase because this particular group of words is called as phrase. And when you search without the phrase or without the locking of this phrase, then the results will be shown that some results are having networking as a networking word, or some results are having just Indian in that text and universities in that text. So it is all scattered information you will get. So you want the exact phrase to be available or to be made available or to be accessible from the results. So you need to lock this particular phrase. And also you are getting all web-based information or web page based information online. But if you want to see all the PDF files in the PDF format or Word format or PPT format, that is also possible when you use file type technique. So let me go to this particular Google site, and the same logic can be applied to other sites. Friends, could you please confirm whether Google page is visible? I'm just using Google now.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah. So friends, this is a Google page, and here is a setting option. I said three things. One is feature, settings, and advanced search. So this is setting features. I'm not discussing about this, but you can check this later. I'm not talking about only Google, but you can apply this knowledge to all the tools that you are using for research, teaching, and training purposes. So this is setting feature. Separate, we have search settings here. Advanced search option is also available in this. So features, advanced search features, setting features. Now I'm using Google. Here I'm searching for environmental impact assessment. So these terms are having, this is a phrase, right? This is a phrase. There are three terms in this, there are three words in this. Okay. When I search, by default, I get some AI generated content. So let me ignore it. So first page, you can get Wikipedia, right? And you will get some sites here. Okay. Sites here. And these sites are a publisher site, or these sites are generic sites. So right now you can see the impact. So the words impact is scattered. Sometimes you may get the joint words. The more effective way of searching is to, when you have phrase, put the double quote and you search. So more effectively you can get, and most of the results would be from the reputed websites or publisher website. These are all from reputed institutes or websites, because the moment you change the search technique, that will really change. The results will also change. This is also government website, NPTEL kind of thing. Now, right now, when you click on these, when you click on this, you will get the web-based content. In fact, it is called as academic source in the sense academic content. This web content, academic in the sense, it is comprising course details or course related options. Now, these are all web pages. So these are not Word file or PDF files, right? These are all web pages. So right now, this is all web page. So let me close this. Sorry. Let me go back to Google again. Right. So on Google, I am searching for, what am I searching for? Environmental impact assessment, right? So I'll put double quote here and I search. And now I want to strategize it. Why I'm strategizing? Because when I click on these links are opening as web pages, not as file type or not as a file. Say, for example, I'll say PDF. Okay. So I'm looking for PDF files. All these results would be having PDF files. Friends, please note that when we search, whether it is a paid database, open access database, or search engine, we need to try to get less number of results. So you may say that, sir, why you are saying that we need to get more results? So why I'm saying we need to get less number of results, but I should also say that we need to get less number of results, but they should be relevant. They should be very focused. Those should be very, very relevant for our research study or the search query that we have asked in the search box. So this is a strategy. So what strategy I have used? I wanted information on environmental impact assessment, but I wanted result in PDF format so that I can see all the PDF format in the results. Can you see here? These are all PDF format. These are all PDF format. You can click on this You may get two kinds of results in this PDF format. Either you can get academic content or research content. Academic content means syllabus, course details, textbook, or course materials, notes. Research content means you may get thesis, dissertation, or research articles like this. So these are now how to check the authenticity of this. This is a journal. You can go to Scopus or Web of Science and find out whether this is a listed journal or not. So this is how you can find out. Again, if you go to 10th page, friends, if you go to 10th page, most of the results are from government academic sites or publisher website. You can see the links and you can get to know. Now, this is from West Bengal Pollution Control Board. So let us see what is there in this. So environmental impact assessment, this is from, I think, government agency or project. This is a project work, right? So these are all very, you can say the authentic because these are coming from the authentic websites. So what we did is that we put a double quote, we locked the phrase, and we started getting the results. But we strategized it. We wanted results in the file type PDF format. Now I'll remove, and then I'll say I want PPT files on environmental impact assessment. So you can see all these PPTs are, most of the PPTs are coming from academic institutes. You can see ERD, EDU, NET, gov.in, again, organization, government. So all these are from reputed institutions or organization. Go to 10th page and you can still see. So this is Somaya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai. So you can see their PPT. So what they have written or what they have covered in this PPT on environmental impact assessment. So let us see. So this is from a law officer, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. So Madam was asking about the authenticity. So this information is available in the form of PPT. Okay, so whether it is authentic or not, yes, you can very well make out. This is from a prestigious organization or government supported organization. If we are still not happy with this presentation, or if there are factual errors in this, then definitely you can cross verify the facts and then you can refer to the right source. So this is how you can access. So go back to this. Then you can also access a doc file or Word file. So these are Word file. You can say this is from NISPA org. This is from eLibrary WCL, University of Cape Town. All these are from Word file. You can see DOC here, DOC. That is doc file. Similarly, you can access the JPEG files. You can access XLS files, right? So let me click on India Environmental Portal. This is a Word file I'm opening. I clicked on this link and I'm opening a Word file. Let me see whether it is opened or not. No, it's not open. Yes, I'm just opening another file. Friends, hope the screen is visible and my voice is audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So friends, this is a checklist, okay? Checklist for environmental and social issues. So I think this is authentic. This is well prepared. This is obtained from a right source or right platform. So friends, you can get either popular literature or scholarly literature online. And when you strategize it, when you use the search techniques or strategy, definitely you are going to get more formal or scholarly based research results. And sometimes you may also get academic content or research content. Academic content means that may be in the form of course material, course syllabus, curriculum, or you may get a textbook or notes like that. So what we understood from this is that we need, when we have phrase, then we need to lock this and we need to use this file type doc for getting the results in the document format. Now I must use the mix method now. This is also part of strategy. Say for example, environmental impact assessment. I do not want the result should be shown from academic institutes. I don't want from academic institutes. I want results should be shown from government organization sites. You can also use the technique called site:/gov.in. So this is called mix method. This is a first technique. This is the second technique, and this is a third technique. So I am using them at one go, means I am using all together, and I'm searching for information on just a Google. Anybody can use Google. Even a school going student is also using Google. A teacher is also using Google. An advocate is using Google, or even scientist is also using Google. But how effectively we utilize these resources, this is also one of the digital resource. Google is also one of the digital resource. But how effectively we utilize, how responsibly we utilize. So what is the responsibility in this? Responsibility in this, in the sense, we have the responsibility to understand the techniques, understand or take this training program very seriously, so that we can responsibly search, so that we effectively utilize this Google, which is available to everybody. So site colon gov.in. Now, friends, the whole dynamics change. You can see all the results from government websites. Can you see gov.in? Why? Because I wanted to get to know in government sector what is happening on environmental impact assessment, how they are framing the policies, how they are doing it. So these are all gov.in, almost all ministry websites. Okay. This is Karnataka government's gov.in. Okay, you can get state government or central government department. You can go to fifth page. Only less number of pages are in this. Okay, because we have used a lot of techniques in this. Now you can remove this particular. You can say the double quote, and you can search. Again, the results will vary. Okay, now you can see 10 pages. So what we understand from this is that this is also one of the techniques and strategies that this is a strategy. It's a more of strategy, because all the time you should not use the same technique, right? So you should change here and there. So one thing prominently we learn from this approach is that we need to have multiple search attempt. You can note down this particular phrase. We need to have multiple search attempt, in the sense we need to frequently attempt for searching, in the sense the more you attempt, the different kind of results you are going to get. So that is the very, very important point, that don't think that I searched and I did not get, or I searched and I got. It's not like that. So you need to search for multiple times. You need to use these techniques, or you need to use the strategies, but search multiple times, unless and until you feel satisfied, unless and until you utilize all these techniques and strategies that are being taught or shared in this particular presentation. So friends, what we understood from this is that we got from government organization. Why it is a strategy? Because I just analyzed, because I have that analytical skill, I have logic, that yes, when I'm writing a research paper on impact assessment, I need to cover the government policies, rules. So let me check what government is saying. So I got all these things. You can change the DOC to doc PDF. So this is again the second attempt. So you can get all PDF file from a government organization. You can see National Water Development Agency, and they have a chapter called Environment Impact Assessment and Environment Management Plan. So what kind of literature it is? It is an academic literature, because this is looking like a chapter. It is looking like a theory, right? So next, say for example, I want to look for this information from only academic institute website. Then you can say ac.in. So you are getting course materials. You can see academic material here. Environmental impact assessment from eGyanposh ac.in, Netaji Subhash Bose ac.in, right? So all these are ac.in. You can go to even 10th page. And also there is another technique called searching within the site. Say for example, I think Delhi University is du.ac.in, right? Am I right? du.ac.in. Is it Delhi University? Yes, Delhi University's link is du.ac.in. So I'll be sharing you one more technique called searching within the site. Say for example, I am searching within du.ac.in. मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, मुझे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट के बारे में क्या चीज छुपा है, उस चीज को मुझे जानना है, देखना है. तो आपको क्या करना है, स्ट्रेटजी टेक्निक क्या यूज करना है, site:du.ac.in. So Google will show you only those results which are from Delhi University site. So all these are from Delhi University site now. So Google is working as per your command, as per your order, because it is following you, because you are using the techniques. All these are from Delhi University, and most of these results are, majority of these results are academic based results or academic content. It could be research content also, but most of them are related to the courses. So there are more than 10 pages in this. You can see all PDF files. This is Janki Devi Memorial College, right? Like that. This is Delhi University. All these are related to the syllabus copies or the academic content, you can say. So friends, we understood a lot many things. Now I covered only search box. I did not cover advanced search option. I did not cover features also. These are the features. So that you need to practice. So this is an assignment for all of you. I can share one feature here. You can also strategize it by clicking on custom range option. So this is a wonderful tool. I should say wonderful mechanism. You can restrict it to 5 years data. Say, for example, I want to get information from 2020 to 2025. So 5 years data you can get from Delhi University site. You can say it is uploaded on September 2022, 20. This is 19. Okay. So although I have put 5 years data from 20 to 29, and it has shown 2019 also, because we call it as the search result error, because these are the tools are not managed by the human experts. These are all they have got an algorithm, and most of the time is 70 or 80% of the results are as per your command, as per your request. But some cases you may not get the similar kind of, say for example, for PDF also, all the files may not be PDF, but majority of the results are in PDF format. So we learned a lot from this particular page. Similarly, you can apply this knowledge or basics to other tools also. So friends, now I opened my presentation. Hope it is visible. Now I closed Google and I'm using slides. Is it visible, ma'am?
It is visible, sir.
Yeah. So another strategy, this is a very powerful strategy that is used in medical science, that is called PICO search approach. When you get any topic like, say, for example, impact of Western culture on Indian youth, you need to divide the keyword. You need to extract the keyword from this particular title. So what is PICO strategy or PICO search approach? It is breaking down the searchable elements of your research question. So you need to find out the searchable elements. What are the searchable elements in this? So you need to extract that. So there is a formula for that. There is a strategy for that. So you need to always identify 4 things in a topic, like what is the population, what is intervention, what is comparative study that I need to carry out, what would be the outcome, or what is the outcome already reported by different researchers. So you need to divide these keywords like youth, Indian youth, population identified, intervention, what are the intervening factors, why, what, where, when, how, like that. In medical science, intervening factor means if you treat like this, then what will happen? So that is intervening factor. Comparison means you need to compare 2 things here or 3 things here, Indian to Western. So Eastern or Western culture kind of. Outcome means what all results are already available in the form of projects or thesis or dissertation on this topic. So you need to search. So again, I repeat, PICO strategy is widely used in medical science. You can use it in social science humanities also, but it has got a technical strategy. You need to find out the searchable elements in your research topic, and then you need to list out like this based on PICO: population, intervention, comparison, and outcome. So this is population, youth, Indian youth culture, intervening factor, you can say, and Western culture, Eastern culture, or Indian culture. This is comparative study. Comparison. Findings means the results. What all findings you can get on the on this particular topic, so that you can extract that facts and you can use in your research. So while showing Google, I told you that we need to have multiple search attempt, whether it is paid database or open access database or search. हम बार बार सर्च करना चाहिए, बार बार अलग अलग टेक्निक और अलग अलग वर्ड्स को लेके सर्च करना चाहिए. तो पिको स्ट्रेटजी वही चीज बताता है कि आपको यू नीड टू हैव मल्टीपल अटेम्प्ट्स यूजिंग डिफरेंट सर्च टर्म्स एंड देन सर्च. अगर आपने युद्ध के बारे में सर्च किया, रिजल्ट आ गए, उसको डाउनलोड कीजिए रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन को, देन यू गो फॉर सेकंड कल्चर. तो for PICO strategy, you need to attempt or you need to search for more than 20 times or 30 times. And that is the sound work. That is a very robust work. That is a very, very effective search strategies. So then only you become a very effective searcher, I should say, because all the time we are searching very, very superficially, but that doesn't work well. So you need to have certain skills and strategies to extract the right kind of information, and you need to spend quality time on that. And this logic, this file type technique or double quoted technique or advanced search, all these techniques also applicable on other platforms like Google Scholar. It has got a lot of filtering features. So I said three things we need to remember. One is settings option, second is advanced search option, third is features. So these are the features. Even you can see a lot of features. So I did not discuss on Google Scholar because I already know about that. And I would like to draw your attention towards other academic search engines also, like Base. You can see if you go to advanced search option, you can see a lot of search options are available in this. So you can search by the document type, you can search by terms of reuse, you can search by language, content providers, whether it is open access, closed access, kind of. So we saw search engine, we saw academic search engine. Now you see meta search engine. Meta search engine means if you search in this meta search engine, that will ask your query to different search engine and then it throws the result. Like DuckDuckGo is one of the meta search engines. You just put your query and it will ask query to 3 to 4 search engines and then it will throw the results. So some researchers are very happy with Google search engine, some are not happy with Google search engine, some are very happy with meta search engines like DuckDuckGo and other tools because it is representing different search engine and it is throwing the result. So we call them as meta search engine. Now, friends, we'll go a little bit fast. I will cover some other research tools, or you can say digital resources. And also I have got one more session lined up and I'll be taking up after a break. I think we are going to take 5 minutes break or 10 minutes break. This is Director of Open Access Journal. This is also a very powerful tool. You can say more than 13,000 journals. This is a old slide. More than 13,000 journals are not charging APC to publish in this. Now, coming back to the relevancy or authenticity of this, yes, this is a very prestigious site and it is dynamic. Sometimes the journals are removed from this UOAJ also in case they received a complaint and appeal. So this is a very good site wherein you can access all open access journals free of cost. You can access full text level articles. And in this, if you go to advanced search option, also there are different search mechanisms. You can go to Core, the world's largest collection of open access research papers. You can download, you can access thousands of journal articles free of cost. We also have Semantic Scholar website. It has got lot many features. Like in Google search engine, we typed in file type to restrict our search to only the PDF files or doc files. Now, if you come to Semantic Scholar, when you search in this, it has got a lot of features wherein you can click on has type, has PDF, in the sense the results that have got PDF, that only you show me. So you can command that, you can command this particular Semantic Scholar. And apart from that, there are other features also available in this, and most of the articles that you can access free of cost. And scienceopen.com, this is also very interesting. You can see how many features are available on the screen. So this is what I want you to observe when you search for this. I can understand that there are many of the participants in this refresher course who have already completed PhD, who have also completed postdoctoral fellowship, or some participants may be pursuing PhD, or they are more interested in understanding different skills. So my only request to all of them that whether you know these techniques or not, so this will be a recapping or revision for all of you that yes, how we need to streamline, how we need to systematically plan in a very different way, as how I need to strategize. Even I have completed PhD, even I am planning to write more number of papers. So this knowledge will really help you a lot. And again, there are many experts who are lined up in this particular refresher course. They are also going to orient you on different aspects. I request all of you to please take these learnings very seriously and you can implement in your TRP, teaching, research, and publication activities. So science.org, it is also one of the resources where you can access PDF files or a lot of full text articles through that. Digital Public Library of America, it has got again lakhs of content, both in content in heterogeneous file types like images, text, or videos, sounds. All World Bank or all United Nations sister concern organizations publications are free of cost, including United Nations. All their publications free of cost. You can go to World Bank website. Their all reports are free of cost. You can access them, download them, you can refer and cite them. World Bank or United Nations data, all these are available free of cost. So F1000 research, I'll demonstrate this in my second lecture if possible. So F1000 research is called preprint archive. What is preprint archive? That we'll see in the second presentation. So this is also powerful source wherein you can download or access a lot of open access articles. Cornell University Library that has also got a lot of open access. And I was referring to this archive site archive. So this is a very mega archive, I should say. It has got crores of resources in the form of audio file, video file, podcast, or textual file. And if you go to advanced search option, again, there are many features in that. Data.gov.in, these are repository of data sets. What is data set? Data set is nothing but a table, chart, or pie diagram, or any statistical data that is available in any paper or in any reports. If they are available on standalone sites, or if they are deposited in standalone sites. So we call them as data sets. So these dataset archives or repositories are also available. Some dataset archives are well maintained by the government organizations. And also there are many universities who are also managing dataset archives. So we'll be seeing this in the second presentation also, how the dataset archive looks like. So this is the Government of India's dataset archive. You will get only data here. You will get only the raw data which are uploaded here. This is United States of America's dataset archive. Again, UK's dataset archive, Australia's dataset archive, many countries have got their official dataset archives. If you are interested to download or if you want to access the open access ebooks, then DOAB, that is a Director of Open Access Books.org. Even Hathi Trust is also very good. You can access the books. Many publishers are also giving access to some free books. For that, you need to access their website individually. When you are accessing Google Books, sometimes some pages are missing. But if you go to advanced search option of Google Books, there is one option called full view only. There is one option called full view only. So you can click on this full view and then you can search. It will show you, Google Books will show you such books or such titles which are having all the pages. Shodh Ganga 3, you are aware of that. These are thesis repositories, and I'm widely using all these resources. Ethos is UK's thesis repository. Thesis Commons is again a general worldwide accessible thesis repository. We also have very popular OATD and NDLTD. OATD stands for Open Access Thesis and Dissertation. NDLTD is Network Digital Library of Thesis and Dissertations. These are covering most of the countries, and even Shodh Ganga theses are also listed in NDLTD. And you can see a similar kind of projects of different countries, whether it is Canada, Brazil, Belgium, Australia, Bangladesh, Finland, France, every country. We also have another digital resource called Institutional Digital Repository. So Delhi University is also having institutional repository. Our university is also having institutional repository. Harvard University is also having institutional repository. Institutional repository is nothing but it has got institutional publications and faculty publications. Institutional publication means annual report, audit report, or any reports or any documents, archival document kind of thing. But faculty publication also, in our case, we upload only the open access articles that are published by our faculty members. We can access this site. And if you want to know the list of repositories, open access repositories like this, institution repositories, you can access directory of open access repositories. It has listed out all the repository of the world. This is dataset archive website. I'll be covering this in my second presentation. These are the links for accessing open data or data sets. There are a lot of links, a lot of authenticated information are available. You can also see the newspaper platforms. You can also cite newspapers. Zenodo is one such site wherein you can create DOI for any content that you are generated. It is giving you DOI free of cost. That is Zenodo. And at the same time, you can access lakhs of results or lakhs of document free of cost downloadable in open access mode. You can also access experts database called Indian Research Information Network System. It is IRINS. This facilities is given by Inflinet to all the universities and some selected colleges, I think. but all the universities are having access to it. It is a free of cost service by implement, and libraries are providing this service. This includes all the faculty profiles of that particular university. Even Delhi University is also having that. Our university is also having that. So how to effectively and responsibly use these resources? There are 8 things that are very, very important. I request all of you to please note these. There are 2 things that are very, very important. One is skill enhancement. So in order to effectively utilize the digital resources and also to become responsible or responsibly use it, we need to follow 2 things. One is learn, unlearn, and relearn. That is enhancing your skill, upgrading your skill, upskilling yourself. Second is after skilling, after getting the knowledge, then practice. These 2 things will lead you. These 2 things will really change the way you are doing research now, the way you are teaching now, the way you are publishing. Next 6 aspects are related to the responsible usage. You need to evaluate the sources properly. We are going to understand that how to evaluate later. And also we need to value copyright. We should not infringe copyright, violate copyright. We should avoid plagiarism, copying something and stating that it is my source. And data privacy, you need to maintain privacy, confidentiality in case it is required. And you should not reveal, or you should not break such certain conditions wherein you need not share certain data like that. So data privacy is also very important. Security, your data should be secured, or you should have that mechanism to secure that data or to pass it on to the next generation. Security also related to technical security, in the sense you need to safeguard the content that you are generated through a lot of hard work. So it should be free from all, you can say, the virus or whatever threats kind of thing. So ethical conduct, you should ethically conduct the research work. So these are the 8 things that will really lead for effective utilization. Madam, could you please confirm whether my screen is visible and my voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah. So lastly, friends, we have whatever I do not cover in this presentation, I'll be covering in my second presentation. So we'll be wrapping up this presentation in just 5 minutes. Okay, then we can take a break. So I was talking about evaluation criteria. So these are the evaluation criteria as how you need to evaluate the sources. So there are different evaluation criteria, but I want to emphasize more on the date of publication and also source from where you have access that. Date means it should not be that old, or it should not be very old and not relevant now, right? So coming back to the ethical aspects or responsible use, I was talking about COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics. It has got all standards here and very, very easy to understand. A lot of advices are there. A lot of cases are discussed in this. Those are faced by many editors of reputed journals. You can read all this content free of cost. You go to please publicationethics.org. This is COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics website. And lastly, synthesis matrix, you have downloaded a lot of information. You have collected a lot of information from the library. Now, how to effectively synthesize it? This is also a wonderful skill. For that, you need to create a table and you need to start reading the sources that you have downloaded or collected from the library one by one, and start noting down those points that you feel worth putting in your paper or mentioning in your paper. So you can prepare a table like this and you can start putting the respective wordings or the points in the respective column or rows. So this I have taken from Nursing Standard Journal. This is how it looks. Your noting looks like this. This is called synthesis matrix. So you can extract these points and then start writing your research report. That really looks amazing, because you need not worry about plagiarism, because you are writing in your own words. You are extracting those words and you are noting down in your own words. There are different mechanisms. There is no hard and fast rule that the format should be like this. So this I have extracted from one more journal. It has got only 4 parameters here, and here I have prepared an Excel file for you. This is how you have prepared author, title, type of document, objectives, gaps in the literature. So read one by one, read the document one by one, and start putting the data here. And later on, you can take printout and you can start writing your research report. You can also check the publisher website as what kind of ethical responsible conditions that they put there so that you follow them. So ethics or responsible conduct of research, all these things are articulated by publishers' website. When you go to authors' guidelines, there you can get all these uh, options. I request you to please read that. And also, friends, please create your ORCID account. It will really help publishers or funders or the employers to know what are your professional achievements or what is your professional profile. So this one particular persistent identifier of yours will reveal everything, your journey in the academic sector and what all you have written, what all you have published. So you need not upload any full text here, but just you can list out the credentials. And also value or give respect for standards and guidelines of your organization or statutory bodies which are meant for all publication related activities. So this is our university's policies which are framed by or devised by the library. This is plagiarism policy that we have launched in 2012. This is open access policy. And lastly, friends, I said that blogging is very, very important activity. You may be surprised to know that London School of Economics has got more than 42 live blogs, and all these are very popular blogs. And I strongly recommend one blog wherein I published my articles, that is Impact blog, that is very famous, so that you can refer to. So the important note is that please maintain a digital research log or a diary and keep backup of the copies that you access through digital resources. And always please stay updated with digital literacy skills, attend these kind of workshops, and also attend workshops on research ethics and digital tools. So you need to spend quality time and also experiment on various techniques and strategies because there are abundant resources available, and techniques and strategies will really help you a lot. And if you practice a lot in this time of distraction, so you will definitely learn something or other, and that will really help you in your teaching, research, and publication activity. So with this, I close this presentation, friends, and I'll be taking up the second presentation after break. And if you have any questions, you can put your questions in the chat box, or else you can unmute and you can discuss with me. I'll be more happy to answer them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Participants, you can ask your queries.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Sir, you have shown me so many searching engine. So it's not possible for us to search all the sites. Which is commonly search engine you are using for your research search?
I use Google effectively, sir. To be honest,
Okay.
I also use Google Scholar, and I use all generic sites. Although we have got access to a lot of resources, but since we know the techniques, we know the basic methodology as how we need to effectively search, and definitely we'll get wonderful results. And also, I extensively search the catalogs because,
Okay.
as I told you, in some catalogs you can get access to open access content also.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any other query?
Sir, I have also one question. You have talked about Shodh Ganga, which I have also used for checking or observing various theses. What is this Shodh Gangotri?
Madam, Shodh Gangotri has research proposals or synopsis, right? So the basic objective behind preparing that Shodh Gangotri
I'm
is
so
that.
sorry, sir. Your voice is not audible.
Am I audible to others?
नहीं sir, audible हो रहा है.
जी. So Shodh Ganga and Shodh Gangotri, I always call them as sisters. Okay, one is elder sister, that is Shodh Ganga. Shodh Gangotri is having synopsis or proposals, research proposals. The objective behind the launching of this Shodh Gangotri is that whenever somebody wants to do research, they need to go to check Shodh Gangotri whether somebody is doing research on this or not. So first of all, we need to upload our synopsis there, as we need to announce that I am doing research on this in my university. So that will avoid duplication of research efforts. So that is the basic logic of that. But not many universities have uploaded their synopsis there. But Shodh Ganga is having more than 6 lakh PhD theses of different organizations.
Any other query? I think there are no more queries. Sir, I wanted to express my sincere thanks for your excellent session on digital databases and their effective and responsible use. Your presentation was incredibly informative and it has shed light on critical aspects of database management and using it for TRP, that is teaching, research, and publishing. This is a new, thing that we've come to know. It was a highly engaging and a valuable session, and I really appreciate you for sharing your expertise with us. We would now take a 10 minutes break and rejoin for your next session, sir.
Yeah, 11:50, ma'am.
Yeah, 11:50, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, participants. We'll join at 11:50. Please join by 11:45 so we can start at 11:50. Thank you. Yes. So I welcome you back, sir, for the second session on the 10th day of the ongoing refresher course on research methodology to deliver a talk on journal selection and publication process.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Friends, hope you enjoyed the first session on digital resources, how effectively we should utilize them. And this is on journal selection and publication process. I'm sure you must have published some articles in different journals, and also you are writing some articles for different journals. So already you are aware of the journal selection process or publication process. For those who are not that aware or who want to know something else apart from these things, so I have covered both the things as how you can publish with journals, and also you can think of alternative publishing. So I'll be covering few aspects related to how we can effectively publish in alternative publication channels. So what is this alternative publishing? That also we are going to discuss in this. I welcome you to the second session, that is on journal selection and publication process. So I'll be covering these things in this presentation. We'll be seeing some concepts, some are new because already you are publishing, but there could be some concepts and terms that you may not be that aware, but we'll be discussing in this particular presentation. So what is the scholarly publishing industry and what are the important practices that are taking place in the publication industry? See, publication industry is also part of our own ecosystem. Why? Because we are publishing with publication firms, whether it is academic publishing firm or society publisher or any commercial publishers. So we are teaching, we are also publishing, and we also need to know what is happening in the publication industry. So we need to know basics of how the publisher is publishing the journals and what is the authenticity, what are the, you can say, their affiliation, are they recognized or not, whether their journals are having reviewers or editors. So apart from this, what kind of standards they follow, what ethical committee or ethical standards they follow. So there are a lot of things related to the publication industry. And now what kind of publications are coming up? What are the different publication channels are opening up? What is the publishing trend in the form of ebooks or journal articles or thesis or dissertations? So we, as an educator, we need to also have an idea of what is happening in the publication industry. That will really help us so that we understand the industry well. And also we need to know the trends, what is happening there, especially in the scholarly communication or scholarly publishing, and how people are also exploring alternative tools or alternative publishing channels or the platforms. So what is this alternative publishing? That we'll see through examples also. So why a researcher should know about these things? Why an educator should know all these things? Because we all know how to select a journal. We have published some articles, but there is some polishing is required. There is some additional you can updates or knowledge is required. So you can, if you have that knowledge, if you have that orientation, definitely you can even you can really revise the way you are publishing so far. So what are the publishing avenues? We have formal publishing avenues, and also we have out of the box publishing avenue. Out of the box publishing avenue, I call them as alternative publishing channels. What are those? How they work? That we'll see. And also different tools and platforms are there that are part of the research tools, and when and how we should use those tools like digital resources or those tools that are connected with publishing, those tools that are connected with publishing with the journals. Those could be ABC finders or those could be journal finders and other allied platforms or tools that are useful for the researchers or the writers. And also we need to be aware of how we need to understand or evaluate the journal and how we should avoid predatory journals or questionable journals or illegitimate journals and illegitimate publishers. So there are a lot of publishers who are publishing journal articles or journals, but whether they are reliable, what are the ways or mechanism wherein we can cross verify whether this publisher is genuine, legitimate, authentic, is not questionable, the publisher is not fake or fraudulent kind of thing. So we need to have an idea as how to identify the right journal. Now, why this understanding is required, why this knowledge of this journal selection and publishing is required, because there are two ways to understand this. As a researcher, we all need to know about this because we are publishing articles. Since we all are teachers, we are teaching in the classroom, it is our responsibility to educate or create an awareness among the students and the researchers that how and what all mechanism or what all things are involved in publishing in a journal or publishing with a publisher. So that is an awareness that you can create through this refresher course. By attending all these sessions, you can learn and implement on your own, but at the same time you can also create an awareness about what is your understanding, what you learned from this refresher course. That passing of that knowledge will really help, I should say. And what you can do in order to use these platforms, what you can do in order to create an awareness, and what initiatives you can take up individually or institutionally. So that is very, very important. So the learning outcome of this presentation would be that
Please
you
mute
understand.
yourself, Dr. Kalpa.
I'm extremely sorry.
So the learning outcome of this particular presentation would be that you would understand how we need to explore some other alternative publishing channels. As I told that you are very much aware of publishing. You are publishing in certain journals. I'll just recapping or just revising what we have understood so far. But at the same time, my job is to also create an awareness or draw your attention towards alternative publishing tools, how effective it is in order to scale up in the profession, in order to share our research endeavors as quickly as possible to the world, because we have the responsibility to serve the society. We have the responsibility to conduct research for the society, because ultimately, if they are not usable, if they are not used, or those are not effectively taken up by the community, then there is no use of doing that resource research, and there is no use of those resources. So with this background or with this basic understanding, we'll start this presentation, and we'll be discussing about all the aspects that I have listed in this overview. So the first question that I want to ask is, are we obsessed with this pattern, in the sense we are writing research articles, research paper, and you may ask me that, sir, we should write in a pattern that is asked by the publisher. And majority of the journals are accepting in the same format: introduction, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion kind of thing. So this is a pattern we should follow, and we should also list out all the references or bibliography at the end of the article. So this is how we are writing. We are also adding up the keywords and the abstract, and also we are adding the video abstract. So yes, I understand that, totally understand that we are following the standards from several years to publish in a hardcore research journal. That's fine. But I am just creating an awareness, or I'm just giving you a thought to think over that why can't you think out of the box? Why can't you see something else? Yes, you are publishing 3 or 4 articles every year, and you should do that because our promotions are linked with uh, the 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 publications. And I'm not saying that we should publish because of getting promotion or because of getting recruitment or jobs kind of thing. So that is a different story. But we have the responsibility to explore something else. You can keep this research paper as a base, and you can bring out some byproducts of your research endeavors. How we should do that, I'll be briefly explaining that in this presentation. So friends, this is a typical type of a document wherein you are writing like this. You are using the name of the author, title, author affiliate. You are adding affiliations, abstract, and summary or materials, methods, results, discussion. All these things you are covering in this kind of a paper. So to write an effective research journal articles or paper, that requires a lot of other skills. So few skills already I have discussed in my first presentation, that was very basic in nature, but you are going to make it advanced because you need to understand, you need to add up something to that particular presentation wherein I discussed about the responsible use of or effective use of digital resources. So we all need to keep on working on those then we will understand, yes, this is what I understood as far as research skills are concerned. This is what I understood as far as publishing is concerned. So that skill is very, very important. So to publish a research article, that requires or that tests your writing skills, that tests your analytical skills, that tests your logical skill, that tests your knowledge in your domain, that tests your relationship with your colleagues or students or the community from where you are getting the data. It tests your reading skills. It tests lot many things, friends. So that is the reason I always say that to become a wonderful writer, you need to be a wonderful, amazing reader. So unless and until you read, you can't write. So all the best writers you can see, they are the wonderful reader. They are the voracious readers. So we need to spend more time on reading, and then writing becomes very easy for you. And writing is also equally challenging because it tests a lot of things. So reading is one such ability or one such skills that will solve a lot of your problem, because you will be gaining knowledge, you will be gaining that style of presenting, you will be understanding how you need to build up the logical and analytical skill by reading the journal articles. So I'm just connecting my point with the previous slide wherein I showed the skeleton of an article, that everything requires a skill or art or strategy. How to collaborate with your co-author, how to collaborate with your senior, how to collaborate with your guide, how to collaborate with an international research scholar who is based in different organization in US or UK or United, wherever. And also assessing or identifying the right journal is very important. And after publishing, what you are going to do with that journal article is another skill, right? So we call it as scholarly communication. So whatever you are communicating, that is part of scholarly communication, whether it is research journal article publication or what else you do after getting the PhD degree. What else you are going to do with that PhD thesis? What what you are going to do with the article that you have published? So all these questions are there. We'll be trying to answer all those questions in this presentation. So before we start, I request all of you to please read certain materials or the sources that I'm citing here or referring here or mentioning here. So you can refer to them later, and I'll be sharing these PPTs with the organizers. They will be sharing with all of you. How to get published in an academic journal, top tips from editors. This is a very interesting article written by uh, written based on the editor's inputs as how to publish in a journal. So editors are those who have rejected, who have selected lot many articles for publication. They are the front desk staff. They are the experts also. They are the domain experts. They know which article is suitable for their journal. They understand the quality in the article, and then they send it for review. So the editors have given the tips for the authors, how one should write for a journal, how they should publish in an academic journal. And I also strongly suggest all of you to please read such kind of literature that will really help you, that will really support your publishing endeavors. So I am also recommending some more resources. Many of the publisher websites and even academic institutes websites are having a lot of literature. They are supporting or they are guiding as how one should effectively write journal articles for a journal or a publisher. So here I'm just to mention a few here. How to choose a journal to submit an article. This is from Scientific Publishing Workshop from Elsewhere publisher site. You can access this. It's a wonderful write-up. Second is selecting a journal for publication, criteria to consider, right? This is published in a journal that is accessible full text level. You can access this. I'll give the link. Next is institute's library, medical library, wherein they have a web page called Selecting a Journal for Publication. Find a journal. How to find the right kind of journal. How to choose the right kind of a journal. This is from Taylor and Francis publisher website. So what we understand from this particular slide is that many publishers and academic institutes have got sufficient literature for how to publish a research article in a research journal that you can read. And also, you will get to know that how these ideas are helping you to strategize your publishing approach. So that is very, very important. So you can also explore other academic institutes website. You can also explore other publishers website. And already I have shared how effectively you need to search to get the scholarly or academic literature. So I got access to these resources by using the techniques and strategies that I discussed in the previous presentation. Friends, why journal selection matters, why we need to publish in a journal, why we need to publish, that is the first question. That yes, I am a good teacher, I teach really well in the classroom. Many students, they really like me and admire my teaching style. But why I am asked to publish in a journal? Why I should write? I am not a good writer, I am just a good teacher. But friends, gone are those days when we used to say that. But now you can't say that because our promotions and our jobs are based on what you are producing in the form of a tangible form like a published paper. So we need to publish. And also, friends, please note this. This is a very important factor that don't just see the statutory bodies or what rules and regulation UGC has set for a recruitment of a teacher or a librarian or anybody. We need to see in a different angle, or we need to have a different perspective about that. What is that perspective? Is that if a teacher involves in research and publication activities, I just repeat, if a teacher involves himself or herself in teaching in publication and research activities, I'm sure they are going to effectively teach. They teach really effectively because they have got research bent of mind. They know in and out of writing, and all these two skills are very, very important for molding the future of the students. And the way you teach after publishing, the way you teach while conducting research, or when you are a researcher, then definitely you are a wonderful teacher because you have research skills in your mind, you have publication skills, and that will really help the students or the researchers. You just test this, you just compare, you go back to your organization, observe those teachers who are not having research skills, those who are not publishing well. They may not be that good teachers. And I'm not saying that even my teachers who taught me in junior college, they were not PhDs. They did not publish in any research journal, but they are excellent teachers. But what I'm saying here is that if you add up this knowledge, publishing and research skills, if you have that knowledge, that will really support your teaching skill. No doubt you are a wonderful teacher, but this will add up. This will really add up, and this is an added advantage for you to effectively teach, and that is a wonderful thing that we all need to do. And I'm sure you all are in the same line that you are investing your time in research and publication, and you are teaching effectively. So first of all, I want to make it clear that why we need to publish. We need to publish because teachers or the educators are those people who are trained in research methodology, who are attending these kind of programs. Government is spending a lot of amount on that. There is a lot of efforts involved in this kind of thing. So once you utilize this particular knowledge, then you are going to publish. And what you are publishing, you are taking up a problem and you are solving that. How you are solving? You are collecting data, you are validating data, you are cross verifying, you are fact finding, you are experimenting in the lab. So that is the research. So who else will do that research? A common man is not expected to do research. So we have the direct or indirect responsibility to conduct research. Scientists, scholars, students, teachers, we all have that responsibility to contribute to the society through research and publications. So that is the reason we need to publish. So we have conducted research, but we are keeping quiet. That's useful. So we need to communicate that research. So that is called as scholarly communication. You need to communicate that scholarly endeavors. That is the reason we need to publish. And publishing in journal is one such platform or channel, but there are other alternative options wherein you can publish. And that is what we are going to understand in this presentation. So after understanding why we need to publish, we also need to understand why journal selection matters, why we need to select the right journal. It increases your visibility and citations because if you tap a right journal, then that journal is really going to help you because many of the readers are reading that journal, and it will be visible for many of the readers that yes, you are writing in a good journal, and that will again attract the citation because many are accessing that, many are referring to that. And also it aligns with target audience. So the audience whom you want to communicate the research results, so then that really aligns, means that you are connecting with them. And also the journal selection matters because the predatory journals, the issue of predatory publishers or illegitimate journals, you need to avoid by understanding how to select a journal. So why does journal selection matter? Because you can filter out which journal is good, which journal is not good. So it also affects academic career and funding opportunities. Means your funding opportunity and academic career are dependent on what kind of journals or publication channels you are approaching or selecting. So yes, we understood why the why factor of why we need to select a journal, why we need to publish. But what is the process that involves publishing in a journal? So first of all, we need to understand as what kind of topic I need to take up, which topic really works. Or it doesn't mean that you should see the market mood or mood of the market or see the mood of the domain and accordingly you should take up. No, it's not about that. It's also about your interesting area or area of interest where you want to do research and what kind of topic that is really going to work for your skills or knowledge that you have. And you want to attain the advanced knowledge on that. You want to do research, you want to understand more, you want to understand or learn more about that. So that kind of interest you need to have, and accordingly, start reading the resources, start reading and hearing or watching. So that will give or that will trigger or that will give you an idea that yes, these are the areas wherein I can do research because you are reading extensively and you are getting the point that yes, these are the areas wherein there is a lot of gap and I need to work on that. So that understanding will translate into a topic or a research problem. And then you start thinking of taking up that topic and you start preparing, accessing various resources. And then you start preparing your manuscript, a basic manuscript or a draft. And once you check multiple times, once you access various resources, once you start your research work, you will be changing the draft multiple times because you are adding, you are analyzing, you are showing it to a reviewer, then they are suggesting something. You are also taking up a lot of time in compiling it. So all this process will help you bring out a right kind of a manuscript. Then you feel that you need to approach a right journal, so you need to select a suitable journal. How to select the journal, I'll be discussing about that. So you need to evaluate the quality of a journal, what is the credibility of a journal, who is publishing this, and then after ascertaining that these are the journals, these are the publisher which is really reliable, then you can submit that manuscript, and then it goes under peer review process or revisions. Later on you will go for revision, they will suggest you something to change or kind of thing. What kind of review also will be understood in this presentation. Then later your paper will be accepted or rejected or whatever, means based on the content or the quality of your paper, and then it is finally published. And later on, the another task of a researcher or an educator is that we need to promote and share the published work. That is very, very important. How to promote, how to go for publishing it again related to the same topic that I have already published. So what are the out of the box publishing channels, or what are the alternative publishing options available for us, that we'll see later. Now, initially we'll focus on journal aspect or journals, then we'll shift to alternative publishing. So there are key factors for journal selection. First of all, you need to see the scope and aim of the journal, and also what is the target audience and what is the coverage, what is international, national, local, whatever. Then also you need to check the authenticity of the journal, or whether it is really indexed, it is a qualitative or not, whether it is listed in whitelist. Whitelist means Scopus listed. Whitelist means Web of Science listed, whether it is authenticated journal or not. So you need to get to know whether it is a listed journal or not. So many publishers, they list their journal in a XYZ, you can say XYZ indexing databases. That indexing database may not be that popular or relevant or well accepted. And also, friends, you need to see the impact factor. And one thing I want to clear here is that don't aim for very high impact factor journal. By saying this, I'm not saying that I'm not discouraging you that you should not focus on high impact factor journal. So those who have started their career or those who are in the mid career, yes, they can afford, those who are in the mid career, so they can afford publishing with high impact factor. But those who have started their research journey or educate their teaching journey, So they should just focus on those authentic journals. They may not be that high impact factor journal. They may not be having high impact factor, but those are recognized, because when you target a high impact factor journal, they take a lot of time in publishing. Also, if you have that skill and talent, I'm not demeaning, or I'm not discouraging you that yes, you can't publish in high impact factor journal, but you can publish. But we also need to know our strength and weaknesses. And if we have weakness, then definitely we need to work on our research skills, writing skills, and all these things. But what I say is that if you are an initial, or if you are a newcomer, or if you have spent just 4 or 5 years or 3 to 2 years kind of thing, please try to publish in such journals which are recognized, listed in Scopus or Web of Science, but they may not be having high impact factor. That's fine. So high impact factor means it varies from publisher to publisher, because in information science we have very less number of journals which are having five impact factor, or 4 impact factor, or 3 impact factor. But in science, technology, engineering, medical science, yes, the impact factor may go up to 30 or 40, 41. And Nature journal has got impact factor more than 43. So, so this is one thing that we need to understand, what is the impact factor, and what kind of review they are going to conduct, and whether the review is robust or not, how much time they are going to take to publish, whether they are the option is available for publishing in open access or subscription based access. So especially when we select journal, it is up to the researcher to decide whether I want to make it open access or closed access. So open access means, yes, immediately my paper should be visible, so that you can select, or you can opt for gold open access journals, wherein they charge some article processing charges, and even you can go for such journals which are not charging you any amount. There are some open access journals, they do not charge any amount, but most of the open access journals, they do charge. They do charge. So when I say most of the journal, means that doesn't mean that 50% of the journals are charging for the, the article processing charges. But especially I'm talking about those open access journals from commercial publishers website. Most of their open access journals, they charge APC. But if you go to Directory of Open Access Journals, you will see more than 13,000 journals, open access journals, are not charging you APC. So please try to see that. And subscription-based journals, yes, you can publish with subscription-based journals, closed access journals. They are not charging any amount, but that article is not accessible to all, right? That article is not accessible to all. That complimentary copy may be given to you. You may access that. Your library, if it has subscribed, it can access, or any library that has subscribed, that can access. So these publication charges are very, very different or difficult to pay, and some they do undertake research project, and they use that money, or they take help from the organization, and the organization supports in paying the article processing charges. And it all depends on the policies of the institute, whether they provide you any APC fund or kind of thing. So you need to explore the open access journal option also. You need to find out such open access journals which are listed in Scopus and also do not charge the APC. Even if they charge, that amount is not that hefty, or that amount is not huge, right? So there are two modes of publication. One is closed access, another is open access. So if you publish in open access, what will happen? It will be, the results will be accessible immediately. Anybody can access. The advantage is that more research, the further research will start working. Many people will start working on the further research, because based on your gaps in the literature, or what results you have showcased. So based on the results, they can think of undertaking a different kind of research work. So that will support the further research work. And also you will get more citations for, because if you have written a wonderful paper and published in an open access journal, chances are more that many are going to cite that. Okay. So if you see the market scenario, nowadays the number of open access journals and the number of closed access journals, they're almost equivalent now. Means there are many researchers or educators, they are thinking of publishing in open access, and they are doing that thanks to the open access support mechanism established in universities, or there is open access movement, or there is a more awareness about open access resources nowadays. And even library community has also worked very hard and working to promote access to open access resources, and also they promote publishing in open access resource, because libraries badly require resources. And if many authors they start publishing in open access journals, then definitely that resources are accessible. And even if you see the USA, America's policies, and even UK, so uh, all they are framing a lot of frameworks and regulations to make public funded research work free of cost. So if you see these countries which are producing publications, especially India, that is one among the 5 countries which is producing a lot of this publications. They have a lot of publications. India has got a lot of publication, and it is one of the top 5 countries in the world to produce information and produce in the journal format. So I was talking about alternative scholarly publishing. Yes, you can publish with other publication channels. There are different platforms to publish that. You can publish your research article as a commentary. You can convert it as a commentary perspective. You can also convert it as an audio file, and you can also write a blog article based on your research article. And in some formats, you require certain copyright. You require right means to copy it or convert it in different format, like we say that derivatives, right? So whenever you sign an agreement with the publisher for book or publishing an article, please try to see that who holds that copyright, who retains that copyright, because copyright is called as bundle of rights. Okay, it is not a single right. It has got a lot of rights. Like you want to translate, you want to convert it as an animated movie, you want to convert it as an audio file, you want to convert it as a blog article. So there are a lot of things, but especially for blog article, I don't think there is is required. But most of the time, you need to retain the copyright. But some publishers, especially the commercial publishers, they have stringent rules. Especially they want to take the copyright, or they want to hold the copyright with them. So all these things you need to keep observing, or minutely you need to observe. And if you have any plan to go for alternative publishing, always try to see that whether you what kind of copyrights you have access to, means under the banner of this copyright, what under the umbrella of this copyright, what kind of rights you have to convert that paper in a different format. So I request you to please read this particular article that is written by John Tagler, Alternative Scholarly Publishing, a Commercial Publisher's Perspective. It's a wonderful article. There is one book called Introduction to the Responsible Conduct of Research. This is related to both ethics and other publishing options. Also, you can read that. There are a lot of publication standard setting organization, especially some are working in the areas of open access publishing. So this is one such organization, that is Open Access Scholarly Publishing Association. They have got a lot of resources here. What are the best practices for publishing in open access journal, how to publish, how OASP supports, and you can read their blog also. So what are the statements and reports are available, how these open access movement started, so how one can publish with open access journals. All these things are also available in this particular website. So coming to the documents, as I was talking about publishing with a journal and also exploring the alternative publishing options, you can publish a book review, case report, clinical study, commentaries, conference materials, data notes, data sets. You can also write letters to editors. You can write short reports, posters, slides, research report, research article, review articles, software tools, articles like that. So this is from Author Services. This is from Taylor and Francis. So Taylor and Francis is publishing these different kinds of type of documents. So that means there are alternative ways to publish. You need not publish only the journal articles. Yes, you may have a valid question that, sir, in CAS, in career advancement scheme, other resources may not be counted. Okay, so that's the reason we need to focus on journal articles. Yes, definitely you you need to publish in open access in a journal or as a journal paper. But at the same time, we also need to open up to publish in other ways, right? So if you have sufficient time, if you have such plan, if you have a lot of interest, if there is a support, so please try to work on that. Please try to think over as what else I can do apart from publishing in a journal. So there are different ways to publish. You can publish an article, you can publish as a research paper. Also, you can publish as a preprint article or a paper. What is preprint? The manuscript, the article that you have written or a paper that you have written, and you have written it and you have completed it and you are happy with the paper that you have written, but it is yet to be published or yet to be sent to the publication. So that status is called as preprint. Preprint is nothing but a manuscript. Postprint is an edited manuscript. Value addition has gone into it. So the reviewer has suggested something and you have included in those in the article. So that status is edited article is called as postprint. And the unedited article that is written by you and finalized by you, that is called preprint. Why I'm sharing this? Because there are a lot of preprint archives are available wherein you can upload your article there. Now there is a question of authenticity. You may say that, sir, nobody has reviewed it. So how one can cite that? Yes, that is a loophole of these preprint archives, but that doesn't mean that there are no good articles appearing in the preprint archive. Preprint archives are available in different subjects, including social science, humanity, and science and technology. There are a lot of preprint archives are there. You name it, even in sociology preprint archives there, in psychology also preprint archives are there. Similarly, post-print archives are also there. So these are not new concepts. These are all old concepts in physics subject. Almost 3 decades back, we experimented or we noticed the availability of preprint archives. A lot of physicists they started uploading their manuscript there. The purpose of preprint and postprint is that to communicate the research endeavors as quickly as possible, especially the preprint archive, wherein you are sharing the results as quickly as possible. Now you may have one more question, that's without publishing, how can we share our article in preprint archive? So that depends on a lot of things. That what objective you have, what concern you have for the society, what you want to do with the results, you want to share quickly because so that everybody can use that result, and you can also publish that article later. You can also publish that article later if the publisher has such kind of rules regulation wherein he states that if they have that guidelines that we also entertain preprint article which is already uploaded in some archives or on portals. So again, it goes for reviewing and then they may suggest some changes and then they put a disclaimer saying that yes, this is published as a preprint archive in XYZ archive and this is a revised version kind of thing. So every publisher has got different rules or guidelines for preprint paper, how you can publish. And you will get the advantages that you will get citation, you will get your article visible. Many people will get solution. You will support the further research because your paper is accessible to everybody. So working paper is work in progress, and these papers require some suggestion or comments from the community or the readers. So working papers are available in economics. Even in economics, also working papers are written. So working paper archives are also available. Gray literature means any literature that is not published through a proper channel or publication channel, like internal reports, business intelligence reports, email email exchanges, or some R&D reports kind of thing. So these are all gray literature. Even the thesis and dissertations were also part of this gray literature. Nowadays, we are publishing. Nowadays, uh, we are accessing more number of thesis and dissertation. This gray literature is also available in the form of databases like Shodhganga, Shubhangati, all these. These are not published, but these are uploaded. These are not published by any publication firm. Review articles, you can write review articles, you can write commentaries. So you are writing only journal articles, but you can also write commentaries in the form of an article, a very informal article, but that could be research based, and wherein you are sharing your own opinion or impression or perspectives on a particular issue or a topic. And many journals also have the section called commentaries. So what are preprints and how do they benefit authors? I request you to please read this article. I am giving you the link here. So the best option for preprint is that best advantage of preprint is that you will get credit and you will get the feedback quickly because your papers are quickly visible, and you will also get more citations. So this is a sort of preprint only, the F1000 research. So let me show you this. So you can download some articles here. This is completely open access. It is not closed access resource. It is open access. Many researchers, they have uploaded their articles, preprint articles on this particular platform, and the reviewers, uh, from F1000 research side, they review these articles, and also the reviews are shown to the world. Anybody can read the reviews. This is completely open, and it is called open review also. This is open access platform, and these articles can be downloaded. You can see how many people have downloaded, what are the views. You can read the review comments also, right? Who has reviewed, and so this is a reviewer report, right? This is approved, recommendations have been included, like that. This is happening, everything is happening openly, and this is amendments from version 1. What are the amendments are made in this particular article? This is a revised article, and this is accessible. This is completely hardcore research paper, I should say. This you can download. All these references are also there, right? So here they have written revised paper, right? You can see their profile from where they have written, or you can see all matrices of this particular paper. So how many views, how many downloads, kind of thing. So this is a kind of a preprint article, and it is listed in one Scopus also, so you can check this. Now I'm showing you my presentation. Hope my voice is audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So friends, we understood two things from this, that we can also upload or share preprint papers, and later on we can publish with any journal if the publisher has got that kind of guidelines. Second thing is that we can openly read the review comments given by the reviewers. We call it as open review. When we start discussing about review, what kind of different review aspects are there, that then we'll be covering this also. The main intention of this particular platform or any open access platform is that the objective is to share the information as quickly as possible, because we want to see a beautiful world. We want to create a beautiful world wherein the knowledge should not be stored in a cupboard, or it should not be hidden. It should be shared as quickly as possible. It should be shared for the betterment of the society, so that other researchers can get also benefit from that, and they can start doing research on other angles of that particular research. So these are all the angles of scholarly communication. These are all the angles of publishing with a particular journal or a publisher. I was talking about the working papers, right? Working papers, or the even I was also talking about the case studies. Okay, so we'll see one by one. And working papers, there are different archives are available for working papers. So as I told you, working papers means work is in progress. In the sense, they have written something and they have uploaded, they have shared, but the author invites the suggestion, public opinion, or comments on that. You can see here, it has got number of pages 73. I'll show you this. This is from SSRN, Social Science Research Network. There are number of pages 43 posted on SSRN on this date, and this is under working paper series. These are the authors. This almost looks like a research paper, but there could be a slightly different format for the working paper, and they put a disclaimer also that this is a working paper. So like that, you can access working paper archives. Now, why I'm saying all these things, because these are also part of digital resources. If you recollect the first session I conducted on digital resources, wherein you can add these kind of platforms also, preprint archives or postprint archives or working paper archives, because these are also research-based platforms, right? So working paper, there are many working paper archives are there. Even International Monetary Fund's working paper archive is there. World Bank's working paper archive is there. So similarly, different working paper archives are there in different subjects. If you take an example of engineering, chemistry, there could be possibility of different working paper archive. So whatever I knew that I have added, included in this. So initially, I told you that there are two literature that we are accessing for our research. But even for publishing also, we can publish in popular journal or popular magazines or popular platforms or scholarly journals. The option is with you, means whether you want to write it in a perspective format, uh, or news report format, or editorial format, or letter to editor format, or blog article, or a radio talk, or a podcast. So you can take up that research problem and you can discuss. So that is possible. But when it comes to research, when you are using certain research tools, you have a methodology. There is a standard research methodology procedure that you are following in order to collect the data, assess the data, collect the data, assess them, filter it out, and validate and analyze and then report. So every process means the channel that depends, that decides what kind of activity is involved in that, what standard you need to follow. Say, for example, you want to write a research-based article in the sense very in a common language, in a very basic language, to a blog. Yes, you can do that. You have that research background. Yes, you can write. But as far as research is concerned, when you are tapping the research journals, they require the article should be in a certain format, right? So there are different options to publish. One is you can go for journals, or you can go for magazine. You can publish in a magazine. But every type of document or the source that you are tapping requires different set of approaches as far as the format of research article or the plain article is concerned. You can write for newspaper in a very layman language anybody can understand. You can put it on website. You can write blog articles. You can conduct a podcast based on your research. You can prepare a questions, and based on questions you can also use ChatGPT, and you can paste the content, and you can ask ChatGPT to ask certain questions for podcast. The last question, then you start discussing and you can record. You can also prepare documentary or video clip of based on your research work. And also you can deliver a lecture on what kind of research you have done, and that is possible, right? And you can present in conferences that you are doing, or you can write articles for magazines or journals, and you can also write books for that. So there are other different alternative options are also available. You can involve yourself in translating certain research-based articles or books if you are interested in translation. If you are from any state wherein regional language is other than Hindi or Hindi, or you can write it in Hindi also. You can write it in Oriya or Kannada or Malayalam. So that is possible. You can convert a research article that is published in journal as an article for a newspaper in Malayalam or in Tamil or in Telugu or in Hindi. That is possible. So who is going to do that? You can do that, because we all are trained. We all are trained as how to write a research journal, how to write research work. So you can also master that art of writing an article for newspaper. So that is very important. So you can take up the permission, necessary permission from the author, or that paper could be of yours, or the paper could be published by somebody else. You can also check whether what kind of license that journal is having, whether it is open license, what kind of open license they are indicating there. Based on that, you need not take permission also, depending upon that license type they have used. You can publish in any journal or any journal, magazine, or newspaper. You can also involve yourself in publishing glossaries. You can also work on preparing the bibliography of thesis, bibliography of monographs or books, bibliography of podcast. So there are, sky is the only limit, means you can just list out what else you can do apart from publishing in a journal. I also request you to please read this article, A Young Researcher's Guide to Perspective, Commentary, and Opinion Articles. As I told you, you can also share your opinion in the form of article, and many journals are publishing the opinions. I'm saying many journals have different sections, like for book review, letter to editor, editorial, research article, commentaries, perspectives, kind of thing. So some magazines also publish your perspectives or opinions. Many blogs are based on the perspective commentaries or opinion articles. So how to write them so you can master this art? In the initial presentation, I was speaking about data set. Data set is nothing but it looks like a statistical chart or diagram or table wherein you can see the data, raw data, and many archives are available wherein you can access the already uploaded data sets, or you can also upload your data sets. Say, for example, you are surveying on a particular topic, you have got collected massive data, and only few part of your data you are using for your research work. Rest of them are not useful, but you can put all these data sets on a data set archive so that any other researcher can also get access to that. Then they can also start working on that area and they can build upon that particular data set. So data set search mechanism is available from Google side, and I am also introducing this data site archive. This is also wonderful. You can find and access or reuse data. This is a site. Then I'm introducing this data set repository. So this is one such site that is giving you all the repository of all those data set archives available across the globe. So it is registry of research data repositories. You can access this. Many publishers, now who is contributing this data? How these data set archives are getting the data sets from data sets? So who is contributing? Now, if you see clearly, this is from Springer Nature. So what are the guidelines given by the authors by Springer Nature? They say that when you write or when you send a paper, you need to deposit the data set that are used in your paper. Say, for example, you have collected a lot of data and you have used it in your research paper. But who will validate that? Whether the data that you have collected from some source, then so that has to be there, accessible to everybody, and it should be for public scrutiny, right? So you need to cite that. You can cite that. So here they write that data descriptor are associated with data sets that we review alongside the paper. The requirements for sharing depend on the peer review stage. For first round review, we require that data are available for download and review by reviewers via any URL that allows anonymous download. So they want the data should be uploaded somewhere. This can be the final intended repository link if authors wish to deposit the data from the start, or a temporary location such as cloud storage if you wish to delay an embargo. And if you see the second option here, from the second round of review onwards, we require that data are public and available in a formal data repository that meets our policy in preparation for any final publication. So what are those data repositories? Already I have given example, a data site. So you can upload your data because some publishers mandate that. You need to put your data set that are used in your research paper on a particular repository, and then you give a link there so that they can cross-check whether what all data you have collected from the survey. So these are the mandated data types by Springer Nature. So what are the data? This is a long list, friends. You need to access. This is a wonderful thing. So what are the mandated the metadata mandated data types? What kind of data types? For example, genetic variation data. So what kind of repositories they are recommending? For DNA sequence data, what kind of repository they are mentioning, and there you need to upload that data. So this is a long list. So I'll just read out this so that you understand. Mandated data types. For the following data types, submission to a community endorsed public repository is mandatory. Persistent identifiers like DOIs and accession numbers assigned to the data by the repository must be appropriately cited and referenced in the published article, right? So this is one such example of dataset archive, that is Harvard Dataverse. It looks like this. And like we see in any DOAJ or other repositories, these datasets are put in the respective subject group, like all datasets related to agricultural sciences are put under agricultural sciences. All datasets related to engineering are put under the group of engineering, that is engineering. So you can access through that. And how they look like means how data sets look like. These are files, Excel files or converted files, any converted files. Those could be in one folder, a GIF folder or a general folder. And you can also cite these data sets if you are a researcher, if you are if you are doing research and you are accessing these data sets, you can cite, you can download, you can use it for your research work. So this is about data set. And again, I'm talking about blogging and microblogging. So blogging you can take up means this is a very interesting art of writing. You can focus on certain blogs related to your subject. Many are interested to publish your articles. Especially in social science, I strongly recommend that even for science faculty also they can explore impact blog. In the impact blog, they publish more articles on the science communication or research metrics or social media or any research setting or research environment or open access publishing. On these areas, the impact blog of London School of Economics publish articles of only 800 to 1000 words. It is like 1.5 A4 size article. Very simple articles, very easy to understand, and it's a very powerful way of communicating. I request you to please publish more number of open access articles. And you may not get credit in the cast, but you'll be more happy that you are reaching out to the community, you are sharing your knowledge. So why we need to write academic blog posts? So there are a lot of benefits for that. You are providing an opportunity to test an idea or concept, or you are showcasing the style of presentation. It also helps your research reach a wider audience, including the general public also. It also allows you to use your writing skills to extract the essential information from your paper or thought process to create a concise or readable blog post. So that is very, very important. This is a very valuable skill for researchers to have, I should say. And microblogging, yes, you can use. So you need not have your presence in multiple platforms, but you need to find out which is suitable for the way you are communicating. So that's very, very important. So we had this Twitter, now it is X. So there are ways as how you need to microblog, how you in less number of words, what you need to communicate. There are some sources I have referred, I have added here how to promote your research for maximum impact using microblogging, how to promote yourself and your research as an early career researchers, 7 strategies for scientists to communicate their research and create awareness about their research endeavors. So you can put snippets on LinkedIn or ResearchGate. You can share the snippets of podcast in these microblogging sites. And also you can share the snippets of the blog interviews or updates. You can share the abstracts. You can share the details about book talks, book summaries. So there are a lot of ways you can attract the readers, because ultimately we all are writing and we are all doing service for the impact to reach out to the community. You can also explore self-publishing in case if you want to publish any books. This is altogether a different domain, I should say. This is also wonderful art or knowledge to have an idea about how to publish oneself, right? So this is an academic's guide to self-publishing, why we need to self-publish and how we need to self-publish. I've given you an example here, the reference here, so you can read that. So as I told you that open access journals are having or following open access license or open license. They follow or they use open license. So these are the licenses. So these indicate how open the document is, how open the publishers are. And you can also publish open access articles. You can put this logo. This is exactly opposite to the copyright. Copyright means that there are a lot of restrictions are there to use that particular copyrighted material. But when it is open access means depending upon the type of open license used, you will understand that yes, I can use it for commercial purpose. Say for example, you read one article, and that article has got this particular license, that is CC means Creative Commons, it is non-profit organization. BY means you need to cite it. ND means non-derivatives. You can't translate that. You can't bring a different version of that. So this is commercial means what? Commercial means you can commercially utilize, in the sense here it is non-commercial. Okay, when here no commercial sign is not there, that means you can use for commercial purpose also. This is a basic you can say open access license. CC means Creative Commons, BY means citation. So whenever you use any open access content, you need to cite the source, whether you are bringing out derivatives, whether you are selling it, whether you are not selling it. So all the content should be cited. Okay. And depending upon the type of open license, you are free to do, or you are free to change the content according to the or as per the open license. So these are the open license. The more flexible open access or open access license is this public domain or CC BY. The more you come down, the more you go up, then it is really open. It is most of the freedom you can enjoy, and here is the least freedom you can see. So you can create infographics, you can create animated file, you can create a PPT, you can put these licenses, whichever license you feel okay or suitable for you. And also, friends, please note that many publishers, they do accept or accept the paper that you have sent for publication, but sometimes they reject also. The rejection depends on authorship issues or conflict of interest or duplicate submission, or there is a plagiarism issue, or there could be a research fraud, or the reviewer's bias. So because of that, they may reject it. So you should not indulge, or you should be aware of these things, that you should not have such kind of mistakes in the paper which would be not accepted by the publisher. And also, some papers are retracted even after publication because of the honest errors or unintentional errors, unintentional plagiarism, or unintentional uh, mistakes, or you can say mismatch, whatever. So authorship issues or plagiarism or data related issues. So paper may be retracted even after publication because of the complaint and appeal. If the publisher receives complaint and appeal even after publication, even after 10 years of publication, so somebody may complain about the paper, or he may complain about the statement, about not taking permission, or putting the wrong facts, or fabricating or falsifying the facts. So based on all these things, the editor has all the right to retract your paper. Retract means after publication, the publisher has got right to retract the paper based on certain valid ground. So peer review process, you are already aware, because initially I started with peer review process. So we have different peer review process called single blind review, double blind review, or a triple blind review. You are aware of that. Open review means openly accessible. Anybody can read that review comment. Third party review means the editor may send that review comment, or the review or the third party may be asked for reviewing the paper. The third party may be an expert or industry expert or practitioner kind of thing. Collaborative review means two, three reviewers come together online or offline, they sit together and they prepare the review report. Okay, so that is collaborative review. Transferable or portable review, usually it happens with the big publishers, wherein they shift or they transfer, they want to transfer the paper to another publication or another journal of their publication firm, because that is more suitable to their publication. So transparent review means it is optional. Transparent review means the publisher asks you whether you are okay with publishing the review comments also along with the paper, and it depends. Not all publishers are doing that, but it depends. Post publication review means some platforms, they allow you to review the already published material, published by anybody. Even you can take an example of ResearchGate or even Google Books, wherein you can review any book that is published in any year. So this is about that. So author guidelines are also very, very important. These are sources of excellent knowledge. These are sources of powerful knowledge, I should say. You can get to know about research and publication ethics. You can get to know about how a publisher, um, what kind of expectation the publisher has got from the authors to publish a paper in a journal. So make it a habit to read author guidelines of different publishers of your domains. You will get to know a lot of details related to copyright, plagiarism, originality of the paper, copyright transfer or formatting, citation style guide, impact, complaint and appeal, all these things. Now, publisher policies, if you want to especially want to know the publisher policies, especially open access publishers policies, I request you to access this site. Actually, this is an old slide. This is not Sherpa Romeo. Now it is shifted to JISC, JISC. I request you to please type in Sherpa Romeo in Google and you will get the new link. This is an old link, right? And also, I told you that I will be introducing certain concepts or what is happening in the publication industry. Now, some publishers, they are asking you to mention who has contributed what in writing the paper. It is called as contributor roles taxonomy. We call it as credit. So publisher want to know who has validated the data, who has conceptualized the topic, who collected the data, who analyzed it, how they are analyzed, and who use the software, how they use. So kind of thing means who has managed writing entire paper. So if there are 3 authors, who has done what responsibility they had to write that paper. So there are mainly 14 contributor roles. It is not necessary that all should be mentioned, but it depends on the content of the paper also, that some parameters are applicable to some papers and some not. So this is credit taxonomy. You can see writing original draft by AB. It is a short form of the author name. Who wrote this, who reviewed it, who edited it, who prepared the methodology, who analyzed the data. So you need to mention, because we need to fix the responsibility as who done what, right? So also, if you find some issues or some while reading any research journals, if you find some mistakes or some very blatant mistakes in papers, or any fraudulent things or fabricated data that you see, you as a reader, you can also appeal or complain, or you can send complaint to the publisher saying that these are the things that have happened. And also you can use this appeal option. Say for example, your paper is rejected, or you can appeal, you can justify, you can ask time for giving you sufficient information. So that kind of appeal, your paper is retracted, so you can send appeal as of why your paper should not be retracted. It's like that. So there are reporting guidelines for study types. There are different guidelines for study types. So you can refer to these also along with the author guidelines given by different publishers. And there are a lot of standard setting organizations like COPE, ICMJE, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. These are standard setting organizations. They set standards for publishing ethically in journal. And the members are editors, librarians, or authors in these platforms. You can refer to them. And also, as I told, that copyright is having bundle of rights. You have all the options since you are the writer and you are generating that idea. So please try to check what kind of copyright the publisher wants to retain and what kind of copyright he wants to give you back. So is it a full exclusive copyright, or there are certain conditions involved in it, in the sense whether the publisher is allowing you to convert that paper in a blog article or translated form or audio file, that you need to check while signing the agreement, or when you are accepted, when your paper is accepted, you need to check what are their copyright rules and regulation. Author addendum is there. This is a very valuable document. Many publishers also provide you this addendum so that you can negotiate with the publisher, or you can ask them to give certain, you can say, give freedom to have certain copyright, or because certain rights, so that you can use that particular document for different purpose, right? So article transfer service or peer review article transfer service is also available from different publishers, in the sense you can transfer that article to a different journal of their own banner, like Terra and Francis or elsewhere or something. So you can shift to another journal in case that is not that suitable. If the editor finds that this is not that apt, so that transfer service is also available by certain publishers. So you need to check the author guidelines, what all services they provide in case if it is not suitable for the journal. So will they recommend any other journal if that is apt there? Because you have written it well, but if you want to get input from the editors, so they definitely do that. So for that, you need to check whether that provision is there or not from author guidelines. Which journal is suitable? There are many tools called journal finders are available. I'm not demonstrating this, but I'm just explaining it. So it is a very simple mechanism. You need to go to this journal finder link, click on that, especially the very big top-notch publisher have got these journal finders. Say, for example, Taylor and Francis has got 200 journals. Oxford University Press has got 150 journals. So they have different journals in different subjects. So in your subject, there could be a lot of journals by Taylor and Francis or elsewhere or Springer. So which journal you want to tap, or which journal you feel, you need to go to the journal finder tool. You can go to their respective publisher website and you can get this tool link. You can put the title, tentative title, and put the abstract as what you are writing or what you have written. So then it suggests you that this is the journal that is suitable, or these are journals suitable for you to publish. Similarly, we have open access journal finder. If you are wishing to publish in open access journals, it will suggest you some open access journal. All you require is, all these tools require is that you need to put article, the abstract of that article, brief abstract of article, and the title of that article. APC finder, say for example, you are publishing with you are planning to publish with a good journal of a good publisher, top-notch publisher, a commercial publisher. They definitely charge you hefty amount as APC, article processing charges. So in order to know what amount they are charging, so their APC finders are also available. These journal finders and APC finders are available with majority of the topmost journals or the publishers. We can access that. These are again journal finders and suggesters by Elsewhere, Wiley, Springer. You can access that. Research summary databases are also available. They provide summaries. This is one such site related to health science you can access. This is UK site. So when you are selecting a journal, please be aware of fake journals or illegitimate journals, because many fall prey to such kind of fake journals. So these are the examples. I want you to read these articles wherein many scientists fail to recognize the right kind of journals. This is another such article. I want you to read this. Academics in South Korea caught naming kids as co-authors. The practice was probably used to improve the children's chances of securing a university place. This is completely unethical practice. So these are the issues concerned with publishing in a journal. And also there are plagiarism related issues are also available. So these are also visible that we can tend to hear these plagiarism related issues. We should not commit such plagiarism issue or mistake. So even in photography also, or images or illustrations that are used in the research papers, so if they are tampered or fabricated or falsified, then the results will completely change. So we should not do that, and that's also plagiarism. And using ChatGPT or AI tools and writing papers and sending it for publication, not revealing the source, that also becomes a big problem or an ethical practice. I request you to please check this particular website. So how to select a journal, and what are the solicitation to publish it? What are the ways? Solicitation means request, or what are the invitations by the request or invitations from the publishers, how they approach you to publish a paper, whether the publisher is genuine or not, that you need to evaluate. So as I told you, the retraction happens because of complaint and appeal, and you should be, that's the reason you should live in present. You should be very mindful in writing the paper. You should see all the options, whether you are writing it ethically right or wrong. So that is the reason training is required for the researchers. This is the right time that you are join this refresher course. Retraction watch database is very useful to know what are the papers which are retracted, which are published by different publishers across the globe. This is a free of cost database. I wanted to demonstrate, but because of paucity of time, I'm not doing that. It's a very easy database. You just go to this, click on this database and type in any title here, or any, you can say sociology, psychology, or philosophy. Then it will show you all the journal articles that are retracted, and it is not exclusive database of all the retracted articles across the globe, but it gives you an idea that why the publishers retract the paper. That idea you can get. So how to select a right journal? I gave you a lot of inputs, but yes, that definitely there is a solution that you need to refer to the whitelist like Scopus, Web of Science, or Director of Open Access Journals. Cross-check whether these journals are authentic or not. There are certain sites wherein you will get to know the list of fake journals, like Bale's list. You can check that. And even there are two different tools you can really experiment on that. There is one tool called Think, Check, Submit. It will ask you certain questions when you are publishing in a particular journal. It will ask you questions like whether the journal has got editorial board or not, whether the journal has got ISSN number, what is the impact factor. So these kind of questions, if you answer, so you will understand that yes, I am approaching the right journal. So it is just ensuring yourself that whether you are tapping the right journal or not for publication. Similarly, there is another site called Teach to attend a conference that is taking place in different world or different country. That whether that organizer is genuine or not, it will ask you certain questions. If you answer them, then you can understand that yes, you are approaching the right journal or right conference organizer. And also, friends, please refer to any one citation style guide depending upon your subject. And also, please learn or understand how to use the reference manager like Mendeley, Zotero. So this will really help to avoid plagiarism or copyright related issues kind of thing, because knowing how to cite the resources is very, very important. So please introspect or check or plan. If you can put a small steps, so you can begin with a small step and you can create a lot of impact. So as I told you that please read a lot, please publish with right journal, and also plan for alternative publishing channels like blogging and other things that I shared here. And you can plan for a year as how many papers you want to write, how many blog articles you want to write, how many questions you want to answer on any different slides, and how you can convert your past papers or present papers to in a different format in a blog article kind of thing. And also you can observe some features of different platforms and utilize those features for communicating your research work, and also create your account in ResearchGate or ORCID account, Google Scholar account, LinkedIn, so that you can communicate what you are doing and share the information on the right platform so that you can create visibility and you can have the option of networking with people or the right people. You can also collaborate if anybody is interested to work with you to write a paper or conduct any research project. So upgrade and upskilling is very, very important. Apart from all these things, we understood digital resources. We also understood how to select a journal, but there are a lot of thing is involved in it, in the sense we need to explore some other different options to publish in different research journals or different platforms. But at the same time, it requires attaining or gaining many different associated skills. And for that, you need to spend quality time and learn. That will eventually help in mastering the art of publishing. And lastly, I want to leave with this particular source. I want you to please read this: Motivation for Research and Publication, Experience as a Researcher and an Academician. So please read this article. This is very interesting. That will really motivate you so that you can take up this very seriously to publish. So I have given you this link. This is a wonderful source. It gives you guidance for selecting a journal. It has not only got the links of how to publish, but it also gives you links to various standard setting organization link, and also it gives you links of some important publishers or some sources, links of certain sources. So I request you to please refer to that. So in this presentation, what we did is we understood how to publish in a journal, how to avoid the fake or illegitimate journals, and also how we need to responsibly conduct the research. And at the same time, we also need to think out of the box, act out of the box. We need to explore those alternative publishing channels. Yes, we are publishing in research journals, but we should also explore how we need to convert those published research articles in a very, very simple language, and we can publish in newspaper or in our blogs or in any other platform, so that we can communicate that research endeavors in different formats, so that those resources or those articles are effectively utilized, and also at the same time we are sharing that knowledge in different format, and we are upgrading the knowledge of the people and also the experts or the domain community. So this is from my side. I once again thank the Guru Angad Dev MMTTC and also Department of Zoology of Daulat College. And I also thank Dr. Sarika Madam and Dr. Anju Madam for this opportunity. So thank you so much, friends, for attending this. And if you have any questions, please do ask me. I'll be more happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Participants, if you have to discuss something, ask some query, please do so. Is there anything that you...
Sir, yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. When we write for blogs and etc., and there is some copy of that. So it will not come. The person is not answerable if he is copying. It will not come under plagiarism in that case when we write openly for blogs, etc.
Madam, you are citing that. Means, say, for example, you have published one article and now you are writing a blog article. Definitely, you are citing that source, right? So, but the language that you are using in a blog is very, very common or very basic. Anybody can understand that. And if you go to Impact blog of London School of Economics, you can see lot many such converted papers are available in the form of opinions or blog articles. But therein they have cited the research article also. So that is possible.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Anyone else? So I think we can end the session. Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an insightful lecture on journal selection and publication process. Your expertise and clear explanations are greatly appreciated. We believe the information will be invaluable to our participants. And our participants are also writing their thank you messages in the chat box. It is flooded with thank you messages for you.
Thank you to all.
So much,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'll be sharing my PPT with you now.
Sir, I just wanted to, can you share your first slide? Unfortunately, I joined a little bit late. So where we can have your email ID and how we can like contact you further maybe, because it was a wonderful, wonderful presentation giving so much of information and knowledge. We are really thankful from the core of our heart for
Thank you, ma'am.
receiving
Thank you
such
so
a
much.
wonderful lecture.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll be sharing the PPT. And I'm also leaving my contact details here. You can check this because I got message from some participants that they want contact number.
Exactly.
So I'll be sharing my right number. You need not give missed call. I'll be just sharing the right number.
Okay, sir.
Yes, I'm free after 5:30. You can contact me or you can message me. Whoever wants my help, I'm always happy. And we have a service called Open Consultancy Service, wherein we share our knowledge. That's all, because we want to see the wonderful world. We want to share whatever we have learned. So I believe that we should share what we know. And even if I do not know, I can connect with you the right person.
When and how to connect in that open service
No, madam,
platform?
it's completely informal. Say, for example, if you need any help related to copyright, plagiarism, publishing, anything, if I know, I can talk to you. I can share email. If you need any resources, I can send you. In case if I'm unable to answer that, then I can pass on that question to any of my friends, library friends, so they can also help.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome, ma'am. Welcome. Thank you. So may I leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So participants, we'll have a lunch break now and join back at 2 for the third session for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonika ma'am and others of the organizing committee. You have brought over such wonderful speakers, such wonderful resource person who are full of knowledge and information. It is such a big, I thank myself for joining, at the last moment also, and to be able to retrieve so many things, so much. It's really, really heartfelt gratitude to all of you and the resource person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is a collective effort. For this particular resource person, Dr. Anju Jain had suggested him from our Department of Zoology, Daulat College.
Okay. So thanks to Anju ma'am as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So may we start now?
Yeah, sure. I mean, from my side, you can start anytime, right?
Okay, sir. So we'll start now. On behalf of Daulat College and GAD-MMTTC, I welcome you to the third session on day 10 of the ongoing refresher course, Embarking on NEP research methodology for scientific excellence. Our resource person for this session is Professor. He's from the Department of Physics and Astrophysics, University of Delhi. Sir is a professor in the department and he has more than 18 years of teaching experience. He has received the prestigious Excellence Award for in-service teachers of departments of University of Delhi for contribution to academic activities on the occasion of the 95th Foundation Day of University of Delhi. He was the sole awardee under this category for the year 2017, selected from all the 87 departments and 11 centers of the university. He has more than 25 years of research experience in the field of experimental high energy physics and accelerator physics. He has published more than 1,300 papers in international peer-reviewed journals. He has an H index of 133. Currently, he is executing a 15.06 crore project as PI, the Mega Science Project on CMS experiments at the CER in Switzerland. He holds many administrative responsibilities too. Today, he is here to talk on the topic, role of a mentor in research. I welcome you, sir, to deliver your talk.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sonika.
We see, expertise in research. You are the perfect person to talk about the role of a mentor in research.
Yeah, let me just start with that and then let's see. So yeah, I will be switching off my video, but I will continue to speak in case if, you still feel some problem with the audio or the transparency, just let me know in between. Fine?
Sure, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, right. I would like to start this talk by, of course, thanking the organizers of this faculty development program. And in particular, Professor Savita Roy, who is the principal of the college, for inviting me to talk on this topic. Actually, the topic was different. I will come to that. But I would like to begin by saying that good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch before that. I'm always thrilled to be here with in general, with the most powerful force in academia, which is the faculty members. I consider it most powerful force because I know that we have a potential not to shape just the students' academic career, but also their entire outlook on life. Yeah, in particular, we influence the way they fall in love with science or they flee away from it. So, today's talk could have easily been on the research methodology. Having a teacher who taught this particular course on research methodology for more than five times, I guess, in the Department of Physics, I could have easily chosen a topic related with the probability distributions or maybe error propagations or something like that. Maybe how to actually improve upon our H indices, etc. However, the talk is not about that. The talk is far less tangible in that aspect. Yet I believe this talk is far more impactful than that. I know that over the period of time, you will learn or start teaching several things related with the research methodology. But this talk has a special role in my life, at least. And I hope with many young faculty members here, I would be able to communicate the same to you guys as well. So the topic of the talk today is role of mentor in research, or you can consider the role of mentor in scientific research. So before I dive in, there is this bit of a background on that. I was coming from Fermilab, USA, back in 2007 when I joined the Department of Physics. So I joined in May 2007, and this article in Nature came in June 2007. It's Nature's Guide for Mentors. It may be a coincidence because I did not pick this article. It's my mentor who handed this article to me. And this was this Nature's Guide for Mentors. And of course, it's published in Nature by Adrian Lee et al. Now, I must admit that before reading this article, I hadn't given a lot of thought on what a mentor would be or what it truly means to be a mentor. In fact, I thought that it will come naturally to all the academic, because I always thought that since I went through my PhD, so I know what a mentor is supposed to be. However, this particular paper turned out to be an eye-opener for me. So, for example, just the first point that having a good mentor early in your career can mean the difference between success and failure in any field. This is something which I never thought too much, but now that I have gone through it, I understand that it introduced me to the emotional investment, the intellectual investment, and the personal investment that mentorship really entails. So, the disclaimer is this talk is unapologetically inspired by this Nature article and some of the similar Nature articles related with mentors. Now, another thing which this talk is inspired by, it's called HTTPS. If you look into this, the PhDcomics.com. I was in US alone, so I was reading this as the distraction. I mean, to be honest, while I was engaged with my high energy physics research. But over the period of time, while I was going through these cartoon strips, I realized they are not just the cartoon strips. They actually carry the sentiments of several PhD students who I encountered with at least over the period of time. So these cartoon strips are funny, but at the same time, they also provide some sort of insightful mirror. So I hope the way these cartoon strips inspired me, it will inspire you as well. And some of you may actually start looking into this PhDcomics.com, because I mean this cartoon strip is there since 1998 and it is still going on strongly. So let's just look into one professor and student's conversation. Yes, Cecilia, your thesis needs to have a central theme. And this is after going through the entire period of thesis. So think, what do all the projects you have worked on have in common? What has been the underlying question of all these years? And now, coming to think of what the student would answer, Cecilia answered, why did I come to the grad school? Remember that the grad schools are the places where, I mean, we call these grad schools in US, but it's the same, I mean, like our universities where we do the PhD. So this alone takes the sentiment of why it's important to keep on having some sort of a distraction. I personally felt, because that allowed me to start introspecting. The two things which are going to play central role in the entire talk, you would see, one is the Nature's article and another is these cartoon strips. And anyway, this talk was after lunch, so I thought that some of you may not fall asleep, at least while reading these cartoons. Okay. So just to get to the history of the mentorship, if you look into it, it's long back. I mean, this is the Homer's Odyssey, basically, the Greek mythology, that Ulysses, while going to the Troy War, which is the famous Trojan War, he entrusted his son's Telemachus' care and education to one guy whose name was Mentor. He was the wise, trusted friend of Ulysses. Now, this guy, Mentor, not only tutored this Telemachus, but he actually offered what no other school could have offered, which was the emotional strength, the clarity of thought, and the moral compass. Generally, we associate mentor with the advisor or the supervisor rather casually, but just going through this history, you may be able to understand that mentoring is not just about tutoring. It's far more than that. It is supposed to involve more personal pastoral relations besides interaction relevant to the student's professional development. So, advising, supervising, on the other hand, is restricted to, for example, the topics of the thesis, the timelines, the thesis formatting, so on and so forth. However, mentoring extends into what we call as the value, the growth, the perspectives. This cartoon, for example, just displays how an advisor or a supervisor looks into a PhD student or the dissertation student. So a student is just like a brain, and we are asking that brain, how's the research going on? Using his brain, that person should do all the calculations. I mean, that's what we are expecting. Whereas a mentor considers a student as a complex human being who has hopes, who has dreams, and who has aspirations. in life. So mentorship goes beyond the advising or supervising. Now, how did I get the motivation of this talk? Okay, I mean, this cartoon strip tells me that a student, PhD student, comes to the grad school, who is pretty impressed by the school. But then over the period of time, the student goes through various cycles, the operation, the depression, and of course, mostly stress. And that's what you can sum up as the motivation of the talk. But coming to the more formal introduction of the talk, it was the Nature's 2019 graduate survey. I mean, Nature does this graduate survey, the PhD student survey, every alternate year. And this was in 2019, the fifth one, where 6,300 PhD students worldwide responded to this questionnaire which Nature came up. Even while developing that questionnaire, PhD students' input or the feedbacks were taken. Now, the results were actually put down in these two nice articles again in Nature. One is the PhD, the tortuous truth, and another is the message for mentors from dissatisfied graduate students. But the interesting part is that actually the result was startling, although not surprising, but it was. And just to tell you, several students from India, I mean 10% of the PhD students were from India. So this survey was done in 6 major continents, I mean, you can think of. Now, for example, if you look into this, the percentage of respondents who have sought help for anxiety or depression caused by PhD studies. And 1/3 of them sought help from places other than their institutions. 18% sought help at their institution but didn't feel supported. What's the number, or what's the fraction or the percentage of respondents who have sought help for anxiety? It's a huge number. It's 36%. Now, continuing with this survey, one of the questions, for example, how many of you would change supervisor if they could start the program again? 1 in every 4. Are you satisfied with the career guidance you received from your mentors? Okay, 33%. Dissatisfied with your supervisor relationship? Okay, 20%. Even though the number may not look big to you, but to be honest, these are quite big numbers to start feeling something, whether the way we are doing our mentorship or the way we are supervising our students, is this really the correct way? Or there can be better ways of connecting with the students. So this is the motivation of the talk. And interestingly, if you find out this one, on average, how much one-to-one time do you spend with your supervisor each week? Less than 1 hour was 49%. It's a huge number. So the actual motivation of the talk, even though I read that article long back, came from this 2019 survey. So what can we do about this? That's the question. And how to think about what are the traits which we'll have to think about is kind of the talk is going to tell you about. And honestly, the way I have said it, I have taken it mainly from the Nature's article. So as we all agree that mentorship of young researchers is perhaps the least remarked on all of the activities, the reason why I write it is because we do not get anything in the CV. Okay, we write that we have got 10 PhD students done, but not exactly as how did you mentor that, other than that you got one more PhD. And there is no established definition of the good scientific mentoring as well. So we cannot clearly identify whether this is a good idea of doing the mentoring or that. So how do I come up with the talk, or how did Nature come up with this? Nature had this way of bridging this gap that they started constituting this award, which is the Nature's Award for Mentorship. And here, the publications are not the criteria, but the students are the criteria. What the mentees say about their mentors, or the mentor's reflection about his or her own work, that's the idea. And these awards were given since 2005. So in some sense, you can understand that Nature understood the essence of the problem, that even since mentorship is one of the least remarked activity or does not have any direct tangible sense of it, so there has to be some way of avoiding them in order to celebrate scientific mentors. So how did they come up with? Mentees submit their achievements and the reasons why they believe their mentors excelled, with each of the nominated mentors giving a personal view on how they approach mentoring. So if you look into it, since this award is given every year, in 2019 itself, when this survey came out, this Nature Award was given to two scientists from India, Professor Narasimha, who was basically a fluid dynamics professor from IISc and later went to other institutions as well, and Dr. Vidita Vaidya, who perhaps some of you might be knowing, neuroscientist from TFR. And the reason they got it is they prioritize people over competition and publications. Again, I have put an article's link so that you can go into the details of that. But in 2014 itself, India produced 24,000 PhD graduates, including 6,000 in science annually. So the mentorship is a big challenge in our country as well. What happened, interestingly, when there were several plenty of mentees were submitting their achievements and they were submitting the achievements of the mentors. Mentors were giving the reflections. So Nature came up with the idea that we have the immense resource that the mentees submitted and then the mentors reflected on. So we should use that resource, which could provide a basis for reflection on what comprises good mentoring. So that's how Nature came up with the idea of this jotting down traits of a good mentor. So that they looked into the applications, they just got hints from there. So what the talk is going to be about, of course, not the way of mentoring, but the attributes which represent a distillation of the opinion of more than 350 scientists writing as nominated mentor or their nominating mentees. So something like this. So a professor is asking, show me all your data. Students saying, all of it? Yes, everything what you have done since the last time we spoke. Sir, you want to see the raw numbers? No, I don't have time for that. You want to see my notes? No, I don't have time for that. My analysis? Just show me a graph. And after a student shows the graph, oh, that's all you have got? So, okay, I mean, a nice take on how a person goes ahead. But we are going to discuss about the attributes related with the mentoring. Now, who gets benefited from this talk? I thought about it. Of course, it is especially useful to all the younger members as you start out your careers as mentors. But I feel that it is equally important for the established one, like myself, who reflect on the practices and determine whether these attributes are helpful for us or not, and accordingly decide further. So, in summary, for me, this talk is generally useful for everyone. So with this introduction, that how did I think about this particular talk? How did I come up with the idea, the motivation, and who gets benefited? I'll now go ahead with what's the major traits which mentees have found or mentors have reflected upon in a good mentor. So from now onwards, from this slide onwards, I'm going to discuss the important traits which we have in mentors or which mentees generally expect to be in mentors. So let's just go ahead with that. Now, mentor for life. This turned out to be the distinctive feature of a great mentor. And what is that? That as opposed to a great supervisor, there is a special focus on helping to build mentees' career. Several of those proposing mentees started out as students, but they later became colleagues. And throughout in their life, these mentors continued to support. This was a natural consequence of the care and effort that the majority of them became themselves later on the mentors for life. Now you will see these boxes which will come on the bottom or sometimes otherwise. These are the verbatim sentences from either the mentees or the mentor. For example, here, this important point, the mentor for life, For me, there is a difference between a supervisor and a mentor, a mentee writes. With the latter, you find that you are not simply a student with a research project, but a student with a career in front that the mentor helps you start. So in some sense, your mentor's work doesn't stop at the convocation. It continues to grow beyond that. And it turns out to be friendship, it turns out to be maybe they later become colleagues, so on and so forth. But this mentor for life turns out to be one big point or trait for a good mentor that we should keep in mind. Now, there are several personal characteristics which I am going to speak about. So, okay, I will let you read this one. So, what have you done this week? It depends on the definition of done. Did I finish anything? No. Did I accomplish anything? No. I sat at my desk and worked all week, but nothing came of it. So, in short, I did research. Okay, I think we are done. So, a typical supervisor students meeting, weekly meeting, you can take. Okay, coming to the personal characteristics. The first one was enthusiasm. The words which were ringing everywhere in the mentees' reports: passion, enthusiasm, and positivity. Now, of course, you cannot teach enthusiasm. You radiate of enthusiasm. It is clearly debatable whether we can cultivate these as the habits. But it is clear that those mentors who are enthusiastic about their own research and the research of the PhDs of the students, the dissertation students, they turn out to be better mentors in terms of for mentees development as compared to those who are not that much enthusiastic about us. So, for example, is the student working on this correct project or not? Sometimes we have a project, we have a student, we think that these two will suit each other, but it may or may not be true. And how to support our mentees? It's very important to be as enthusiastic about our students' research as our own. It becomes particularly more important when you grow older, where you have already taught for 15 or 20 years. So let's look at one of the mentors' comment here. It is the nature of supervision that you have to explain some key concept time after time as each new student arrives. Each time I had to make it feel to the student that it was the first time I had ever explained the concept. Each time I had to tell it with sparkle to help inspire them to seek to know more. At times it was hard to stay inspirational, but to fail would have meant to me that I should quit as a supervisor. You need to understand, as an old and wise friend once said to me, remember, they stay the same age. Mentees stay the same age. We get older. Mentors get older. The next one turns out to be sensitivity. When things go wrong, it is important to find out why things happened the way they did. There could be personal factors, sickness, relationship breakups, whatever, that contribute to unhappy decisions or results. Although I may not be able to provide the solution to personal problems, I can provide a sympathetic ear as well as advice or direction to support services. When a student or colleague starts exhibit unusual behavior, for example, not coming to the lab regularly, most of the time we have, of course, a habit of scolding our research scholar, saying that why are you not coming to the lab? Of course, it's important that they come to the lab, but at the same time, it's important to show the empathy and compassion. We need to listen. We need to also support that there may be some family related issues, maybe some health problems, maybe some work-life balance that they are going through, just like the way we went through. So sensitivity in mentors turned out to be something which is appreciated. Appreciating individual differences. Now, this is something which I'm pretty sure all of us have encountered. Some of the students catch up the things pretty fast. What they do that unless until they go through all the theory, they do not want to start with an experiment. On the other hand, there are certain students just want to. Hello. Is there a question or a comment?
No, sir, I think someone had unmuted by mistake.
Okay. Yeah. So let me continue then. So appreciating individual differences means that we should be knowing, as a mentor, we should be understanding that there are different ways to work on a similar thing, same one particular problem. It's possible that we have one way of understanding it, but since these research scholars all have their own way of thinking, so what we need at times to help them make directions rather than asking them to go only in one way. Again, it is important to cater for personal traits. Some of my student colleagues need to dot every I and cross every T. That means take care of the nitty-gritty as they design a set of critical experiments. Others, with equal success rate, risk making a mess of a few critical experiments, but gain an instant understanding of what to do or what not to do. Allowing both approaches is difficult but necessary. Continuing with the personal characteristics, respect. It is sadly true that laboratories exist where PhD students or the dissertation students are seen as extra pair of hands rather than the genuine collaborators. Although the supervisors turn out to be successful and grants be funded courtesy to those extra hands, but they will never have the satisfaction of, the mentees will never have the satisfaction of working in the stimulating environment. And that's where I think it's important that we should listen to this mentor, that mentee, that she treats her colleagues, regardless of whether they are doing a PhD or if they are a fellow professor, with the same high regard. In doing so, a mentor inspires confidence in her collaborators. Now, unselfishness, I know that several of you may already be doing it, but it is important to keep on reminding us. This is related that, for example, we have an idea, we want that idea to be explored by a student, and later on when the student manages to crack something out of that, we come up with the first author and then the student becomes a second author or some other co-author. So leaders of some big groups are more concerned with using their group members to promote their own scientific standing. So maybe a PRL is coming and hence my name should be there as the mentor's name should be there as the first author. Letting your students take your ideas, run with them is not always easy, but is always appreciated. Most importantly, mentor has no intellectual jealousy. She was always happy to see others succeed, pushing them forward into the limelight while standing back in the shadows herself. And it's important, what do you lose by allowing them to be the lead authors, even if the idea is yours? Now, I have my own lab. Of course, I mean, I am having PhD students of mine, but I also am director of one of the center of the university. It is called Center for Detector and Related Software Technology. And in the center, there are students from all 6 high energy physics members or faculty members who are basically having, again, the same PhD students or some research scholars, project associates. Now, the impact of a good mentor, it goes far beyond his or her own boundaries. So at times, if somebody else, not your own student, but somebody else's student come to you asking for help or maybe discussing something with you, that thing doesn't go unnoticed. A number of the mentee support documents in those awards were from those who had never actually been in the mentor's laboratory, but whose lives had nevertheless been touched. Mentor is just as diligent in fostering careers of people who he thinks can advance science as he is at fostering his own students. This action is consistent with a motive that goes beyond mere ego and represents service to the advancement of science. So here lies the important thing, that we all understand we are there to help our students, our research scholars, and it doesn't matter whether it's your own or whether it is some other. Of course, I mean, we have 2 traits I have mentioned. One was the mentor for life, and second was the personal characteristics, which were several of those. Now, this third one, of course, I can understand that most of you can think of teaching and communication. So have a look at this cartoon. What students wish their professors would be like. We are going to have to get a paper accepted in Nature, and this is how we are going to do it. And the student is saying, wow. And what professors wish their students would be like. The student is saying, by the way, I wrote a paper with you as co-author and it got into Nature. And the professor is saying, wow. Now, this is again interesting thing because there is always a tension between research and teaching. And it is not there only in our universities, they are all at all the universities. But the success in both is not mutually exclusive. And it's again striking, not surprising, that many of the exemplary mentors were exemplary teachers. Many of the mentees who themselves have gone on to become having successful careers at the international level, for example, they were taught by those mentors at earlier time. So up and coming young scientists should put effort into their teaching in order to inspire and interest their future mentees. Remember, I started by saying that we can let them fall in love with science or flee from it. So this is an important aspect. And enthusiasm, my mentor's enthusiasm was infectious for many undergraduate students. And I have no doubt in saying that her delivery of the subject matter was instrumental in fueling my interest in particular in this point as a subject. Now, many of the great mentors were great communicators, not only of science, but also for diverse audiences such as schools or local societies. The two methods, the Socratic method, we can use. For example, a student comes up with a question, what can we say about this phenomenon? Well, what are the assumptions? And what do you base your reasoning on is one way. Or the sarcastic method, which a teacher is coming up with. Of course, it won't be on the test. Whatever I'm teaching is not on the test. I just lectured about it for no reason. I would happy to regrade it. I love wasting my time. Yes, you can submit it late. You are special. So we can ourselves decide which way we would like to proceed while communicating and teaching. Of course, it's nice to be having a humor sometime, but there is a thin line between the sarcasm and the humor. We must be remembering that. Now, this fourth quality is coming directly from mentees. Now, the ones which I have mentioned, they were synthesis of what the mentees gave and what mentors reflected on. The fourth big quality, this one is coming mainly from the mentees. That these are the tips for mentors. What are the now tips for mentors from the mentees side? The first and the foremost, availability, the open door. Availability is the standout quality which is appreciated by the mentees. Remember the survey which I showed that 49% of the students said that they were having less than 1 hour out of a week of a discussion. This thing is not considered very good, particularly in the initial phases of the research. So if you find out that one thing that mentees are pretty clear about is the time which mentor can provide. So, for example, mentor was always there and the door was always open. Mentees marveled at emails answered in 20 minutes to their problems. The regular meeting is clearly an important strategy. Why regular meeting is clearly an important strategy, I can tell you, because we earmark time that this is the time during which we are going to discuss with each of the research scholar. And in case if I have to give, for example, the time for the talk, I wouldn't try to put it during that time because I know my regular meeting is already scheduled. If I want to do it, for example, at random times, then it becomes quite confusing that when to actually ask the student to come and meet me. And because of that, what happens that several of the time you are not meeting your research scholars and the research scholars are only seeing the postdocs maybe or some other people. Setting aside a whole day to meet, this was one of the mentor that he set aside a whole day to meet each member individually for half an hour. It's for a bigger group, of course. Easier for students to plan their work and for the mentor to avoid committee meetings. Coffee breaks are also great daily opportunities for discussion. When we go for tea or coffee, we can take our students along. Analysis of failure was as important as success. I cannot remember, this is mentee, I cannot remember a mentor ever cancelling an appointment with me despite the tremendous demands on his time. He was the head of the department for some of the time that I was his student. Inspiration, optimism. Now, this is the walk into your office, somebody dispirited, a failure. Several times our experiments don't turn out to give the results which we were expecting. But yet walk out of your room inspired and with the optimistic phenomenon. And this is pretty interesting thing. That attributes that allow the mentor to cause these almost spiritual experiences, including a broad vision of how science works. Science doesn't work in the way that only successes come to the scientists. It works more in the ways that we know how many failures have taken place. A big picture view. Maybe we have lost one particular way so that we did not get the result. But the bigger picture is, are we moving in the correct direction? A conviction that unexpected results are often the most interesting and point towards novel insight. And who can tell you better than Rutherford, who for his students and the postdoc, Giger and Marsden, showed that the large angle deflection turned out to be the discovery of nucleus. So going to mentor's office with your head down, armed with a plot or calculation, showing that the project seemed to be going nowhere. You will leave believing that you have solved the mysteries of the universe. And that exactly happened to Giger and Marsden after they met with Rutherford of this famous one. I do not know how many of you know about this story, but maybe some other time, if I have, then I will tell you about it. Now, this is pretty critical, and this is the one where it's very difficult. At least in my 10 PhD students and several dissertation students who I work with, balancing direction and self-direction. It's something like a micromanagement versus sink or swim attitude. That either I am going to sit with the student writing all the codes, doing all the experiments, and writing the paper eventually, or going to just allow a student to figure out what they want to do. Now, there is no single unique way in which this can be done, but somehow this is the skill which a mentor has to develop. That we should give some freedom to young researchers to expand on their ideas, but at the same time, gently reining them when they are off track. Now, this takes time to develop, that from where in the micromanagement to the sink or swim type are you becoming. And I'm pretty sure that over the period of time, you will also realize that. The scientific acumen too, on the one hand, encourage promising ideas, and on the other, recognize a dead end is one of M's mentor's great mentoring skills. The art of questioning and listening. Now, this is also another art which mentor has to develop, where you answer a question with a question, not to confuse them, of course, but in order to lead them towards both an answer and a better understanding of the topic which they are learning. Now, this also, of course, takes time. However, mentees appreciate that way of answering question, not just providing the correct answer. I mean, this is what the Google is doing all the time. Maybe ChatGPT is also doing that. But how to think better in a given topic or for a given topic is what I am talking about here. Rather than directly providing me with interesting ideas, he is able to ask the right questions to allow me to come up with my own theories and ideas. Being widely read and widely receptive, of course, all of us agree with that if we are doing research in a particular field, we should be having complete idea. But at the same time, it's always useful that we should be open to ideas and solutions from all other disciplines as well. We should be ready to accept that we can be wrong. The dogma and limitations in breadth may be exposed and challenged by students or colleagues. It happens also more often when you are trying to take your research in a lateral way, not only in the vertical, that you are going into the cross-disciplinary topics, where you may also need to learn along with the research scholars. Often, mentor would have the latest, hottest paper on my desk with an enthusiastic note attached that not only conveyed his own excitement about the field, but also piqued my interest. Long before I remember, our supervisors, our mentors used to give this review of modern physics first article, which used to be a review article of the subject. And they used to leave it on our desk. And actually, they used to ask us to provide our review on that. It used to be quite a tedious task. I do not see that happening that often these days. What mentees also like is the life after science and celebration. A positive feature to those who received this advice. The guiding principle is that celebration, however large or small, is a powerful motivator. Maybe after the first talk of your student, a small note that the talk was good, that there was confidence. So many of these small things, they help. Okay, I mean, here is an interesting outcome. What real people take, they can take vacations. And I'm pretty sure since most of you are the faculty members, or all of you are faculty members, what academics take vacations, either hunting for Wi-Fi, they are there for a conference, and they're there on different calls. So that's how the academics look at the vacations. Now, after the tips for mentors, it's coming back to fifth point, which is about building communities. The successful mentors realize the need to build communities. Positive and sustaining communities do not just happen. They have to be nurtured. Now, this I can tell you again from my experience. What is mentioned here, for example, that I have co-authored 1,300 papers. I am one of a collaborator in an international research project. It's in high energy physics. It's called the Compact Muon Solenoid at the Large Hadron Collider. Some of you might be knowing it because of the God's particle discovery or Higgs boson discovery. But building community turned out to be pretty important. My mentor did it. It was about the whole group planning meetings. So we used to have the group meetings every week. We also used to have external visitors. For example, the same collaboration, which was international, also had plenty of national partners. Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Punjab University, Delhi University, we were all there. And there were visitors. Whenever somebody is coming to Delhi, maybe for their visa, something like that. So our mentor used to just ensure that that person stays there, give a talk to us, let us ask questions, and then be done with that, so that we develop our communities. We used to be going to our schools, which are of national importance and also of the international importance. But then the mentor can do they can also do subgroup meetings with a specific task to report to the whole group. There can be entire group writing tasks where I do not ask one student to write paper, but I just ask them to come up with a draft, correction on that draft, so on and so forth. And assigning a new junior staff member or a student to a senior staff member or a student mentor. Here is the role of the postdocs, which several of you might not be knowing, comes where the junior PhD student gets associated with the postdocs. Now, due to the salary limitation in our country, we do not hire plenty of postdocs here. But that's pretty common everywhere you go outside, be it in US or in Europe. Anyway, coming back to the building communities, especially important meetings were journal clubs, which many team leaders set up but often do not sustain. So when I go to CERN, for example, related with my research, I find that several of the groups, they just hold the group meetings and ask me to give a talk there. Independent of what topic it is, they are just letting somebody talking about their own research work, and they let their students or research scholars work exposed to us as well. So building communities turn out to be pretty important in terms of enriching your subject knowledge as well as changing the outlook, the way we look at science. Next is the skill development. Now, these are the skills which mentors work hard at developing of their mentees. Now, there are three of these skills which I have mentioned, but I'm pretty sure that there will be plenty of lab related skills. I'm not talking about the specific skills, the generic ones. Criticism. No, I'm not talking about the sarcasm. I'm talking about the genuine criticism. What is it about? Requiring students or young colleagues to write reviews of journal articles, referees reports, and grant applications, and then critiquing their efforts. So you come up with a paper, you ask a student to provide whatever questions come to the mind or whatever assumptions which might be wrong. And it is just not about the review articles. It can be anything. It can be even your own grant applications which you are writing. It gives you a perspective which you may not, which you might think is not required. But when you give or present your work of the grant applications to variety of committee members, you will find out questions which are as simple as somebody from the 11th or 12th class would be asked. So critiquing your grant applications through your research scholars is another important one. Motivation to review papers and grant applications should be instilled in young scientists. Now, this is again where the journal club is used to a good effect. In case if you have more than 2 or 3 students, try to come up with this kind of a club, where students regularly take turns dissecting 1 or 2 relevant current papers and the background with input taken from other students or the faculty members as well. So mentor does not only guide his students in their research, but ensures that they learn how to critically review the literature. He often challenges his students with an exercise of reviewing a paper. He then patiently remarks on their review. The next one, this is particularly difficult these days. I'm pretty sure that all of you will agree with me, particularly in the era of chat GPT, rephrasers, and so paraphrasers, so on and so forth. Now, this development must not be taken for granted, writing. Or otherwise, you will see in the end, you will be writing almost all the papers on your own. Rapid turnaround over 1 to 2 days with clear feedback seemed the norm, as did resisting the temptation to do the rewrite for the student, but rather assisting the mentees to rewrite several times. Now, this cartoon summarizes it nicely. Teacher says, I made a few tweaks to the draft paper you sent me. The student says, sir, you rewrote the entire thing. Teacher says, yes, it's easier for me to rewrite it than to point out all the things you did wrong. I call it learning by demonstration. But sir, what are we demonstrating here? That you are a bad writer. So we must avoid doing this. I know asking a student to write, rewrite, rewrite, and rewrite and checking it every time takes a lot of time. You will develop over the period of time what are the contents which are written from the chat GPT or paraphrasers. You yourself will be able to figure it out. And this is something which I personally feel is quite an important one in present day. And third, of course, who can say no to this one? This is the oral presentation. Although few students have a natural gift for giving a scientific talk, all can learn if given sufficient practice and advice. I always suggest that the student provides me with a run through a week or 2 before a presentation, what we call as the mock presentations, to allow sufficient time for revisions. So there should be sufficient number of mock presentations, particularly from the younger researchers, but also from the seasoned researchers, just to ensure that you have sufficient time for revisions. Provide ample opportunity to speak at international forums. Which means that we as the mentors take the backseat and ask our students to go and discuss and talk about all the things which they would like to talk about. This way, the oral presentation has a lot, and it takes care of, I personally feel that it takes care of all the things which are required to become a better researcher. Not only working on your research, but also be able to present it, defend it, and complete it within some time. It also gives a different sense of achievement. Okay, so generally, this is what I find that several students say that happens, that your conference presentation is how you plan it, that I will start introducing myself, then I will describe the outline, the motivation, I will come up with methodology, research, so on and so forth. But how it goes, that it starts late, several things I forget, motivation turned out to be the smallest one, or I mean, we are just at the end saying, oh, why there is an awkward silence at the end of my presentation? Nobody understood anything. Okay, I mean, interesting one. And the final thing which is related with this topic, I mean, I will just browse through. I have put all those things in this on the same page, but this is the networking. Now, networking is something which all successful mentors or scientists have extensively. They have extensive networks spread across the globe. Again, being a person who is, I returned back from Fermi Lab, which was in USA. I am currently heading the project, which is at CERN in Switzerland. It's Europe, and we have several collaborators all around the world. I can tell you that networking works very well, but we do need to have it. Good mentors saw it as their responsibility to share their own network to the mentees. Encouraged collaboration by introducing their mentees to potential collaborators. Let's just read it. Mentor always made a large effort to develop the scientific careers of his students. He would actually encourage his students to attend national and international conferences, and at these conferences would make a significant effort to introduce his students to other researchers in that field. He would also make a great effort to make sure others were aware of his students' achievement and work. When it came time to leave his laboratory and develop links with others, mentor was a great source of context and ideas. So by the time a student is graduating, by the time a student is finishing the dissertation, the mentee, the student has already made enough context through mentor that student can further explore in the field. This is something I do not know. I mean, there are plenty of grants available in the DST. There are plenty of grants available otherwise. But send overseas. I mean, this particular point that special efforts to send mentees overseas to conference or visit lab, particularly in conferences, of course, we visit. But visiting labs, if possible, is also another way of ensuring that how the different perspective or the aspects of the research goes. With the wisdom of hindsight, I think the single most important thing I did as supervisor or PhD students was to send each one of them overseas at least once in their candidature. The captain has turned off the seat belt sign. So are you traveling for business or for fun? A researcher said, I'm going to a research conference, so I do not know whether it will qualify business or fun. None of the above? Yeah, it's not for fun for sure. So that's how a typical overseas visit of a student or a first-time visit of a research scholar looks like to most of the fellow passengers who accompany you. I'm pretty sure that you can relate with this. And of course, I mean, this is advice on career decisions. Ensure that when a student left the group, they could travel along pathway that was most likely to set them on a successful career. At least you should guide them. Then it's up to students. All supporting mentees had successful careers and their mentor had helped them with their career. This is the sentence which is taken again from that article directly. Guess what, mom? My article got accepted. I am getting published. Wow, that's great. How much are they paying you? Oh, actually, we have to pay them to publish it. It's called a paid charge. I feel like your career is going in the wrong direction. What's the career? This is kind of thing which I'm pretty sure that all of us again can relate with. That publishing a paper is pretty important for us, but at times we are not getting anything out of it. Several papers are getting published. So what I did, I mean, I just asked for a visual tree maker to make this, that all the attributes which I mentioned, since they got lost in during the talk which I was giving, let me just put it here. The first one was a mentor for life. Then I talked about the personal characteristics, which included enthusiasm, sensitivity, appreciating individual differences, respect, unselfishness, and support for other than one's own. The next one was teaching and communication. There were plenty of tips for mentors from mentees. Availability is the top one. Building communities, skill development, particularly of mentees in critique writing of the papers, writing, and oral presentation. And finally, I discussed about networking. Now, Nature's paper does not end here. It also asks us as mentors to self-assess. How good a mentor are you? Perhaps most of you may not be able to see it. If you are on mobile phones, of course, you cannot. But it says for each of the strategy or the activity, the question which you have to ask, you have to give your own example and what you could have done better. For example, for appreciating individual difference, give an example of an incident that illustrates your acknowledgement of individual difference. I mean, this is how nature is asking us to self-assess on several points. I find that the self-direction turned out to be pretty important for me. This, when it is writing, what was your rating on the scale on page 793? It was writing, this rating was related with the micromanagement or sink or swim approach on your own. So turned out that I changed quite a lot with this. I still try to tackle these points. I mean, I am not doing pretty good on several of aspects. I'm trying to improve upon myself. But I find that if you just look into this paper, you just sit along with it, you keep write it, and you yourself try to figure out, are you able to change or are you able to do something which is in consonance with what we have discussed? And at the end, it is writing, what one thing will you do differently after reading the description of the mentoring? And that's something which I feel that is pretty important. And here I would say that after every student, you will have to do it. Remember that when you are making a model, theoretical model, every new data point, with every new data point, you try to change the model or modify the model. It's exactly the same with every new research student, be a dissertation student, somebody else's student. You rewrite and figure out whether you are changing or you want to change something. And I can tell you that over the period of time, at least this helps a lot. In fact, just to tell you about it, the day when I got the Teacher Excellence Award from the university, it was the same day on the same function, my mentor also got the Lifetime Achievement Award in the university. That was one of the biggest day for me because on the same day, my supervisor, who turned out to be my mentor, who handed over this article to me, and I got the award. So some of the things do manage to change, and some of the things do not take it as something which comes naturally. And even though I know that I actually ran through pretty fast, I did not want to bore you a lot, but I thought that this talk was more of a reflection. Several of you would be able to comment on certain points, whether this makes sense to you or this doesn't make sense to you. So I wanted to keep enough time for you to interact with me. I mean, not like asking questions on the probability distributions, but actually reflecting on some of the points which we were discussing. So in conclusion, the proposed method, I mean, after the talk, what do you expect? Questions or not? So I'll just conclude here. And I have this article which is listed as a link here. This is the article from which I unapologetically, I told you, took almost all the content. But of course, several of the other Nature articles were there to help me out. So thanks a lot for listening to it. I hope not all of you are asleep by the end of it. And I hope this talk, particularly this paper, written in the form of talk, would be helpful for your upcoming career, which you have, I am pretty sure, in the pipeline. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sure no one is sleeping because your talk was so engaging. Participants, if you have anything to discuss with sir, you can please unmute yourself and talk to sir.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, this was a
Afternoon,
topic
sure.
we could never think of, and it is such an important topic. and I myself, I came to know first time about this, and it was very nice. And yes, it is as a mentor, not only as a research supervisor, but as a teacher also. We may raise some points to matlab own self and ask, are we fitting into a good criteria of a teacher or not? Very nice sir, thank you so much sir for enlightening on this issue. मतलब बिल्कुल टेबल के साइड आके हम भूल जाते हैं कि हमारी भी क्या ड्यूटीज हैं. So it is a self reflection kind of a talk. Thank you so much sir.
Yeah, Dr. Shivani, I mean, I totally agree with you. Over the period of time, what we, at least, I mean, now that having 18 years of experience of teaching, more than 25 years of research, and actually I visit internationally also, I mean, a lot. I find that we have too many students with us, and we are also feeling like pressed all the time. That, I mean, oh, I mean, I have other students coming. I have meetings these days, NAC, IQAC, NIRF, so many things going on that we hardly get any time to think about or reflect on what we are supposed to do other than teaching. This is the one who, these guys are going to be our messengers, right? I mean, they are going to be the messengers of science, but they feel most of the time pressurized because not all of any deliberate efforts. It's just unintentionally that we are unable to find exact balance that what it should be. So Nature's article is just in that direction, I would say. I don't say that I agree. I may be agreeing with all of the points which I myself said here, since it was written in the Nature's article, so it was there. But I would say that this article at least gave me a perspective, which I seem to be missing in the beginning. And I was thankful to my mentor for providing it. After going through that 2019 review, that survey, where 36% of the students said that they are going through this anxiety-related issues, I think, I mean, it became all the more important for me to start discussing it with the future mentors or the mentors who are just there in their starting portion of the journey.
Actually, sir, discussing this topic in research methodology is not technical, but it is very important and complementary to all those things which we are doing, which we are planning to do. Because if a student is not emotionally happy, well, this is about something I say ki, emotional intelligence also offers mentor, mentee. So very nice, sir. Thank you so much on enlightening on this topic.
Okay,
And
Dr. Shivani.
ma'am, आपने इतना अच्छा टॉपिक चूज करा. Thanks to you too.
Anyone else? Yeah, I know when I had approached ma'am, we had the list of topics was very different that ma'am had approached sir with. That sir mentioned initially too. But sir came up with this idea, and definitely this is a very good idea, sir. As I told you in the beginning, I was sure, and now after the session, it is even more clear.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is close to my heart. Actually, I gave this talk in one of the FTPs in Theoretical College long back during the COVID times. This is the time while I was reflecting on that. And then Ashutosh, who is my colleague, Ashutosh Bhardwaj, he said that, okay, Kirti, why can't we have this similar talk in other FTPs? And since then, whenever it is about talking to mentors, supervisors, I always try to think about it. It's just that, I mean, okay, some of the portion becomes very dry because most of us seem to be knowing almost these things. So I included those cartoons just to take care of that. But those of you who never went into this www.phdcomics.com, I will encourage you to go there because at times they are not only humorous, you will find plenty of content from there as well for your own development. So I would suggest that if you're not just going for the Nature's article, also go towards this www.phdcomics.com. I actually got a lot into that. I still love reading that.
सर बीच बीच में ना आपके टॉक में मुझे ध्यान आ रहा था जसपाल भट्टी. मैं सीरियल का नाम भूल गई हूँ. I was
yeah, there was one.
Oh, there was Ulta Pulta. There was one.
नहीं, जसपाल भट्टी के कई सारे एपिसोड.
There was a PhD
student. Yeah, ultimately supervisor's daughter. I mean, he wanted to get this guy to hook up to his daughter, but this guy was already married, I guess. So he was sharp enough to understand that.
PhD student is not seen as a collaborator, but as an extra hand. That was
Fear of it.
No, sir, we
Yeah,
may
yeah. So
think.
I would just say that Dr. Sonika can just provide the link of these papers or the talk. I do not know to all of you. I would just suggest that go through these articles. Even though again I agree that there is not exact any technicality here, but unless we incorporate important aspects from this, there is also not much point teaching to these fresh research scholars, because at times they are, you just talk to them, they are feeling pretty pressed from that nobody understands us. They are just taking us as somebody who can write papers. That's it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so
So
now
if
you
no
can
one
take
else
maybe
has.
right 20 minutes break in that case.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for delivering
Yeah,
such an insightful lecture, sir, on the role of a mentor in research today. Your expertise and perspectives have delineated the various aspects of the role of a mentor, and the session has provided valuable takeaways for all the participants. It has equipped all of us to align better with NEP, and we definitely feel better equipped to deal with our roles as mentors. We are grateful for your time and your willingness to share your knowledge with us. Thank you so much, sir.
absolutely. Pleasure was all mine. Pleasure was all mine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So, participants, we can take a break and rejoin at 3:30 sharp for the presentation session. And please limit your presentation to 5 minutes, the time that has been allotted to you, 5 minutes, please. Because otherwise it becomes very difficult to deal with the presentation of so many participants. Okay, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Bye.
So I think we should now. So the first presenter is Dr. Nitish Kumar Mehto. I think
Dr. Madhu, you are not audible.
Am I
Madhu,
on?
your volume is low, and please open that sheet because Dr. Nitish has already given the presentation. Cross-check from that sheet.
Niyati Singh? Dr. Niyati Singh?
Ma'am, I am here.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Yes, yes.
Participants, I have one announcement to make. Please adhere to the 5-minute time that has been given to you.
Okay.
We will not be able to afford to give you extra time. So please adhere to that 5-minute time slot that has been given to you. If the co-participants have too many queries, then you can discuss it on a one-to-one platform later on, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Shall I share the PPT?
Yes, Dr. Niyati.
Yes, you can share that.
Okay, just a minute. Is it visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
No, you have not started sharing.
I had started, ma'am, from here. Just a minute. Entire screen I have to share. In my system, it is showing cancel Chrome tab.
Yes, ma'am, just click on your screen. After sharing, just click on your screen.
Yes, ma'am, I have clicked on my, yeah, now it is there. Thank you, ma'am. I think so it is visible now.
No,
Not
ma'am.
yet.
Haven't
Yes, now
started.
it is coming, I think.
Acha, it's visible.
Yes, shall I
No,
start? No, still not visible.
It's not visible,
Definitely.
ma'am.
Okay, just a minute then.
Click on share and then you will see a window with your screen and then click on screen.
Okay. Can
Yes.
now it be?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, it's
it is
visible.
visible. Okay, sorry. So myself, Dr. Niyati Singh, is going to present a research work, which is unpublished on wheat grass juice, which is a magic drink to cope with the lifestyle disorders. For this, lifestyle disorders, why I have selected this, looking at the alarming facts and some of the threats, medical threats such as early ages happening the lifestyle disorders, and the biggest threat under 60s has curious to me to work over this. Secondly, why wheatgrass juice? Some of our experts had given the natures of rejuvenation. Platelets count has been sudden increase while consuming within the 7 days, and by T. Moriarty, the nature's finest medicine as a wheatgrass juice provoked me to work over on the wheatgrass juice. These are some of the common medical benefits of the wheatgrass juices, which friends can be used. Why wheatgrass juice as a oxygenated drink? Because the brain and all body tissue function at optimal level in a highly oxygenated environment. For this, Bernard Jensen already mentioned that by taking a wheatgrass juice, it takes a few minutes to digest, and even for digesting this, we need only a very few amount of body energy. Wheatgrass juice is a combo of green blood due to high content of chlorophyll, which is a similar molecule like hemoglobin, which enables to enhance the oxygen uptake and detoxify the body. And due to its rich nutritional profile, it acts as a superfood as well. So it is also known as oxygenated uh, juice. This is the common profile of the wheatgrass juice due to its antioxidants, vitamins, some of the minerals which play the major role in blood clotting formation, as well as amino acids. So this has been published work, and need why I had work over this, because the ultimate goal of all of us to live happy, healthy, and stress-free life in this modifiable lifestyle and unstable environment produces some of the prominent disorders which have no prehistory or prior indications. These all give the birth of lifestyle disorders. My focus will be towards the cerebrovascular disorders, which is known as commonly CVD. Thus, the prevention of lifestyle related disorders are the urgent, not only the medical, but as a social, economic, and political task as well. By human platelets, because human platelets play a pathogenous role in the CVD via the process of adhesion, activation, and aggravation process. I had done the electroanalysis of wheatgrass juice, human platelet cells. In my next slide, it will be more clear. First of all, I had prepared the fabricated microelectrode of gold and platinum for the voltammetric screening of human plasma platelets in the two form: PRP, platelet rich plasma, as well as platelet poor plasma, and wheatgrass juice in the developed method. Meanwhile, the monitoring effect of wheatgrass juice on healthy human subject is been also recorded. First of all, before explaining this slide, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Mahesh Tripathi, the pathologist of the University Hospital Sagar, who helped me to work and collection of the plasma samples from the human subjects. Each of my subject has given me the written consent for using them, the blood samples. EDTA is being used as an anticoagulant, and from the EDTA blood, plasma rich plasma, and platelets, poor plasma is being produced for the voltammetric screening. This is the way how I had obtained the wheatgrass juice. 6 to 8 inches length of wheatgrass after 9 days of its sowing is being prepared for the juice, which is being done normally by 50 gram of wheat sown every day in a new pot. 9 days this process is being continued in order to available a fresh harvest juice every day. This fresh juice being also is voltammetrically screened, as well as 9 days regular intake of about 100 ml of fresh wheatgrass juice was taken by my each 20 human subjects. These are the results and discussions. While voltammetric screening of the human platelets for the platelet poor plasma and platelet rich plasma using gold and platinum microelectrode, it is being clearly seen that gold microelectrode shows a single peak potential indicating the total components of platelets present in the plasma cells. Whereas while looking at the platinum microelectrode, two peak potentials were observed indicating the segregation of active platelets as well as inactive platelets. From this slide, we can easily see the platelet contents present in the male and female, which was analytically calculated by the voltammetric screening, and females were found with the higher platelet contents, both with gold as well as platinum microelectrodes. One more thing I would like to highlight it. Males active platelets are less as comparison to female active platelets components. Now, this is the comparative studies between the voltammetric screening between the gold and active screening of the platelets at the platinum microelectrodes, which clearly indicates the increase of platelet components from the 0 day to the 10th day of human plasma samples after intaking of the human subject. This is the monitoring of the platelets. Finally, this is the conclusion. Wheatgrass juice can act as a anti-thrombotic diet for the thrombotic patient to prevent the CVD disorders. And this can be a eco-friendly, sustainable, and economic method. Important to measure side effect of the wheatgrass juice is just causing a bit nausea as well as difficulty in taking because it is not a tasty drink, but the medically fit. I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Professor K.S. Pitre, Dr. Mahesh Tripathi, and all my human subjects for helping me in this work. These are the references. Finally, thank you and open for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Niyati. Dr. Niyati, I have a question.
Yeah, ma'am.
You have said that the 9 days period you have taken.
Yes,
You have analyzed.
I-
Why 9 days period?
Because, ma'am, wheatgrass juice contain the enzymes, and enzymes are highly activated till the 9th day. This is the mythics which I have observed through our Ramayana. 9 days का हमारा नवदुर्गा होता है, उस समय भी हम जौ के कल्टीवेशन करते हैं. So while the 9th day, all the enzymes has been done. Even I had done the voltammetric screening for the dried wheat grass also, and nowadays it is available in the market also. But I am not confirmed whether they are that much useful or not.
Okay.
And high level of antioxidants are also there. So it is better to have that a cup of wheatgrass juice daily in our life.
The daily is fine, but I just hope that it would be better if you have taken the sample even after the 9 days, just to
It has been, madam, यहाँ पर सिर्फ because 5 days मतलब 5 minutes के अंदर करना था. That's why I had.
No, I'm just asking. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Can we take it after 9 days also and study or compare the studies?
मैम उसके बाद उतना प्लेटलेट इंक्रीज नहीं मिला था मेरे को because I had been observing only related with the CVD. मेरा मेन टारगेट सीवीटी था. अगर कैंसरस होता या डिसीजेस होता तो it could help.
Okay, how do you confirm on the basis of CVD?
सीवीटी में मैम थ्रोम्बोटिक ये मैंने प्लेटलेट्स इसीलिए स्टडी किया था because these are playing a major role. CVD, cerebrovascular disorders, which are platelet is the main culprit of this CVD. And platelet screening मैंने पहले अपना method develop किया, and after development this is being done by giving the intake of wheatgrass juice.
Thank you, Dr. Niyati. Next.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Next is Dr. Omvati Rana. Omvati, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Ma'am, how I can share my screen? My screen is visible?
No.
No.
Just click on share. You can see a green color
the
box
center.
with the arrow in the center.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is
Now
coming.
click on screen.
Screen, yes.
Yes.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. Now open your presentation.
Start sharing your.
Ma'am, screen is
Yes,
visible?
fine, Dr. Omvati. You can.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Omvati Rana from Physics Department, Daulat College. I am very thankful to our organizing team for giving me such a nice opportunity to represent a poster in front of you. In this poster, we have analyzed the charge carrier mobility and the surface morphology of spiroamniotide, a whole transporting organic semiconductor thin films. Now, from 2 decades, we have studied organic semiconductors. They become the people like to work on the organic semiconductors, and they like light emitting diode, field effect transistor, photovoltaic, because of their low cost applications, as well as they can be used for the flexible type of devices in light as a light emitting diodes. Even these are used in different kinds of devices, but significant yet important fundamental, the important part is we have to study the charge transport of what type of charge transport, what is the mobility of the charge carrier that has been transported through the different kinds of organic materials that we have to study. To study this one, we have fabricated the spiroamniotide devices, and we have studied the effect of temperature as well as the field effect, how the charge carriers they are affected by it. And I have done some AFM study about to know about the surface morphology of this type of material. Actually, what we have seen in case of organic semiconductors, they get degraded after some time when OLEDs has been fabricated, different kind of devices have been fabricated, they degrade after 2-3 days. So first of all, we have to focus on what type of charge transport have been occurred in this device. It is reported as a whole transporting layer. When we talk about organic LEDs, there are different kinds of layers that we have to study. One of them is this spiroamniotide material. To make the whole moly type of devices, we have used the thermal deposition unit, in which we have used the substrate, itocoated substrate have been used. Then the layer of this spiroamniotide has been deposited by using the thermal deposition units, around 200 angstrom thickness that we have deposited. On the contact, we have deposited aluminium on it. Then it makes a device such kind of sandwich in which the hose are transported when we applied the voltage about these devices. Then we have, it is shown in the device how it's look like and how we have done the fabrication step for this one. When we have done the IV characteristics of devices, then we have seen as we increasing the voltages, then corresponding current density has been changes with the time, that it shows a space charge of limiting current is flowing through the device that has been shown. Here it is shown initially the charge is injected into the layer, then it increases with the increasing the voltage. It shows the current is flowing through the material that is used, as well as we have also studied with the temperature. As we are decreasing with the temperature, this current flow through the device is also decreasing. It shows that this material shows the organic semiconductor type of property that we have seen. Okay, as we are increasing the voltage, current is increasing. As we decreasing the voltage corresponding, the current density is increasing in the device. Then we have simulated with using some models. We have space charge limited current model equations that we have. Using that one, we have simulated the result that we have come out from this device. By simulations, we have find out the mobility of this material after doing the thermal deposition. It is around 10 to power around 9.8 into 10 to power minus 5 centimeter per watt per second. And it is also observed the mobility of the charge carrier. It varies from, as the temperature is decreasing, it is also decreasing through the materials. This application is useful for OLED applications, as well as it is also applicable for your solar cells as well as transistor, knowing about the mobility of that material. Second parameter is our morphology of the device. So we have also taken another substrate with the same thickness, and we have done the AFM study of it. Then it is analyzed. It is a amorphous material, which is good, which is used for basic requirement of the OLEDs. Then after 15 days, again we have done the AFM of it. It is shown almost morphology and roughness of the material, which is almost remain the same. It shows this material is good. After 15 days, it is not degrading. Means that kind of material, similar type of materials can be used for OLEDs, then your solar cells and different transistors. So we can conclude it here. This spirometad is a amorphous and quite stable material, which is the basic requirement for all type of organic type of devices. Then it again shows it is following the JV characteristics. It show the organic semiconductor characteristics, and it having the good mobility, which is around 9.8 10 to the power minus 5 in this material. It is also shown it is temperature and field dependent type of mobility, which is good requirement for this. So this is the conclusion that we have concluded here. I am very thankful to my supervisor, our principal ma'am, and the student who has worked with me. Here, ma'am, some part of this has been published, and still some work is going on.
Thank you, Dr. Omvati.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Omvati, I have a question. What is this spirometad?
Ma'am, it is a organic semiconductor material.
It is organic semiconductor. What is the basis? Is it graphene, carbon dots? What it is basically?
Ma'am, carbon based. Carbon
It is
based.
carbon based. Meaning carbon is an organic compound. It's not a nanomaterial, right?
Yes, ma'am. Organic material.
Organic material.
Organic
How
semiconductor, ma'am.
Okay, how many spirocarbons are there in this?
Ma'am, here actually I have studied the physics part of it. We have made the devices of it. Yes, ma'am.
From where you have taken this compound?
Ma'am, actually we have purchased it. We have not fabricated in our device, but initially when we purchased it, where we have the initial requirements that is reported earlier, कि आपका spirometad is same as जो कि reported है, that we have characterized. It is almost same. We have purchased from the जो company हमारी mark that from where we have purchased it.
Achha, why did you think of taking this compound only?
Ma'am, actually, reasoning is that we have compared with the other STL layers we have required for the OLEDs. So we have seen जो हम materials use करते थे, they degrade after some time. So we do the literature survey and we come to know that kind of material is available. जो spiro compounds से related है, they are quite stable. They have high TG values. So they can be used for fabricating that kind of devices. So we made the devices and compare the results. We are getting almost, mobility is almost with the same order जो हम पहले use करते थे, but the lifetime of the device has increased by using this material.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omvati. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Next is Dr. Poonam Lakhotia.
Hello. Hello. Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. You are audible, Dr. Poonam.
Hey, मेरे राम जी.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible, Dr. Poonam.
Okay, so I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, my topic of presentation is a review article on G-frames. So, as we learned in one of our sessions, that review article basically is it's a kind of material that basically summarizes all the existing research on a given topic, and it's basically a secondary source that gives us the directions also, some sort of what kind of research recently has been done on that topic, and also what are the ongoing and open problems in that direction. So I've tried to cover this topic for the case of G frames. So as we know that research review article is basically similar in structure to the research paper to a research paper. So we'll start with an abstract. So bird spaces, and they provide a generalized framework that includes various other frames such as frames of subspaces, oblique frames. So it is basically a generalization of the already ongoing frame theory, which basically find applications in the case of signal processing. Just a minute. So, in this review article, we will explore various aspects of G-frames, including the definitions, the properties, important results, and also towards the end, we will outline what ongoing research direction is there in this topic. So in the introduction, G-frames are natural generalizations of frames, and they share many useful properties with frames. Now, why frame theory is important? Because the redundant nature of frames is a very desirable property in many practical problems where error tolerance and noise suppression are required. These two properties are required basically in the field of signal processing, where the signal needs to be reconstructed. So these days, a number of new applications have emerged, and there have been many different kind of frames, which includes many such generalizations. This concept of G-frames was initially introduced by Wen Sun in the year 2006. So here are the definitions. A sequence of bounded linear operators, lambda I, belonging to LHHI, is called a G-frame for H with respect to HI if there exist constants AB positive such that for all F and H, this inequality is satisfied. Now here, H and HIs are Hilbert spaces, and lambda I's belongs to LHHI. The space LHHI is the space of all boundary linear operators from the space H to HI. So lambda I is basically a sequence of boundary linear operators that satisfy some sort of inequality. And this sequence is said to be a G-frame. Now here, the constants A and B are called the G-frame bounds. If A is equal to B, the G-frame is said to be tight. And if both the bounds equal 1, then it is said to be a parsable G-frame. We then have 2-3 operators which play a very important role in the theory of G-frames. The first one is analysis operator. The analysis operator T is defined as an operator from H to the space direct sum HI, which is basically the space of all square summable sequences. The space is, the operator is defined as, TF is defined as the sequence lambda IF. Then we have the synthesis operator. It is basically the dual of the adjoint, the dual of the analysis operator that we just saw, and it is operator T star, which maps a sequence Gi to the element summation lambda I star Gi. This is an element of the Hilbert space H. Now, composing both of these operators, we have the G-frame operator S, which is T star T, and it is a bounded positive self-adjoint and invertible operator on H. Now, what role does this G-frame operator plays in the theory of, the G-frame theory is basically given by these important results. Now, the first result is duality and reconstruction. Now here, as we can see, this equation tells us how a signal is reconstructed using frames and their duals. So that is why G-frames allows the reconstruction of elements, and this is the equation that is basically used in the reconstruction. We then have a result which tells us that given a G-frame, another sequence gamma I will act as a G-frame when this condition is satisfied. So it provides a sufficient condition. Then we have characterization of parsable G frames. It says a sequence lambda is a parsable G frame if and only if its frame operator equals the identity operator. Then we have the characterization of G frames via analysis and synthesis operator. So it basically says that the analysis operator is bounded and linear, and the sequence lambda will be a G frame if and only if the operator is T is bounded below and above. That is, it satisfies this inequality. And also we have a result related to the tensor product, that is given two G frames for Hilbert spaces H and G frame for the space H tensor product with K. So these are some of the important results that I have listed here. Now, basically the applications of G-frames find applications in mainly the signal processing and sampling theory. Sampling theory is also part of signal processing, and G-frames find useful where the sampling set is at times changed, or at times it is dealt with different signals. Otherwise, frames are also there, but G-frames plays important role in these special situations. Then G-frames are also related to frames of operators, and hence they find applications in operator theory as well as in numerical analysis also, because they give stability of various iterative reconstruction algorithms. And then recently many researchers have worked on this topic, and they have characterized the dual G-frames. Because G-frames were defined only in the Hilbert space settings, so the work is going on to extend them to Banach spaces and to non-Hilbert settings also. Then people have worked in the directions of bi-G-frames, wherein they have considered two sequence of operators, and also phase retrievable G-frames, wherein the sequence has been multiplied by a constant lambda to improve the flexibility case. And then also computable G-frames, where I'm also currently working in this direction. And the open problem which is majorly here is that researchers are working to develop efficient reconstruction algorithms which can be actually used in practical contexts. So in conclusion, G-frames represent a very powerful and flexible generalization of classical frames, and because they include operator theory, so that is why it makes them very well suited for a broad spectrum of applications. And definitely a very continued development in this area will open new doors in both the theoretical and applied mathematics. So these are some of the references. Though there are many more, and in fact I wanted to use the Zotero application in writing these references, but however because it was in PPT form I could not use it. I don't know if somebody would be able to guide in this, but I tried to use it in the Word document because we were told. Are you able to see this Word document, ma'am?
Yes.
So I tried to use the Zotero application here. I wanted to write my references using this, so I could do it here. Like if this one, here it represents this research paper. So I could do it in the Word document, but I could not implement it in the PPT. So I thought I'll show it alag se.
Thank
So
you, Dr.
that's all.
Dr. Poonam, are you working on G-frames?
Ma'am, yes, I was working on the computable part of G-frames. I was trying to extend this to the computability part.
Okay. Can you tell me, apart from mathematician, can other people use this G-frame?
Ma'am,
like as a layman, how can I use this G-frame?
Basically, frame theory or
voice is lagging.
As a layman, ma'am, actually, the example is my voice is not clear.
Not a problem, Dr. Poonam. Some other time.
Ma'am, am I not audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
हाँ मैम, जैसे मेनली मैम जैसे फ्रेम थ्योरी का पूरे का ही एक एप्लीकेशन, माय वर्क एरिया एंड माय स्पेशलाइजेशन इज इन फ्रेम थ्योरी, एंड फ्रेम थ्योरी का पूरा ही एक एप्लीकेशन, मेजर एप्लीकेशन हमारा सिग्नल प्रोसेसिंग में जाता है. तो जब हम सिग्नल्स को रिकंस्ट्रक्शन की बात करते हैं, तब हम बेसिकली एक लेमैन को अगर हम समझाए तो गिवन अ सिग्नल हम उसको जैसे लेट्स से बिट्स एंड पीसेस में हम उसको 10 के कोड्स में आप कह सकते हैं, 10 के कोड्स में हम उसको डिकम्पोज करते हैं एंड एट दी जहाँ से वो ट्रांसमिट हो रहा है, और फिर रिसीवर एंड पे हम उसे रिकंस्ट्रक्ट करते हैं। तो रिसीवर एंड में जब रिकंस्ट्रक्शन होता है तब कहीं ना कहीं नॉइज का फैक्टर आ जाता है, तो वो नॉइज को सप्रेस करना, उस सप्रेशन के केस में फ्रेम थ्योरी बहुत हेल्प करती है, क्योंकि इसके लिए पीछे थ्योरी है, वहाँ ऑर्थोनॉर्मल बेसिस यूज होते हैं, यहाँ फ्रेम्स यूज होते हैं, एंड दे टेल अस कि लीनियर इंडिपेंडेंस का रोल नहीं आता है, इसलिए मतलब वहाँ वो नॉइज सप्रेस हो जाता है। तो वहाँ फ्रेम्स क्योंकि बहुत हेल्प करते हैं, और फिर हमारी कोशिश है कि जितना मैक्सिमम नॉइज है हम उतना ही एफिशिएंटली उसको सप्रेस करते रहें। तो इसीलिए फ्रेम्स की अलग अलग टाइप हम उसमें डालना चाहते हैं। तो फिर कहीं हम उसमें ऑपरेटर्स डाल देते हैं तो वो जी फ्रेम्स आ जाते हैं, कहीं हम उसमें कुछ कांस्टेंट मल्टीप्लाई कर देते हैं तो वो फेज रिट्रीवेबल जी फ्रेम्स आ जाते हैं। तो एक लेमैन को शायद मैं ऐसे समझा पाऊँ। I don't know if I
Thank
could.
you. Thank you, dear. Okay, next.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Dr. Preeti Chadda. Dr. Preeti Chadda, are you ready?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are on. Please switch on your camera.
Yes, please. Actually, I am joining with two devices because my camera and my laptop is not working.
Perfectly fine, Dr. Preeti. आप start करिए.
Okay.
It's a reference. Okay.
Okay, so
Yes.
good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Preeti Chadda from Department of Chemistry, Daulat College. So, because we were told to choose a novel idea for a new research, so I just scrolled through all the different types of works which have been done till now. And this topic fascinated me a lot. So that's why I chose this topic. This is the catalytic upcycling of polyethylene waste into, into liquid hydrocarbons using nickel iron catalyst. So the reason behind choosing this idea was that first of all, because of the waste polythene which is getting deposited around us, this escalating accumulation of polythene waste, this is posing a severe environmental and economic challenge globally. And we have method like thermal pyrolysis, which offers a pathway for its conversion, but it requires a high temperature, broad product distribution, and significant char or cork formation, which are its limitations. Right. So the catalytic pyrolysis, where we are using, I'm planning to use nickel iron catalyst. This has emerged as a promising alternative due to its potential for lower reaction temperature, enhanced selectivity, and then better yield of the liquid hydrocarbons in a particular range with a particular number of carbons. So current research which has been done using this catalyst, this lacks a lot of work. Basically, the work which I have seen till now, it involves only nickel iron catalyst on alumina catalyst, where nickel and iron are taken in only 1:1 ratio by weight. So it lacks a comprehensive understanding of the synergistic effects between nickel and iron at varying compositions and on different support materials, particularly in optimizing for specific liquid hydrocarbon fractions like gasoline or diesel, rather than a general oil yield. So this leads to challenges in designing a robust, highly selective, and economically viable catalytic systems for the sustainable cycling of polyethylene waste. So that's the reason behind choosing this topic. Now, if we look at this screen, it describes the same thing. So because nickel and iron are abundantly available around us. And these are the two transition metals. So these in combination on the support of alumina provide us a very good alternative for catalytic upcycling of these waste hydrocarbons. So I can say the overall goal is to investigate the feasibility and efficiency of using nickel and iron catalyst for the catalytic uplifting of polyethylene waste into valuable liquid hydrocarbons. And then specific objectives are to study the effect of the variation in the nickel iron atomic ratio, or also along with that, the choice of support material, by changing the choice of support material and then observing how is the catalytic activity, the liquid hydrocarbon yield and product selectivity is getting affected. So this is a graphical abstract which I have created using BioRender tool. So basically the catalytic hydrogenolysis mechanism in which we are using these two catalysts. Here nickel is facilitating hydrogenolysis of CC bonds in polyethylene. That is basically the cracking of this CC bonds. And then iron promotes deeper chain cleavage, and it's along with nickel, it increases the selectivity also. And combined effect of these two is that selectivity towards a particular range of hydrocarbons, which is from C8 to C16 liquid hydrocarbons, that increases. So this is the range in which the aviation fuel is basically prepared. So these are the key steps which I have planned to undergo for carrying out this project. Like first will be the material selection and pre-treatment, in which I will be collecting polyethylene waste from different sources, and the lower density waste will be separated from the high density waste, so that selectivity or the productivity is higher. Second step will be the catalyst design and synthesis, in which nickel and iron solutions will be prepared, and along with the alumina, this catalyst will be prepared. Before that, I will be thinking of different atomic ratios, nickel versus iron. To start with, I can start with 1:1 ratio, and then in every next set of experiment, we can change this ratio and then see the effect of the changing ratios of nickel iron catalyst on the results of the product formation. Third will be the catalyst characterization. So using the TEM-SEM and FTIR, we can characterize the catalyst, and we can see what is the pore size and how efficiently it is going to. Next, it will be the setting the reaction conditions, in which basically these will be the temperature. What is the temperature required? What is the reaction time going to be? Then carrying out the reaction in muffle furnace, and finally will be the product analysis. So whatever products are obtained in this after all these steps they might be a mixture of hydrocarbons. So then this will be analyzed which fraction is obtained in higher amount in the products, or whether hydrogen is obtained in higher amount or not. So the topic is also important because it has a green chemistry relevance also. Both the metals which have been chosen are non-toxic, and they are earth abundantly obtained, available around us. Secondly, polyethylene waste, which we are actually degrading, and upcycling means we are converting into a higher value or higher quality product. So it avoids incineration or landfill disposal. So it helps in pollution control also, and it supports circular economy and sustainable development goals. So these are the catalyst yield comparison, where different type of catalysts have been used till now. So like this is ruthenium. Nickel has been used alone on alumina, and this is the yield, 72%. The nickel iron on alumina has been found to give 79% yield, but then there is a lot of coke formation along with that. And also this is used only in 1:1 ratio. The different atomic ratios have not been tried till now. So the expected conclusion are that the high selectivity and liquid yield will be obtained, and methane formation will be less. Of course, this is going to follow all green chemistry principles, and we will be having a cost-effective route, which will be in every way green. So that will be all from my side. These are the references which I went through, and thank you all for listening to me. And I'm open to questions if any.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. It's a very nice topic. I think you have not started working on it. You have just done the literature survey and you are planning to do this, right?
Concept word by word, because we were told that you have to think
Yes.
novel idea. So I just
No, it's very good idea.
going through.
Have you thought of taking the palladium, platinum, because they also belong to nickel? Because a lot of work has been done on nickel and iron. Can we replace nickel with the palladium, platinum, because they are also having a catalytic activity?
We can, but then because these are cheaper, iron and nickel, so that's why I thought of this. And then the research gaps which I found, uh, that the different atomic ratios have not been used. So if we are using simple and cheaper catalyst, and if by changing the support material, like this is on alumina, like in another set we can take silica or azolite also. So if that increases the efficiency of the reaction, so that is nothing like that, because these two catalysts are abundantly available and cheap also. That's why.
So any salt which you are planning for a nickel or iron, or you are planning to convert these salt into a nanomaterial, then will be using for converting. Have you think from that point of view also?
To start with, the basic ideas to prepare the solutions of nickel nitrate and ferric nitrate.
Okay.
And to proceed with both solutions only.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next.
Next is Ranvijay Ram. Dr. Ranvijay Ram.
I think he's not here.
He is here, ma'am. I can see him in participants. Dr. Ranvijay, are you going to present? Okay, he is not responding, so we can move to the next. Miss Rohini Arya, ma'am. Rohini, ma'am.
Hello, yeah, Madhu, just a minute.
Okay, ma'am.
I'll present.
Okay.
Madhu, am I the co-host now?
Yes, you
ma'am.
are.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is the screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. Is the PPT visible now?
Oh, no.
No?
No, Dr. Rohini. Please click on the share tab. It is in the center.
Okay. Just a second.
And after that, you choose the entire screen or the particular, the PPT which you want to share.
Share.
Dr. Ranvijay, will you present today?
Microphone is not working. So you won't be able to present today, Dr. Ranvijay? Because your mic is not working. Dr. Madhu can be called next. In the meanwhile, Dr. Rohini Arya is doing the setting.
Okay, ma'am. Dr. Sapna,
Yes, ma'am.
you can start your presentation.
Okay.
The next in the line, please be ready with your presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, Dr. Sapna.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. Myself, Sapna Kumari, Faculty of Department of Mathematics, Daulat College, University of Delhi. The topic of my presentation is dynamics of perturbed elliptic restricted three-body problem. So, basically, this is an important problem of celestial mechanics. Here is the table of contents of my presentation. First, I will discuss about CR3BP and AR3BP, then literature review of the current work, then configuration of my current model, some numerical analysis, realistic model based on the current model, and conclusion of my paper. So, what is CR3BP? So, when two bodies known as primaries move around their common center of mass in circular orbits under the influence of their mutual gravitational attraction, and a third body having an infinitesimal mass influenced by the motion of the primaries but not affecting their motion moves in the plane defined by both primaries. So basically, the circular restricted three-body problem is defined the motion of this third particle. The meaning of infinitesimal mass is that the mass of this particle is negligible comparatively these primaries. So if these primaries are moving in elliptic rather than circular orbit, this problem known as elliptic restricted three-body problem. We can take example of elliptic restricted three-body problem as Sun and satellite system. So in this example, our Sun and Earth are primaries and the satellite is our infinitesimal mass. So next, this is the literature review of my current work. Some papers are related to circular restricted three-body problem and some are elliptic restricted three-body problem. So this is the configuration of my model. So in my model, there are two primaries, P1 and P2. Here P1 is more massive primary. That means mass of primary P1 is bigger than mass of primary P2. Here P3 is the infinitesimal mass. Both P1 and P2 are moving in elliptic orbits. The radial distance between P1 and P3 is R1 and radial distance between P2 and P3 is R2. Here O is the center of mass of this system. So we have to find the motion of this third particle P3. That means we have to find the equilibrium points. That means we have to find the regions where this particle is stable. So for this, we have to find the equations of motion. So to find the equation of motion, first we have to find all the forces acting on P3 due to P1 and P2. So the equation of motion of this particle P3 is given by equation 1 and 2. Here prime denote the derivative with respect to the two anomaly F. These are some parameters. Mu is the mass parameter and important parameter which is given by M2 upon M1 plus M2. Here M1 is the mass of first primary and M2 is the mass of second primary. The range of mu is lying between 0 to 1 by 2. A1 is the oblateness constant and is the mean motion, and R1 and R2 are the radial distance between P1 and P3 and P2 and P3 respectively. After this, we have done some numerical analysis. In this portion, we have investigated the impact of the mass parameter mu, impact of the oblateness constant A1, impact of radiation factors on the locations of equilibrium point. We had investigated that when we increase the mass parameter mu, the location of equilibrium points will change, and when the radiation factor Q1 is increasing in the interval 0.1 to 1, the number of equilibrium point increases. In case of when our Q1 is in this interval 0.1 to 1 and Q2 is fixed, the number of equilibrium point remains fixed. There is a realistic example or application of this model. In this model, we can take a Sun-Jupiter system. So here Sun and Jupiter are our primaries and satellite is negligible mass. By taking this data and doing all the calculation, we investigated that there are 5 equilibrium points or in which 3 are collinear with primaries P1 and P2 and 2 are non-collinear. We also investigated their stability. Then we found that all the non-collinear equilibrium points are stable, whereas the collinear equilibrium points are unstable. So these are the conclusion of my paper and some selected references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sapna.
Yes,
Have
ma'am.
you published these works, Dr. Sapna? Have you
Yes,
published
ma'am.
this work?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Acha,
This is
this
my
is your
published work.
published work. And you have taken, you know, the
Okay.
one example, a realistic example, Earth and Jupiter. Okay, and you have
Yes,
got
ma'am.
4 and 5 equivalence point, right? What is the significance
Yes,
of
ma'am.
the equivalence point?
मैम
How they are linked?
इक्विलिब्रियम पॉइंट बेसिकली जब हम सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करते हैं ना तो उसके लिए यूज होते हैं.
कैसे?
क्योंकि मैम जैसे कि हमारे जितने भी प्लेनेट होते हैं सबका ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स होता है, तो अगर सैटेलाइट लॉन्च करेंगे तो सब उसे अपनी तरफ अट्रैक्ट करेंगे. तो बेसिकली हमें वो सारे पॉइंट्स फाइंड आउट करने होते हैं जहां पर जो ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स है वो बैलेंस हो. तो इक्विलिब्रियम पॉइंट बेसिकली वो पॉइंट्स होते हैं जहां पर ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स बैलेंस होता है. तो बेसिकली इन सारे सिस्टम में हम उन पॉइंट्स को फाइंड आउट करते हैं जो कि जहां पर की फोर्स हमारा बैलेंस्ड है.
So it's a theoretical.
हम आदित्य L1 मिशन का भी एग्जांपल ले. यस नो मैम, दिस इज प्रैक्टिकल.
Is it been proved that these are the points, the equilibrium points? These are the established point, or
Yes,
you have proved it, Dr. Sapna?
मैम यस मैम
जो equilibrium points हैं, are these established point, or you have, you know, मतलब कि found out new one, the new equilibrium points by your studies?
मैम जो मैंने यस मैम मैंने जो अपना करंट जो ये एप्लीकेशन लिया है इसमें न्यू मीन मोशन लिया है, तो मेरे जो इक्विलिब्रियम पॉइंट है वो डिफरेंट है प्रीवियस वन से.
ओके ओके, थैंक यू डॉक्टर सर.
थैंक यू.
नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर रोहिणी आर्य.
Is my screen visible now?
Not yet, ma'am. You have not started sharing, I think.
I did press share. Let me recheck. I think I have not made the host as yet. It's writing only the host can share in this meeting.
Just wait, ma'am. I think
Dr. Rohini Arya is not the host.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, meanwhile, मैम को बना रहे हैं जब तक मधु.
Yes, ma'am. Salma Khan.
Dr. Salma Khan, are you here? Dr. Rohini, you are co-host now. If you can, please present.
Yeah.
She's also not listening.
Okay, okay.
Dr. Salma, you're not audible. Yes.
Screen, okay.
Dr. Salma, you are next after Rohini ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today I'm presenting my PPT on ornamental fish as a sustainable alternative for mosquito management. And it is an ongoing work in the lab. Currently, I'm working on compatible species which can be kept together and they can be used for mosquito management. So to begin with, we have many mosquito-borne diseases like dengue, malaria, chikungunya, and Zika, which are impacting millions of people globally. And we need an urgent and effective sustainable mosquito control methods. Now, why the need for this? Because the traditional methods have their own limitations, whether it's the chemical insecticide which have posing environmental risks, and the mosquitoes have developed a resistance.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Can you switch on your camera? We have to take a screenshot actually.
Okay, just a second. My camera is on.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is on, but now we can't see your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So as I was saying that the chemical insecticides pose another risk for environment, as well as the previous larvivorous fish that we have used have become invasive. So they have to be discontinued according to the authorities, and they have also disrupted the local ecosystem. Now, if we look at the map, this is the map of India where we are seeing that confirmed cases of dengue in 2016, and this is the next is the cases of chikungunya. So the problem still persists, and it is persisting in the areas where the reach of the government official is limited. So all the red marks which we are seeing on the screen is in the areas where the reach will be limited because of certain factors. Now, why opting for a biological control? Because we know it is eco-friendly, there will be no chemical residue, and we want it to be sustainable for a long time because we want self-replicating species which are able to sustain in that ecological system rather than becoming invasive in nature. And plus, that will not lead to any environmental degradation also, and it will also not build up any resistance from the mosquitoes. Plus, minimize the risk on non-target organisms, which has happened earlier also, like they have disrupted many ecosystems. Now, what we are looking in such species is we are focusing both species of ornamental freshwater, which are from Indian origin as well as foreign origin. We are mixing both the species and looking at their compatibility, whether they are able to survive and breed in the normal environment when they are given the correct water quality parameters. What we also look at is that species should be very hardy and acceptable. It should have a wide range of temperature acceptance, and it should have a foraging behavior. It should be able to primarily feed on mosquito larvae, but should also switch the food when it is not available in that season, so that it is able to survive in those months also when the mosquito fence is not that much. Now, for the habitat of the fish, we are looking that it should be able to survive both in streams, river, as well as still bodies. And often we want omnivorous fish which should switch from carnivore to a herbivore diet. Now, popular species that we have said globally will be, we are working on Quaisididae family. We are also working on Siamese betta fish, and we are doing a successful breeding of this fish in the lab. These are some of the fish we looked at. In the second row, first fish that you look, we have bred it twice and thrice. Whereas the other ones are Indian species, they are quite aggressive in nature. Now, for the larval potential, what we are trying to study is that this species should be voracious predators. What we mean is, unlike the previous mosquito fish, it should not be switching its food in between. Now, if you look at Gambusia is good in the first instar stage, but as the instar stage of the mosquito larva increases, it switches its foraging behavior to the other fry larvae of the fish. So that way, it has caused a lot of ecological disruptions. Also, we are looking at the comparative efficacy of the fish. We want that the fish should be there at all stages, mostly preferring the larva only, and it is able to successfully bring down the nature. So what we look at is that a mono-species approach is not perfect. We want a multiple species approach, that it either stages the larva can be kept in check. Now, what are the sustainability advantages or features we look for the fishes? It should be firstly non-invasive in nature, should not disrupt our own ecological system. It should be able to well accommodate the food webs and the aquatic life. It should be able to feed on the other organic matter, and as well as it should have some aesthetic value if we want to put in the urban and semi-urban areas as well as the rural areas. Then the implementation strategies is we will have to look at species specific approach, which area, which water, whether static, slow moving, or even streams, which fish to be put over there. And also looking at, we want to sensitize the people in that area, because in the first stage of implementation, we would be needing some support of the people, local community itself. They might need an extra feeding. They might need some checking that how much is the mosquito in that area. There are a lot of challenges. Having said that, what work is being done in the lab, once you take it to the field, we need the field validation. So large scale field trials are required for it to confirm the efficacy. We also want to look at the host habitat specific deployment, like the conditions have to be proper. It has to survive and predate actively on that area, not just doing, in between the predatory habits. And also we have to look at the native species, that they should not predate upon the fish we are putting in water, neither the fish should predate on the existing native species. For that, we also need monitoring and maintenance of both the fish population and mosquito larva population. And all the basic care that we do in the beginning to sustain the effectiveness has to be done, whether it is feeding, whether it is ensuring water quality, and also preventing overfeeding. Now, we also have to take a check on larger predators like birds, which can be present in that area. Then it can bring down the efficacy of the fish in itself, and the number can be reduced considerably. In conclusion, I do see that that the mosquito control is vital, and ornamental fish are going to give a good solution to it. They are eco-friendly and they are sustainable, but we have to look at which families to more focus on, what is their predatory habits, and they should be able to breed and sustain over a period of time. And what we need is a further scientific approach to it and a field validation to, and also optimize the deployment strategies for this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Are you planning to publish this work? Do you have any data?
We do have data, but our first focus is how to breed this fish in Indian conditions. That is, then it in itself is a big task, but we do have data on it. So we will publish this work in few months.
Okay. Do you really think that it is feasible? It is a feasible technique to control the mosquitoes? Like,
Yes, it
there are
is.
so many shortcomings, because like breeding of fishes, it is not possible if I buy this for my home.
Yeah, it is not possible. Many countries are working on it, but the problem that is faced is it should not become invasive in nature. In fact, like talking to many officials who have been in the malaria control areas, they say that some areas are such where they are not allowed to even enter. Areas of India in which there is some problem with the law and order, they have a very limited reach. So that they itself say the only effective method is to put such kind of a fish in those streams and in areas where they are able to control the mosquito. So in some cases, it is inevitable to look for these kind of approaches.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay, next is Dr. Salma Khan.
Hello, good afternoon.
Ma'am, your sound is echoing. I think you have joined from with 2 devices.
Dr. Ram Vijay Ram, will you present today or not? I asked you a question because your mic is not working.
Ma'am, now it is working?
Yes, Dr. Sarma. Okay.
Okay. I hope my screen is visible to all.
No, it's not shared yet.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Just a second.
Yes, Dr. Salma, it is visible.
Okay. So good afternoon to all. Today, the topic of presentation of my research is fabrication of graphene quantum dots with modified optical properties. Basically, we choose graphene quantum dots as they are the new class of nanomaterials. They are zero-dimensional materials which belongs to the carbon family. As we know it, that graphene is the allotrope of the carbon only. So these belongs to the carbon family only. Why we do have chosen GQDs over other inorganic bimetallic quantum dots? Because GQD has lesser biotoxicity, higher solubility, poor resistance to photo bleaching, and better biocompatibility with the cells, so that they have the vast application in the medical field also. But because GQD are not so specific and are not so selective, so because of to avoid their non-selectivity and non-specificity, we have doped with them with the nitrogen atom, so that they should have the by this method, by the doping method, we can improve their optical properties, electrochemical properties, as well as their photocatalytic properties also. So that is why we have doped with their with the heteroatom like nitrogen. People have doped them with sulfur atom, but we have done with this work with the nitrogen atom. How we have synthesized GQD by a simple bottom-up technique. We have synthesized GQD from citric acid using bottom-up technique, simple by reduction method only. We just took our citric acid. We have pyrolyzed it at 200 degrees Celsius in a tough coated Teflon material in a basic medium, and we obtained GQD. In order to dope it with the nitrogen atom, I have chosen a biopolymer named as a chitosan. Again, I have used pyrolysis method to synthesize this N-doped GQDs. The beautiful fluorescent material which I got by this. We can see in the picture, this was the fluorescent material which I got by the synthesis of this N-doped GQDs. In order to characterize these N-doped GQD, we have done this basic analysis, that is UV visible absorption spectroscopy. In this spectroscopy, the red peak the black peak shows this is the GQD only, and the red peak shows the N-doped GQDs. Now this is the characteristics peak. This is the characteristic peak around 275 nanometer, which represent the basic pi-pi star transitions, which is available in sp2 hybridized carbon, as graphene contain sp2 hybridized carbon in a laminar flow. So this shows that pi-pi star transition, and via after doping it with nitrogen atom, this shift has been shifted to the shorter wavelength. This peak has been shifted to the shorter wavelength, that is blue shift, which represent that nitrogen has the affinity of towards this carbon atom. Then we have studied their photoluminescence spectroscopy also. In the PL spectra, what we have done, we have excited our material from 330 nanometer length till 430 nanometer wavelength. We have started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have done this 6. We have used this 6 different excitation wavelength in order to study their PL. So we have clearly see that after excitation of each wavelength, the peak is shifted towards shorter wavelength, towards blue shift. It clearly shows the structure deformity which has been formed after doping it with nitrogen, which is very important in order to imbibe with the other molecule. Then we have done the FTI spectroscopy. In the FTIR spectroscopy, it has clearly shows that it has been functionalized with the chitosan, as this has the characteristics as these peaks, which represent the carboxylic atom peaks, right? So in these peaks also. Then TEM morphology, you can see clearly that lesser than 5 nanometer dimension has been an uniformity. The structure, the dot NGQDs were uniform in their nature. We can see the uniform homogenized spherical particles. Then in order to study their electrocatalytic properties, we have done the electrochemical activities, and in that we have studied their Nyquist plot. What is this Nyquist plot? Nyquist plot basically represent the charge transfer mechanism. These peaks, since in GQD, this peaks is higher and this peak become broader and lesser in case of n-dop GQDs. This represent that their charge transfer capacity their charge transfer resistance capacity has been reduced, which is very important in order to study their electrocatalytic property in further materials. Then this was their impedance spectroscopy. Impedance spectroscopy also shows it has we can see that larger this stem represent that the electrons have been exchanged between the electrode which I have made with the NGQD. It was literally and electroactive. That is why this hemisphere has a larger area. This hemisphere shows the larger area. Larger area means that there are more electron has been exchanged between the electrolyte and the electrode. And the electrode which I have made was with the material of n-dop GQD, while simple GQDs doesn't have that much of area. So it also reinforces the fact that n-dop GQDs has remarkably electrocatalytic properties. Then this was the simple conclusion that GQD and NGQDs, we have compared basically that how we have improved the properties of simple GQD via doping it with NGQDs. So we have seen via UV visible spectroscopy, via impedance spectroscopy, and the other characteristics property like FTIR, which have supported the fact that yes, the GQDs has been functionalized with this NGQD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Selma. Dr. Selma, just tell me, have you published this?
Ma'am, the slide part is published. In the process of publishing it, I have communicated the paper, so that is why I have not present the data completely.
No,
I have
that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Actually, from where you got this EIS done?
That I have done in JNU, AIRF JNU, ma'am.
Okay, one more thing, like you have taken the chitosan and citric acid for the synthesis of graphene quantum dots, but it has been reported in the literature.
Ma'am, doping has not been represented. That doping has been done in a complete green method only.
No, thing is reported because I'm also working on it. That is why I asked you, because I have seen so many papers having the citric acid, the chitosan. So that is why I'm thinking probably that might be your work might be different from that. So I'm just asking because just 2 days back I have seen this. No, सब खत्म कुछ नहीं मैंने देखा. Okay, thank you, Dr. Selma. Thank you,
ma'am.
Next.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Jyoti Sharma.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Jyoti, you are audible.
हाँ जी मैम, एक्चुअली यहाँ पे ना मेरे एरिया में बहुत हैवी रेन है और लैपटॉप से मैं प्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रही, तो पूनम लखोटिया मैम मेरी स्लाइड प्रेजेंट करेंगे ना, आई विल
Yes,
I hope it
Dr.
is fine,
Poonam.
ma'am.
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible. It is visible.
Yes, yes, Dr. Jyoti and Dr. Poonam.
Okay. एक second, ma'am.
You can start, Dr. Jyoti.
Ma'am, I can start, but on my system, the screen is not visible.
No, screen is visible. I think that Dr. Poonam has shared, na?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. So my topic is Clifford value transformations for signal processing, and I have kept my topic very basic because we all of us are from diverse field. So for purpose of understanding of a layman person, I have kept all the things very simple and basic. Next slide, Poonam ma'am. Okay, so first of all, let me introduce Fourier transformation to all of you. For this, we will take an integrable function xt, where t is the variable on R, and it is defined by this integral formula in front of you. X at w is equal to integration minus infinity to infinity xt e raised to power. Hello? Ma'am, Darshan ma'am, are you saying something?
No, I am not saying.
Xt, okay. The integral
I've
formula
just asked
for every...
Vijay.
Okay, for every real number w. So here this t represents the time and w represents the angular frequency. Angular frequency is a rate at which it's the rate of change of phase of sinusoidal waves or the rate of something oscillates. Okay, so if next slide, ma'am, next slide. Next is inverse Fourier transformation. So if we have xw generated in the integral form by a Fourier transform, and the function xt is sufficiently smooth, then it can be reconstructed again using the inverse transformation. Okay, ma'am, one more thing. मेरी video visible है सबको? Hello?
Yes,
हाँ
it's
जी, ma'am, visible है. Video जो मतलब मेरी personal video है वो visible है?
Yes, you are visible.
Okay, fine, ma'am. So let me explain what does Fourier and inverse Fourier transformation represent actually. So if this we have this paper, अगर हमें किसी next person को इसको transfer करना है, we can transfer simply like this. But if we have to transfer this to person who is sitting 5 to 6 feet away, we can crush it like this, and then we can transform. It can move little far. So the process of this paper represents the function xt. The process of crushing it is called Fourier transform. And then again, reversing back is called inverse Fourier transform. And this is basic of signal processing. Basically, we will crush the function represents the signal here. We will crush the function or signal using Fourier transformation, transfer it to other person, and then reconstruct it. But in this process, as we can say, most of the thing represents on the quality of paper. It will represents on the ink. अगर हमारी ink quality अच्छी नहीं है, it might happen some edges can get smudged. So इसीलिए there is a term called xt is sufficiently smooth. The sufficiently smooth is the necessary condition by which we can reconstruct the function. Next slide, ma'am. Poonam ma'am, next slide. Okay. Now, if you either have xt or capital XW, where t represents time, w represents frequency. Both the things are not coming at the same time in the picture. So either we have hold of time or we have hold of frequency. If we are going to detect the frequency, we will lose the control over time. We may get the frequency, but we are unaware of at which time this particular frequency is occur, which is the limitation, first limitation. And second limitation is it does not produce good result in analyzing non-stationary signal. Non-stationary signal means whose statistical values like mean, variance changes over time. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so to overcome this problem, there are other transformation, Gabor transformation, Bevelot transformation, and Schiller transformations are introduced. So what Gabor transform does, it is also called window transform. It uses a window function, another window function other than xt, and this window function के अंदर it will calculate the frequency. Though we may not get exact time where frequency occurs, but we will get a range of time. Then we will shift the window. We will calculate the frequency in that window, again shift the window. In this way, not at exact position, but in a limited frame of time, we can get where the frequency is occurring. Wavelet transformation, similar pattern uses admissible function को use करके, it will again calculate the frequency where frequency is occurring. And shear transform uses three-dimensional technique where dilation and rotation are there. So basically, अगर मैं layman को समझाऊं कि हम पेपर को ऐसे फोल्ड कर रहे हैं या हम पेपर को diagonally fold कर रहे हैं, the technique of folding will give you different kind of transformations. Okay, next slide, ma'am. Okay, so next is, since we are dealing with Clifford value transformation, so let me introduce Clifford algebra. So for an n-dimensional Euclidean vector space Rn, a 2n-dimensional linear space is generated. This is a mathematical term, and the space has these multiplication property. So what happens? We are interested in multiple things during same time. So if we have multiple signals, I have only two pieces of paper, we may have n. Here we have 2 raised to power n dimensional means at one time 2 raised to power n functions are represented by a single value. So if we have all these functions, we can club them together using Clifford algebra valued function and then reconstruct them and then separate them for signal processing. So Clifford algebra is used here for multiple signals transforming at the same time. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so this is comparative study. First is in the column we have properties, and in the row we have the transformation. First is CVFT means Clifford valued Fourier transform. CVGT means Clifford values Gabor transform, and CVST means Clifford values Shear transform. So the property localizations means Fourier transform only deals with frequency. Gabor deals with space and frequency. Here space means that window that I have explained कि उस एक छोटे से window में हमें पता चलेगा frequency occur करती है नहीं, not an exact position. And shear, since it is three-dimensional, it will give you scale, direction, and position. Geometric sensitivity में Clifford values transform are high sensitive. They are rotation sensitive. Rotation is an operator, mathematical operator. So basically हम लोग, okay, I'm not going deeper into term. E raised to power RT operator होता है, तो उसकी sense में sensitivity हो रही है. Gabor transformation is phase sensitive, and shear is anisotropic sensitive. Anisotropic means it is a physical property which has different value measured in different direction. For example, अगर हमारे पास wood है, if we cut the wood across or along the edges, it will have different impact. अगर हम उसको सीधा काटते हैं तो उस पे different force लगेगा. अगर उसको हम straight रख के काटते हैं तो different force लगेगा. This is called anisotropic. And computational complexity, Fourier transformation are moderate. Then after that, Gabor is higher, and shear it is high. Applications, since these transformations have lots of application, Fourier transformation is used in physics, image filtering. Gabor is used in pattern analysis, and shear, since it is three-dimensional, edge detection and sparse coding. Then next slide. Also, I would like to mention Gabor transformation is also used in color image edge and corner detection, also in medical science and MRI and ECG. And जो shear transformation है, it is used in 3D image reconstruction. And this Clifford value transformation is a very new thing. Since 2006, people have started working on it. So there is not so much literature available as we have for Fourier transform, classical Fourier transformation. And also, since it is also depend on the group that we are choosing, the definition depends on the group. Group is again a mathematical term, a set which satisfies certain properties. So if we change the group, the transformation definition will slightly change. So there is no standard definition, and there are lots of work is going on. And also, since it is a very new, some deeper work needs to be there. Next slide, ma'am. Okay, so next 3 slides are prepared by using BiblioShiny app in art software. And since it is a very recent work, I have given most relevant sources which have published on Clifford value transformation. The highest publications are in Advances in Applied Clifford Algebra, followed by others. Next one. Okay. Source local impact, again, it is generated by using biblioshiny command in our software. And it says that the same journal advances in applied Clifford algebra. It has the highest local impact, followed by others. Next slide. And its core sources, again, advances in applied Clifford algebra. And these two journals, second one is International Journal of Wavelet Multi-Resolution and Information Process. These two are the topmost journal. Next slide, ma'am. These are some selected references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Dr. Jyoti, have you worked or you are working on it?
Ma'am, actually, I have worked on it, but let me confess this. All the work that I have done is purely mathematics on pen and paper. I have never collaborated with any engineer or physics person. It is a very interesting topic. It has lots of application, immense application, and it is very much related to physics. It is actually related to uncertainty. The whole idea is on uncertainty principle, Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which says that if we go for the frequency, we will use the momentum. If we go for the momentum, we will use the frequency. So the whole principle is this, but we have worked on pen and paper in our labs or the rooms, you can say. We have never worked on, in practical field, I have never worked, neither with any physicist or any medical person or technician or engineer. But this area has lots of application. We have been doing mathematical formulations and we are producing result on it.
Okay, thank you. I like your idea when you were explaining with the help of newspaper. That was lovely. Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
so much.
Jyoti.
Thank you so much, Ann.
Yeah, our next presenter is Dr. Anita Mangla.
Good evening, everybody. I have requested Dr. Shivani Agarwal to present my slides as I'm joining from Mysore and there is some signal issue here. Dr. Shivani, can we go to the first slide? And can you make it slideshow? I hope slides are visible.
Yes, they are visible.
Good evening, one and all present. I'm Dr. Anita Garg Mangla. I'm Assistant Professor in Biochemistry Department, Daulat College. And today I'm going to briefly talk about long COVID-19, a topic of keen interest. And I have done some work also on it and currently also pursuing. So just to recap, I will go through the first two slides just to talk about why this is relevant. And when we all suffered from COVID, it's been 5 years, but still we are battling with long COVID. Next slide. Dr. Shivani, next slide.
Ma'am, it is there. Maybe in your case, it is still buffering. It is the characteristic of severe COVID.
No, we can't see the second slide, Dr. Shivani.
अच्छा.
हाँ, नहीं अभी भी नहीं move कर रहा.
Just a second.
So in the next slide, I'm going to talk about that once COVID sets in, we have seen cases wherein there was mild COVID, there was moderate COVID, and there was severe COVID. Now, what was the difference between the three? People who suffered from mild COVID, which is the first one, they suffered only mild upper respiratory system. Most of them were home quarantined and they recovered within a week. However, there was another subset in which it was little severe, taking more time. Inflammation has gone to the lungs and people were having what is known as pneumonitis and suffered pneumonia. In some, the cytokine storm has set in and they were rushed to the hospitals. And the recovery was taking anywhere between 10 days to 14 days. The third one is wherein those were the patients were majorly the hospitalized patients, and these patients, they had severe cytokine storm wherein we saw that there was IL-1, IL-6, TNF alpha level. Dr. Shivani, go back to the previous slide. I'm explaining that. Yeah. So this is the severe one in which there was cytokine storm. People developed what is known as sepsis. There was disseminated intravascular coagulation, acquired respiratory distress syndrome, multi-organ failure, and for some people, even they lost their life, as it has proven to be fatal. Now, this sequence, it was from recovery from very mild case to very severe case. And now a lot of studies are going on all the three. There is a misunderstanding among population that only those people who had severe COVID, they are actually suffering from long COVID. But that's not true. There have been reported wherein people had very mild upper respiratory syndrome and still they are having what is known as long COVID, which I'll speak in the last. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are the characteristics of the third, which took almost a month to recover, which is severe COVID. In this, we saw what is known as cytokine storm. There was higher level of IL-1, IL-6, TNF-alpha. The viral load which was seen with RT-PCR was quite high. There was inflammation in the endothelium. There was disseminated intravascular coagulation, clots and all were there. Some people actually suffered from the breakdown of the lung surfactant and they suffered what is known as acquired respiratory distress syndrome. There was hemoglobin, cells were there, hemoglobin levels has very severely gone down. People were anemic. People even suffered from lower WBCs, lower eosinophils. So there was lymphopenia and eosinophenia. Also, there were high acute phase reactant, which is very, very important even today, because people who suffered with severe COVID, even today, many of them are having high CRP, high homocysteine, and they still have long COVID symptoms. Next slide. Now, this is my work, and this is what is very important now, which is the long COVID. And in the long COVID, there are three arms. One is people who even today complain about chronic tiredness and fatigue. They are having neurological disturbances, sleep disorders. They are not in a position to concentrate for longer period of time. There are pertinent headaches, and many of them actually complain for hair loss. There's another subset which is saying there's anxiety, there is loss of taste and smell, the throat infections are very rampant, very rapid, and they're getting intermittent cough. Another subset, shortness of breath, muscle weakness, palpitation, and depression. Now, how do we say that these are the patients who are actually the patients of long COVID and it is not a viral fever and all? These are those patients which after once recovering from COVID have explained after 3 months that still these symptoms are not going. And today we are getting troubled with another variant, but with doctors, I'm in touch with them because my study is all on the patients. They are still complaining that they become better, but this long COVID is pursuing for some patients for 2 years, for 3 years, for 4 years. Their cardiovascular markers are all the time high. Some of them are not even able to go back to their work, which they were doing pre-COVID. And now today there is no single, medicine or injection by which we can handle long COVID. Today, whatever we are doing is absolutely symptomatic based on the symptom of the patient. If there's a neurological, we are treating accordingly. If there's a heart related, we are treating accordingly. But there is no one thumb rule that we treat long COVID patients with this. And symptom to symptom, and the cocktail is very high. There was another school of thought which was saying that long COVID and cardiovascular issues are in those which took the booster after the second vaccine. 2 days back, Serum Institute, they said that all these is false. There is nothing to do with vaccine. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, who is from Biocon MD, even she said it has nothing to do with vaccines. However, when an epidemiological study is being done abroad and even in India, they are saying that those people who took 2 vaccines and they took a booster, they are having long COVID. So it's yet to be seen, yet to be shown that actually when do we get over with this long COVID and what will be the miraculous medicine or an injection or a booster which can help you to answer this. The next 3 slides is just my work on long COVID. So I don't want to explain, just to show that I've been working on this out of interest. So I have published few papers, book chapters, abstract on this, and the last one is references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anita Garg. Dr. Anita, I just want to know after Covaxin, and there was one more vaccine developed for the COVID-19. Yes, after these two vaccine, is there any new medicine come in the market?
Ma'am, there are, when Covaxin and Covishield came, there were many other medicines also. There was from the Russia, the Sputnik one, then we had from US another one also. This Covaxin and Covishield, they were commonest in India. But there were plethora of medicines which have come. There was, micro RNA medicine which has come up, sorry, injection. There was another vaccine which was, by genetic engineering, we had tried to combine the subunits and come up. But for our country, it was Covaxin and Covishield. And the latest data says that long COVID is seen in both. There was a time when we were saying that these all are side effects of Covishield. That's not true. Also, this dissemination and people are taking anticoagulants because many of them have reported that after taking the third booster dose, they are getting clots. But it's yet to be seen whether it is vaccine only or comorbidity or some lifestyle disorder. We really do not know. There are different combination. The research is still going on because you need real high statistical numbers to answer all this.
You are absolutely right, Dr. Anita. All these medicines trials were done on us only.
Yes.
So nobody can predict whether all the symptoms are because of these vaccines or something else.
What is happening now is there is a strategy which is employed. You can call it a commercial gimmick. Nobody is ready to take the onus. Just 2 days back, they have said that vaccine has nothing to do with it. But on what basis are they saying? Many doctors are saying that they are seeing a difference. All those people who took the third dose, they are suffering more.
Yes. Even I lost many friends of mine after taking these, vaccine.
Ma'am, even I feel sometimes that I'm suffering from long COVID because suddenly I would see some parameters are going haywire. But then you have to have some symptomatic medicine because it is affecting cardiovascular system, it is affecting neurological system, it is affecting gut, it is affecting your memory. People are complaining brain fog. So it's more damage than benefit according to me by a vaccine. Because I've seen people who took vaccine also landed up in ICU, lost their life, and I've seen people who did not take vaccine, they're hale and hearty.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have my own call that whether it was really a boon or not.
Nobody can say this. Thank you, Dr. Anita. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next.
Ma'am, I just would like to mention that Dr. Sonika and Dr. Madhu, thank you so very much for accommodating the request regarding presentation. Means a lot. Thank you.
Thanks. Next is Dr. Sunita George. Dr. Sunita George.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good evening.
Okay, ma'am.
Actually, I'm not able to, open my video.
Ma'am,
just click on video, Dr. Sunita.
Yeah, I've just clicked it, I don't know.
What should we do, Dr. Madhu? Shall we ask her to start the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If she's not able to.
I'm not able to, yeah.
Please
sorry.
start kariye, Dr. George.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Sunita George from Department of Botany, Daulat College. Today, I'm presenting a graphical abstract on the topic Development of Synthetic Seeds from Quaternary Nodes of Salvadora persica, an efficient approach for conservation and mass propagation. Now, this is only a research idea which I intend to carry out in future. Salvadora persica. Can you see the slide changing? No. 1 second.
No, ma'am. It's The
No,
main
it's not.
slide only. It's that main
Okay.
slide only.
Okay. I think I'll share it again. Are you able to see it now?
Ma'am, your title slide is visible.
Achha, only the title. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I don't know why it is not changing. It's changing now? Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Changing
Yeah.
now.
Okay. Thank you. Well, the Salvadora persica, commonly known as the meswak or the toothbrush tree, belongs to Salvadoraceae family. It's an upright evergreen tree reaching a height of about 3 meters. The tree is a native of Middle East, Africa, and Asia. In India, it is distributed in the arid saline soils. Now, why I've chosen this tree is because of the, for the future research is because of its multi-purpose use as timber, fuel wood, shade tree, fodder for the cattle. Then as for afforestation programs for preventing the soil erosions, as shelter belts for supporting biodiversity, as an ornamental tree, and also for land reclamation. The tree is medicinally important, and the branches of this tree are used as natural toothbrush due to its antibacterial property. Also, its antioxidant, anti-inflammatory qualities help in treating various health issues. All these qualities make Salvadora persica a true desert eco-hero. Now, based on the literature review, the tree faces challenges in conventional propagation due to the low seed viability and poor germination rate. Now, because of this reason, because of the low rate of germination, I intend to germinate the seeds in vitro on NOPS medium by giving some pre-treatments so that it can increase the percentage of germination. Because basically, I'm interested in getting the seedlings because from that only I can get the cotyledonary nodes, which are my experimental explants. So these cotyledonary nodes, why I want to work on this is because probably this has a better regeneration quality. And this I would like to, develop into a synthetic seed. Now, or what we call as artificial seeds. Now, what does this artificial seed mean? It means an artificial encapsulation of any plant part or a tissue that has the ability to form a plant in vitro or ex vivo. So the cotyledonary nodes, they are encapsulated basically in sodium alginate. And this sodium alginate, that solution along with the cotyledonary nodes will be dropped into the calcium chloride solution to form transparent beads, which we call as synthetic seeds or the syn seeds. Now these syn seeds will later be, they'll be inoculated on the tissue culture medium, as you can see here. These are the cotyledonary nodes. And what are these cotyledonary nodes? These are basically the part between epicotyle and the hypocotyle of a seedling. Okay, this is the region where the cotyledons are actually attached. And in the nodes, we get the nodes which will easily regenerate. Okay, so once we encapsulate this will be protected. Now, the basic problem was that these seeds, if you grow them in vivo, in nature, they're not able to survive due to dormancy or maybe due to the poor germination quality. Even on storage, they cannot be, after the storage also, sometimes they do not germinate because of the innate dormancy. So these synthetic seeds, they will then be, inoculated on the tissue culture medium. Now, there are various tissue culture media that we normally use across the tissue culture labs in India. So there are a dozen or more, but out of that, I will try out 5 of them. that is MS medium, Mudashigan Skoog's medium, Gambox medium, to name a few. And once they are inoculated on that, then they will have the germination ability. Why I'm calling it as germination ability? Because we are producing the artificial seeds, which are actually not the true seeds, but rather the propagules that we have encapsulated. So once they regenerate, we can get multiple shoots, because this medium will be, they will be substituted with the various cytokinins, and cytokinins are the ones which actually help in the multiple shoot development. So once these shoots are developed, you can see here in this picture, a large number of shoot buds which are arising, and they will grow to a particular length, say about 1 to 2 centimeter. And after that, they will be transferred to the rooting media. The rooting medium will be having a half strength of what we originally used for the shoot production. So once that is done, we can add the auxins into that, which are mainly responsible for rooting. And once the rooting is done, we can transfer them to small pots, which are in the culture room, and will be maintained under the mist chamber. Mist chamber is something where we actually, once we take out from the media, and when we are transferring to the pots which contain soil and vermiculite mixture, so in that, if they want to survive, we feed them initially with the medium which we had given for the shoot multiplication. So it will be half strength because it doesn't require so much nutrients. And then once the roots are developed, within this, and the sapling grows a little bit, they're transferred to a bigger pot, and then they can be taken out to the greenhouse, where they are exposed to the harsh conditions. And once that is done, they can be transferred to the fields. And with this, actually, basically, what I want to show here is, like, if the mass propagation is done, and then if it can be grown, in the fields, and we can also supply the saplings, and then that can be planted on a large scale. Now, this protocol is basically, it will offer a ecological restoration, and it will be good for the afforestation programs and for large-scale commercial production. And once this is done, I think my purpose is done. So I'm thankful to all the organizers for allowing me to present my research idea. And I've used BioRender and Google Images for producing this graphic representation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. George.
Yeah.
Dr. George, why you are calling these seeds synthetic seeds?
Synthetic because basically, we are actually enclosing these seeds in chemicals. Basically, it is sodium alginate, as I told you. And in sodium alginate, we are putting, we can even add the hormones or whatever we want to add to encapsulate it, to protect it, and to keep it for a longer duration, to conserve it, basically, So short-term conservation can be done at 4 degrees centigrade. But if you want to go for a long-term conservation, we can preserve it in the cryo tanks in liquid nitrogen, which can be, later on, if you check the viability by, inoculating them on the tissue culture medium, probably you'll get the shoots.
Okay, so
that's the reason we call it as the artificial seed.
So that means it is done for, all the, the species which are
rare. Yes. See, like I was working in NBPGR for some time. So in NBPGR, basically what they do is they preserve all the species, maybe that sometime if there's any calamity tomorrow. So these species can be propagated later on. They're preserved.
So have you published? Have you
No,
published?
I'm not. This is only my idea, actually. I would like to take it up for my future. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. George.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we are done with all presentations which were scheduled for today. I don't think anybody else is left.
Dr.
Ma'am, can I present today?
No, it's already 5:22.
Okay, ma'am.
Dr. Madhu, Dr. Deepak Kumar has been made co-host. Is he going to present?
No, ma'am, but his name is not there in the list.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr. Madhu. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. You can leave the meeting now.